Oh. All right. This will be the ultimate final abortion debate. Okay. I feel like we're gonna prove once and for all.
We love you, Mr. Trump.
Oh my We're going to do so much for the women, you have no idea. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be truly amazing. So many patriots here in Connecticut. We love Connecticut. But we never won this state, I don't think. I think it's blue. I think it's blue, but next.
Okay. Good one. Why is my mouse being weird? Stop! Retry connection? Refresh connection? Why is it doing that? How do you prepare for the abortion debate? Well, that's what we're going to do today. Did you get an unedited cut of the Muhammad hijab debate? No, but the Oxford Union people are supposed to post something. I imagine they would post an unedited cut. Stalk my last 3 messages. I don't care. He posted the debate and cut the moderator's mic so he could. That's great. Okay, what do you want to do? I don't give a fuck. That's his channel. Let him do his crazy shit. Apparently, he does shit like that. He's a weirdo. Was it a deliberate choice to not address any of his personal attacks or even call them out as lies? No, why the fuck would I sit here and... If a guy was calling me a pedophile, why the fuck would I sit there and back and forth that? This is fucking retarded. I'm not even going to dignify it with a response. What am I going to say? I'm not a pedophile. The fuck? Why? What could possibly be making my mouse do this? Hello? Run in normal mode. I feel like this slimmed down version of Windows. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I feel like I've had issues. Okay, wait, hold on. Oh, see? What's it doing? Going, oh, see? Oh, why? Hello? Corsair Xeon Edge in stock right now. Are you fucking serious? I literally just had a fucking Canadian friend buy it to ship to me this morning. Unreal. Ugh, and it's 250 bucks and it's cheaper. Good one. What the fuck is happening? Do you talk about your relationship status? Only with your mom. The fuck is causing this? Do you hear the new Joji? Nope. Let's listen.
This room could be haunted, a vision to the blind, wishing sleep held me in her arms forever. Shadows dance around, perfectly blurring up the lines. Hallucinations start to intertwine. I open my eyes. Her face lingers on the walls.
What could possibly be causing this? It's got to be a synergy thing. Restart.
I try to move on, but the past won't leave my bed. Hear it all the time, like the wind between the chimes, holding on to what we had together.
Okay, it works. This song sucks. I don't care. Okay. When you go to the barber, do you ask for a certain number or you just give them vague general directions? Like, yeah, just cut it short. I just say cut it short because I understand no matter how they cut it, it's going to look like shit for like 3 weeks. And then when it finally grows out, then it looks decent. I don't know how to make anybody cut. I can't make anybody cut my hair. Even if I bring pictures, even if I give them directions, I can't. I literally cannot ever do that. So I just say, cut it short as you want. I don't give a fuck. And they'll be like, low taper fit. Whatever you want. I don't care. Because it doesn't matter what I say. You're going to make it look like shit. And then I'll wait for 2 or 3 weeks. And then once it grows out enough, then it'll be okay. That's it. Why is my mouse doing this? It's only happening on this computer, so it has to be like it's a synergy thing, I think. Didn't that Israeli dude or whatever give you a good cut? Yes, but I'm not flying to Israel to get my hair cut every time. Haircuts are hard for dudes. No, it's not even. It's just that you have to get like the standard meme cut. And if you don't get the standard meme cut, then they're going to fuck your shit up. So whatever is like in or popular, everybody can do. Leftist rebrand.
Damn, I remember.
Within 1 year. Oh, dude, I'm not going to be able to do this. Fuck. I'm going to lose it with my mouse lagging like this.
like a year ago, they were drinking our tears, calling us pussy snowflakes, and now we're like violent domestic terrorist radicals. Fuck yeah, bro. Great rebrand, guys.
True.
Damn, I remember like a
Why don't you try harder to find a guy who cuts it like the one in Israel? Doesn't make sense to give up and give 0 references to the barber. I give references to the barbers, they just ignore me. I remember the 2 times ago, I told the guy no clippers at all, scissors only. And the guy was like, okay. And I got the most clippered, low taper faded, 20,000 combination, like low taper fade clip shit in the back of my head that I've ever gotten literally in my entire life. Also, the issue, I don't know if this is like a super rich thing area or what, and the people are too poor to live here forever, but like every job here, people switch jobs like crazy. Like they work for 6 months and then they're gone forever. Is it going to make me restart my computer to fix this? My mouse is just randomly like slowing down. Why? It's only on this computer though, so it has to be a synergy issue. Over here, it's not happening. When you saw him take the clippers out, why didn't you say, hey man, no clippers? Because I'm a non-confrontational pussy-ass bitch, unless we're arguing politics. What's up?
Hey, how we doing?
Okay.
While you're fucking with your mouse shit, I thought I could talk to you real quick. Um, hey, you're doing your big abortion debate. Oh, hey, everybody in chat. It's Kafka Esquire. You're doing your big abortion research thing today, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you ever run into the argument of like if the government is going to stop women from getting abortions, then they like that would create such a like government interest that they have to provide like government supplied like medical services and things like that for the woman to make sure that the child that she gives birth to wouldn't have like health issues that then the state would have to take care of.
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it would come up, yeah.
Well, like, I just mean, do you think that pro-life people would have an issue with that? Because I've
No, probably
tried it on
not.
the
I think they'd
people.
be okay with it.
Okay. Oh, okay. Because like, it was a thing. I was surprised. I'd run into it, and like the 2 people I brought it up with, they didn't seem to have an issue with it, despite being like anti-welfare and other healthcare stuff in general. But like with this, it seemed to make sense.
I mean,
I didn't know if that was
they
like,
wouldn't actually be okay with it. They're just saying they would
oh,
just
like,
say that, and then, but like if it ever came to
and
passing
then,
stuff like that, then they would obviously be opposed to it because
okay, yeah,
conservatives are subhuman.
that makes sense.
Just like
Okay,
how
and then,
us not backing Ukraine meant that we have money to spend on our own people, but in reality, we're not funding the government
right,
for SNAP, or we're trying to cut Medicaid. So, like, obviously, yeah.
right, exactly. Okay, cool. Then that was just my only thing on the abortion thing. I caught the tail end of your debate with food shops the other day when you guys were discussing E33's ending.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't watch you play that game, and I didn't play that game either because it looks like something I wouldn't enjoy. However, you said something in there that I wanted to follow up on, where you think there's some kind of like assumption we should make that people would prefer reality over not reality. Is
Yeah.
that
Yes.
kind of your position? Okay, so like I've interacted with this in a different setting where like, right, have you ever watched Star Trek?
Nope.
Okay,
Or, I
there's
mean,
this thing
I've
on there
seen
called
episodes before, but I don't know what you're going to reference. So just give the.
Okay, sure. There's a thing in it called a holodeck. You can walk into it and it can create anything, right? It can create a reality in which that you can interact with.
Sure.
You can interact with people, any time period, stuff like that. And someone posed a question of like, well, if we had that, why would you ever walk out of it? Because you could literally just create the perfect reality for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And so as soon as someone walked into it, they would never have a reason to walk out of it because anything you would want outside of the holodeck would just be in the holodeck already. So why would you leave it?
The only way that would work is you would have to destroy your knowledge of ever being in there. And that's a choice you should never make. But once you've made it, then you could theoretically live there forever.
Well,
Yeah.
but I think that like having knowledge that you're in there, I guess, could affect it. But like, why do you think you would still want to leave it? Because for me, I could see myself going in there and never coming out, even if I knew I was in a holodeck.
Well, because it's not real. You're just living in a delusional fantasy now.
Yeah, but like, what am I getting out of reality? Like, what was my goal in reality such that like I couldn't recreate it in there? Like, I'm trying to live my
Well, you
life.
can't recreate anything that involves like genuine anything because now everything is fake. So, for instance, if you ever had any goal in reality whatsoever, you can't accomplish any of those goals inside of the none of the fulfilling goals. You could, I guess, you could do like the pure hedonistic ones. But like, if your goal was to say, you know, have the accomplishment of becoming a lawyer, whatever you do in the on the experience machine doesn't count because I mean, you're going to design the fantasy such that it's always going to happen. No.
Yeah, so like, is it? I could see there being like an argument that like you designing it means that like you're inherently not going to feel the fulfillment of winning of beating it, right? Like if I make a video game in reality and then I play the video game and beat it, right? That's less satisfying than if I played a video game someone else made, right? Like, I could see. I think that's a fair argument. Um, but like at the same time, though, I think that there's like also kind of an assumption in there that like that things in reality are achievable for me. Like I feel like there's a certain amount of population where like I'm very privileged. I have a very like nice life, and so it's like, and I do have the ability to like, oh, there's like achievements I can get to someday. That'd be great. But like I think for a lot of people, they walk into a holodeck, even with what we just discussed in mind, like that person maybe is like were an orphan, they're very poor, they don't have very much going on outside of it, and they go in there and they get to be the fucking king of the world and do whatever they want. So why would why, for them, they're like, well, I don't care if it's real or not. This is so much better than anything I would get in reality, right? Like,
That's
does that
fundamental assumption. There's an
make sense?
axiomatic belief there, and if you break that, then you can do whatever you want, I guess. But the reality would be fucked, and that's the whole. I don't care if it's real or not. But if you don't care if things are real or not, you should literally just go find the biggest kick of morphine, whatever, and just like OD and kill yourself because it's it is the most nihilistic possible take to have in life.
Well, two things on that, but like I'm saying, like that person can go like, I know that reality's out there, but reality for me personally is so bad that I don't want. It's like it's people. That's someone killing themselves, right? It's equivalent to that. Someone saying, my life is so bad, I'd rather kill myself than live. And this is different of saying like, my life is so bad, I'd rather just live in non-reality than live, right?
Yeah, I guess, but you're essentially committing suicide, right? In a way, in a fun way.
Sure, sure, yeah, yeah, definitely in a fun way. Well, then on the other side of that, though, there was some documentary I watched. I can't remember what it was about people doing H, and this lady was like on camera about to shoot up, and she's like, "Oh, it's like my daughter's birthday or something, and I really want to be there, but if I actually meant that, I wouldn't be here shooting up heroin because if I really wanted something, I would actually do that, and instead I'm here shooting up heroin." And so it was like, it was a really interesting thing to me because it's like we don't need a holodeck or whatever the fuck E33 was, right? Like people are choosing a non-reality, like this kind of state of being high where they're disengaged and just feeling pure pleasure, and they're giving up all of reality for it. But would you argue that that's just like a chemical kind of addiction kind of thing, and that's why it's like that, not that the person's making like a rational choice?
Kind of, or more, there's like a word game that's being played there. When the person says, I want to go to my daughter's, oh my God, I'm gonna have to restart my computer. When a person says, I want to go to my daughter's birthday party, but I'm here doing drugs instead, so I must not want to, she's not really saying she wants to go to her daughter's birthday party. If anything, there's a implication there that reality is important, because what she's actually saying is, I want to go to my daughter's birthday party. So there's some internal thing that's saying, I wish that reality were different. I wish that I had a different feeling about a thing, but I don't, and that sucks. So she wants to go to her daughter's party, but instead she wants heroin, and so she's doing heroin.
I think that's fair.
Or rather, she wants heroin.
I see it. I think it's, yeah. I think that like you said, the axiom of like caring about reality is really important there, and I don't know how much I share that.
You have to. If you otherwise, you would be doing morphine or whatever. You'd just go drug yourself out or do some crazy shit right now, or you should just kill yourself. You can't. There's no way. You might intellectualize the thing, but intuitively, there's no way we feel that way. There's importance to reality.
I know what you're saying, but like I also like I live an incredibly privileged life, so like I've said this before in my life, where it's like if my life was going worse, I would cash it in. Like for the amount of time I've been alive, I've experienced some amazing things. I've had a great life, and like if I was doing like 50% worse, like man, I don't know. That's like, and that's not even that bad. I would still be like, fuck it. Like I had a good run so far. Why would I stick around for the worst part? But I think it's just probably a matter of perspective. And like you said, I think it might be just a kind of a language thing that we're kind of not quite lining up on.
Well, but the language thing hits on a concept once you disaggregate the language a little bit. Like I think there is an inherent value to things that are real, And I think that intuitively you'll feel the difference between a thing that's fake and a thing that's real. I don't think the fake thing will provide the same level of like fulfillment. You would have to fool yourself into not realizing that the fake thing is fake, which is part of the experience machine. And in that case, then you have a harder time arguing against it, I guess. But
I think it's fair. I think just for me, I think it's the kind of like when it comes to the escapism, because while I have a very privileged life, I do interact with a lot of people that don't, and like I know a lot of people I feel like would like gladly step into that, and like I think that more likely to me, like the reason why I would choose not to do it or to do those other things is probably because not because like necessarily reality, just because like I feel obligations towards people. Or would you say that's just part of reality, right? Like I feel obligations toward my family. Like that's a huge reason to, stick around and not kill myself or go into a pleasure machine like that. But like, do you think that's separate from choosing reality? Like, or do you think that's me just dressing up reality in a different way?
no, that is reality because they're real people that you would be abandoning, right? You can't just replace them
Right.
with fake people.
Right, but if I'm a person with like no no connections to like other people, let's say, right? I'm like an orphan that has just turned 18, pushed out on the street, right? This person has nothing and they're not connected to anybody, right? That person doesn't have those connections. So I see like a difference in myself from that person. And I see myself, if I was that person, I think it would be very hard for me to find a reason to choose not to go into the pleasure machine. Just because of the reality that I'd be facing in front of me and the lack of obligation that I have to anybody or anything around me. So I don't know. I feel like looking at that question, it depends a lot on like an individual person's connection to reality and how much investment they have. Like how much does this person really care about the reality they live in? So I don't know. Just wondering what your thoughts were, because I felt like it was a lot more about the video game and whatever the fuck those characters were feeling rather than kind of the concept. So I
No,
kinda
there's
wanna
more.
pick
I
your
mean,
brain
it's about the
that.
concept too, like the experience machine concept and the concept of what is real and what isn't real is a big, or like what is the value of real things is a big philosophy things. Or it's a big concept of like why does it matter? When you're saying like this reality sucks, the implication there is that you can go to another reality, but you can't really. You can just engage in some level of delusion and then fabricate some other thing that makes you feel better. But then the question is like, will you feel better in self-delusion than you will in reality? The two aren't equivalent, but I mean, I guess it's not unbelievable that one could be preferable to the other, depending upon how horrible your life is. But a horrible life isn't just one where you're like a working class Andy and it just kind of sucks. It would be one where you have like agonizing, debilitating pain that you're never going to recover from or something like that, you know?
I mean, like, look at like the Republicans and how they've gaslit themselves to reject reality and then force in a false reality under Trump and things like that.
That's
right?
a
Like,
totally
people-
different. I think that we're
You think
talking
so?
about, yeah, I think it's a totally different thing on that. Yeah.
Okay.
Because they don't,
Because,
these
like, I
people
mean,
don't
that's-
think they're like rejecting reality. They're not making the choice to reject reality. That's a totally different.
Well, one time,
Mhm.
I agree with you there, but it's kind of a thing where it's like, and you've talked about this, where like if you show any of these people like a fact, right? Like you say, oh look, energy prices have gone up under Trump. They didn't go down, like he said. That person in the moment has a choice of either rejecting the fact and therefore reality, or like
hold on.
lying or making excuses, right?
We're mixing up. Yeah, we're mixing word games up. Or
Go ahead.
we're not word games. Sorry.
That's fair.
When I say word games, also, I'm not saying you're like playing a game or whatever. I'm saying that the
No, you're insulting me directly. I get it.
yes, they're not rejecting reality. They think that you're wrong about reality. Making the conscious
Okay.
choice to reject reality is that's a much bigger thing. They're making the choice to say, I don't believe what you're saying, not I think what you're saying is true, but I reject the truth and I
But-
prefer to live in delusion.
Okay.
Yeah, nobody makes
I
the
see what you're
choice to
saying.
live in delusion, or not that I can think of.
Right. So the rejection of whatever they're saying is more than just rejecting the information as though it's not true. Not that like it's impossible or like it is true, but I refuse to accept it or something like that. I see what you're saying. Okay, fair enough. I kind of see where you're going, because I was going to say like, if people can do that in reality already, I don't know how that you can't do that when you're in the experience machine itself, right? Like if you're in the experience machine, being able to like on the inverse just create the reality there for yourself. I wonder how hard that would truly be. I mean, like, I don't know how you test that, but like if someone was if we could put someone in a reality machine, like do a Turing test with a holodeck, right? Where it's like, can this person tell? Like, let's say we like someone's asleep and we put them into a holodeck without them knowing. They wake up, right? That person probably couldn't tell they're in there. So I think that's kind of what you're saying, where like you don't have a memory of going in, so then you would choose to stay there,
Yeah.
right? But so like
Oh, wait, hold on one second.
that's also the other.
Hold on one second. One second.
Go ahead. Chat, what's going on? Hey guys. Yeah. Sorry, I thought he was gonna. I thought he was gonna take. He usually takes a really long time to find me in Discord, so I started eating a grapefruit, and it's a really big and good one. So I'm not gonna stop eating it. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I mean, you should never make the choice to go in the reality or in the experience machine. But once you're in there, then I mean, yeah, you can stay. But again, it's not because you're choosing to stay in a delusional world. It's because you've convinced yourself that that's the real world, right?
Okay, I think I see what you're saying. And so, all right, like I see your position. Okay. Well, are you? I know you got your research thing today. Are you gonna listen to any more of that Supreme Court oral argument thing?
I don't know. Is the plaintiff side? Did they make really good arguments?
Actually, yeah, I actually really like their arguments, and also some of the teeth comes out from the Republicans, kind of showing what they want to argue for why the tariffs should stay. They kind of go into this really big argument, excuse me,
Okay.
around licenses and kind of like how the executive can collect revenue in ways other than tariffs and stuff like this, and kind of like why that might equal it. I don't agree with it. I think that there's not a lot of really great ways to support it, but it is really long, and I know you got a lot of shit, but it's really good. Whether you listen or not, I want to pose a question to you about this case specifically. I've been talking with some of the chatters and then some other places. Um, do you feel like this case is maybe a little more impactful or unique? Because I feel like this is the first case where I really have seen a like direct like conflict of the branches, or like, like the constitutional crisis question, I feel like is so clearly here in this one compared to other ones. Do you feel a
Really?
difference, or is it? Yeah, I mean, like, what other cases have come to the Supreme Court where like it's a direct challenge of like
The
the
immunity
legislative's
case, I
power?
think.
Mm, I don't know, because the DOJ is part of the executive. It's kind of the executive playing with itself. Well, no,
I
no, no, no,
super
no. I mean, like
disagree.
during Trump's
The
no, no, during
legislature,
Trump's
the
administration.
legislature makes laws, and now the president is above the laws that the legislature makes, right?
I can see that. Yeah, I see that, but it's like I don't know if like whenever we came out of that case, I feel like the structure of the government is like fundamentally changed. If this happens, like if he gets to keep these tariffs, in my
Mm-hmm.
mind, it feels like the fundamental structure of the government has truly changed, because we're now giving economic powers to the president
Oh,
unrestricted from
sure.
the
I mean, it's probably
legislature.
more broadly felt. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's all it is. I was wondering if I'm just having a lawyer brain moment or anything, but yeah. Okay. Well,
Hmm.
good luck in the what is it? The abortion research thing. I hope you finally come to the light and realize that it's a mortal sin, and
Gotcha.
that you'll go to the debate and say and apologize and say, every life is precious.
We'll do my best.
No. All right. Bye, Disney. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Okay. I'm going to restart my computer, but I can turn my stream on this laptop so that it doesn't reset everything and fuck it all up. Okay. So I'll be back. Hold on. Give me like 2 minutes or something. I don't know. 1 second. Wait. Yes. Correct. Okay. Okay. Please, God. Okay. Jesus. Is it working? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello, hello? Good afternoon, yes, can you hear? Oh, okay. Based. All right. Jesus. Why did I put... Is her name Leela Thomas? I thought it was Leela Rose. Or is that just like her internet name? Was I thinking Leah Thomas? Like the trans swimmer? Okay. 2024. Wait. What do I normally call these? Okay. Whatever. Doesn't matter. No audio? Wait. No, that guy's trolling. Never mind. Good one. Good meme. Put on music. Okay. What's up, Darius? No, because we're going to be listening to stuff. What is the most recent abortion debate that she's done? Let's search her content. Abortion. Hello, Darius. Oh, this is probably a good one. Oh, wait, that would be a really good one. Jubilee debate versus 25 pro-abortion activists.
Hey guys.
Hey.
It does break my heart that if you're sharing.
It does
break my heart.
Oh my God. They open with the misspeak. Absolutely brutal. Let me use the restroom. Okay. And then we'll watch this. Fuck it.
heart that if you're sharing you had an abortion, that there could be a child, I don't know how old they'd be, 10 years old today, who would be cheering you on saying, go get it, mom, you got this.
I can promise
And
you
think-
that would not
I
be the
think
case. With your statistic and your information,
baby had a right to live.
you don't get to speak for my child. You don't get to speak for my child. Let's start right there.
Hey everybody, I'm Lila Rose. I am the president and founder of Live Action. I am a mom of 3, a wife, and the host of the Lila Rose podcast. And today I'm surrounded by 25 pro-choice activists. My first claim is abortion leaves women scarred for life.
Hey.
Hello, what's your name? Julia. Nice to meet you.
Okay, so from my understanding is scar means permanent, and I would argue that life is permanent. And so by not allowing women to an abortion, you're basically saying you have to have this permanent being that exists in this world.
Death is also permanent. And that's what a lot of women struggle with, especially on the anniversary when that baby would have been born. For many women, again, I've talked to hundreds just personally, but there are thousands and millions more out there. On the anniversary of when that baby would have been born, 1, 2, 3, 4 years old, there's deep regret and pain, and some struggle with mental illness afterwards or other struggles, or they have fertility issues. There have been several studies done that show that women have higher suicidality who have abortions than that women that give birth. There's a California study, which is 200,000 Medicaid patients, 150% more likely to commit suicide if they had had an abortion than if they had given birth.
Right. So I think
So
when
what do
we
you think
talk
about that?
So
I mean,
I
it
have a
sounds like
lot. I have a lot
abortion can be
about
scarring.
that. I also want to talk about the fact that, from my understanding, is you did go undercover into Planned Parenthoods, and I have many friends that work at Planned
Correct.
Parenthoods. Which honestly, I'd feel a little unsafe if someone was like going undercover to mask something.
Do you know
also,
what we
the other
were
thing is
exposing in the abortion clinics?
Oh, I
Undercover.
feel that, from my understanding, is you did go undercover into Planned Parenthoods, and I have many friends that work at Planned
Correct.
Parenthoods.
Okay.
Which honestly, I'd feel a little unsafe if someone was like going undercover to mask something.
Do you know
also,
what we
the other
were
thing is
exposing in the abortion clinics?
Oh, hold on a minute. I think women.
Read the fact checks. Oh, wait, I didn't even say. A study examining 173,279 California Medicaid patients found the suicide rate for women who had an abortion was more than twice high compared to those who gave birth. The research was conducted by the Elliott Institute A Pro-Life Group. Okay, let's check this out. California Medicaid study examining 173,279 patients.
Think about that.
So I
mean, it
have a
sounds like
lot. I have a lot
abortion can be
about that.
scarring.
I also want to talk about the fact that, from my understanding, is you did go undercover into Planned Parenthoods, and I have many friends that work at Planned
Correct.
Parenthoods. Which honestly, I'd feel a little unsafe if someone was like going undercover to mask something.
Do you know
also,
what we
the other
were
thing is
exposing in the abortion clinics?
Oh, hold on a minute. I think abortion's not an easy choice for women. I don't go, oh, you know what do I want to do today? So go see a movie or have
Why
an abortion.
isn't it an
It's not an
why
easy
is
choice,
abortion,
girl. Like,
why is abortion not an easy choice
it's
for
not an
women?
easy choice for any woman.
Why?
Why? Because you are literally deciding your own future on your own terms, and you're
And-
allowing women the choice.
And why is that
with your argument-
decision so heavy? For example,
Also,
I could go in,
the decision's
I could go
heavy
in and
because
get
you're
I could go in and get a wisdom tooth removed, and I'm not going
Great,
to
an
have
elective
this
choice,
heavy,
much like an
I'm not
abortion,
going
which
to
you're
have
like-
this heavy decision around it. Why is abortion such a uniquely heavy decision?
Why
It's
are women the
because-
only ones
it's because
having to
it's
choose these and
involving-
we're shamed instead
it's
of men?
because it's involving
Because the
an
men who are
innocent human
committing
life, a
acts
new
of
child.
assault, let's see, I don't think they're father of the year, quite frankly, if they're committing acts of violence
We
against
are
women
in
that have
total
forced
agreement on that.
abortions.
We're in total
Great.
agreement on
Okay,
that.
you're a mother. How many adopted children do you have?
I don't have any adopted
Okay, so
children,
what about all the
but I would
children
love
that
to
are
adopt
forced?
one day.
Okay, so great. Let's call the agency tomorrow. It'll take a couple years to go through the adoption process,
Well,
leading
are you
children
aware-
in foster care
are you-
into the system.
are you aware
that thus
that
affects them and
There
causes
are
scarring
over
against the women that
there
have
are
to make that
2
choice,
million
girl. Like,
families.
what?
There are 2 million families who would like to adopt a newborn baby and they can't.
Okay, are you helping them? Because if you're
we
providing
do
resources, like, you should-
promote and help that, but you know,
great. So
you
then
know
why are
the
there
reason why they can't
100,000
adopt. The reason they're not able to
Yeah.
adopt is because we have 1 million abortions a year.
Up to 1 to 2 million families waiting to adopt, but they can't. Okay.
Our country kills
Well,
children.
if there were
We have
access to safe
a year.
abortions, I would say that scarring exists.
And those are all
physically when
legal
they have
abortions.
unsafe
To be clear,
abortions.
those 1 million abortions a year are all being
You're
done
Catholic,
legally.
right?
I am.
Are you not
Catholic.
going to feel Catholic guilt when all the women are dying in parking lots from illegal
Jesus
abortions?
Christ.
So women are dying right now from legal abortions. Women who take the abortion pill, 30,000 of them are going into the emergency room every year because of the abortion, the legal
And
abortion
doctors
pill.
are now in fear of
The
malpractice.
media
30,000 women go into ER because of abortion pills every year.
is lying to you guys. The media is
Oh,
lying to you guys because
okay.
legal abortion kills women. It killed Tanya Reeves and a Chicago Planned
I
Parenthood.
have a lot of friends who had abortions. They're lying.
Legal abortions kill women. Tanya
lying to you guys because
Okay.
legal abortion kills women. It killed Tanya Reeves and a
Reeves? Okay.
Chicago Planned
I
Parenthood.
have a lot of friends who had abortions. They're live.
Legal-
I was talking to them yesterday. They're pretty chill. They're actually
What
pretty great.
about-
They're in therapy
there's-
because they made that choice to have children when they are ready to have
But
children. which
there's
is what
tens
you're
of
arguing.
thousands of women who go to emergency rooms because of the abortion pill. There are dozens of women who die from
If they
legal
had safe
abortions.
access in
And that was-
education,
those
sex
were- but
education early on,
those were
women
safe,
and
safe
men
legal abortions
would,
that they were
well,
having.
men and women would have access to education to understand sex.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to
Thank you.
seat.
Nice to meet you.
Look at With a Wonder on Kick. I want to debate you fast. I'm watching you with title Ask and Debate. What do you want? About abortion? Hi, I want to debate you fast. Are you okay? You're talking... Okay. Wait, how do we end that?
Pause.
On,
Those were
women
safe-
and
safe
men
legal abortions that they were having.
men and women would have access to education to understand sex.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to
Thank you.
seat.
Nice to meet you.
Papa.
Hi,
What's your name?
Demi.
Demi, nice to meet you.
So I just want to clear it up. When you say scarring for life, what do you mean?
I mean, it leaves at minimum emotional wounds on many women and some of them physical wounds.
I think something to focus on is the emotional part. It's the shame that you get from pro-life activists. I know what it's like to go to Planned Parenthood and walk out and then see people protesting, calling the women murderers, chanting religious prayers at them. I think that's what's the scarring part emotionally.
So I've had the privilege of interviewing now almost 1,000 women who've had abortions and hearing their stories. And many of them share about how everyone told them it was the right thing to do, that there was nobody opposing it, and they had the abortion.
But you run
and
a
then
pro-life
and then years later,
organization.
and this is their story, and then
Yeah, but
years
you're
later they
biased
would say,
focusing on people
well,
who
this
do
is their
that.
story, not mine. And they would tell me, and they would report about how after their abortion, sometimes it would be years later, they would remember it, and they would say,
What about the
I
other
wish I had
stories
never
out there
done that.
who don't
Or
regret
they
it?
would face mental health challenges, they'd face
Yeah,
addiction.
but what about the people who
Some
don't?
of them would face infertility.
You're not interviewing the people who don't regret it, who think that their life would have been worse off if they didn't get the abortion.
So I think if what you're saying is there's some women who don't regret it, I think it's absolutely true. There are some women who would maybe sit right here and say, I had an abortion, I don't regret it at all, it was
Yeah.
great. But that doesn't mean that abortion isn't leaving women scarred for life, because it is.
But you're
And
generalizing
those
it,
stories
saying that's
usually
with
aren't
all
those
women.
stories aren't usually made or told by typical media groups. Usually in media and in the entertainment world, you hear the stories of the women that are saying abortion is great, it empowers me. There are thousands
one
and
is
thousands of
saying
women
that.
who experience bitter abortion regret. And then there's also
women can have abortions and they want to have kids in the future, but they know that they're not in the position for it right then and now, so they can have guilt, they can feel sorry. But that's not all women, and that's totally valid.
I think there's a
They
stigma
just-
today, if I may, I think there's a stigma today on a lot of women that they can't share their abortion regret because society is telling them that abortion's your right, it's empowering, it's a reproductive freedom.
But
And so if you have
you
abortion
guys
regret,
are
there's
the
not
ones
really a
who are
space to
making
share
that
that.
stigma. You're
And so-
feeding into the harmful narrative
What harmful narrative?
that women are getting abortions and then that they shouldn't feel regret about it because they're murderers and that they should own up to their actions. That's what the pro-life people are arguing.
I think what our narrative, if you want to call it that, is to say this is a human life. The science tells us this. It's always wrong to take a human life, and abortion does leave deep scars on a lot of women. Thank you. What's your name?
Hi, nice to meet you. My name's
India. Nice to meet you.
Okay, so when you say that abortion leaves women scarred for life, I have had an abortion before. I had an abortion actually a week before my 21st birthday. I'm a young black woman in America, come from a low-income family. I'm also adopted.
How do you feel about your abortion?
How do I feel about my abortion? That's what I'm about to tell you. So I wouldn't want to have to make the decisions of what's next after a child is born. I personally did not feel like I was in the proper mental state, financial state, emotional state, physical state. I did not feel like I was in the best of any of those states to be able to bear a child, to be a parent, exactly. My circumstance was a little bit different with the father would have been child. He actually wanted me to keep the child, but I chose not to because of my body.
I'm curious if you considered adoption.
I absolutely did. But like I said, based on my testimony and what I've experienced, I grew up in a home with foster children in and out. I have an adopted brother as well. We're 2 years apart. During my foster stay at my home, which is now my lifelong home that I've been at, I've seen all different kinds of circumstances. I've seen babies having withdrawals. I've seen babies who come from rape victims. I've seen all of it. I've seen all of it, you name it. It's not the best environment that in my opinion, that I would want to raise a child in, okay? I have friends who have multiple children and they're struggling because they don't have the resources that they need. They don't have the proper support system that they need. The whole thing about this pro-life and pro-choice, it's not I'm choosing to kill this baby. Pro-choice is the choice of what I want to do with my body, not what you think I should do with my body. Wait, I'm not done yet. So anyways, what I want to do with my body, who are you to judge me? I go to church. I'm actually a new member of the church, which is funny. I didn't believe in God a couple years ago.
That's great that you're going to church.
Thank you. And the decision that I made maybe wasn't the thing that I 100% wanted to do. It was
What do you
something.
mean? Did you feel pressured to have the abortion?
No, absolutely not, because everybody around me was in support of whatever I did, especially my mother and especially the father of the child. But I didn't feel pressured at all. In fact, I felt as if it was harder to make the decision based on how I'm going to feel. Exactly. And as you're saying,
Raise society. I love you, buddy. I don't think I'm debating it this time. Okay, come back in a month.
women are scarred from this. I don't feel scarred. I definitely have an effect from it, but I don't think that saying this procedure scars women for life because you don't know what I'm going through up here. Absolutely not. I don't care who you are, what you stand for, what organization you're behind.
I'd
you're
love
not
to
God.
respond to
You
what
don't
you're
get to
saying.
judge me.
I'd love to respond.
You
The
don't
flags
get
are going up and I'd love to respond before you go.
But my whole point is you have absolutely no idea what people go through.
So I understand you're experiencing and you're telling me your experience, which is important. Everybody's experience is important.
Absolutely.
A lot of the women that I've had the privilege of talking to, their abortion wasn't yesterday. Their abortion was a couple years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. As you get older, you get more established in your life. You're young.
And I'm not saying that that's not going to affect me later down the line, but what I am saying...
that's the key, right? Because we make big decisions, right? Especially when we're young, we can make big decisions. They have an effect down the line. And so my advocacy is saying this is a big decision. This is a human
But is
life.
it your right to make the decision for me or to say what decision is right? Because God is the only one that can actually judge me. me. And based on
to
my
be clear,
beliefs, he's
it's
the
not
only
my
one
right
to
to
say
tell
it's
you.
right, wrong
It's not
in my
my
life.
right to tell you what to do with your personal life, but it is the government's
No, it's not.
responsibility
That's
to
not at all.
protect
Not
the
at
right to
all.
life
Not
of
at all. I
every life in
disagree
this
100%
country.
with what you're
Do
saying
you want the
because-
government to protect you from being killed?
You know, I want
want the government
God
to
to protect me from everything evil in this world, absolutely.
Do you want-
But
do you
at
think
the
you
end
have
of
a
the
right
day,
to
I
life?
can't guarantee that. I can't guarantee that I'm not going to walk out this door and get shot in the head.
But do you think if
I can't
someone,
guarantee
do you
any of
think that if somebody tries to do that, you would hope someone would intervene?
Honestly, I'm just going to pray for the best.
Well, I would hope someone would intervene, and I want to live in a country
Honestly, I
where
don't think you
there would be a
because it
penalty
seems
for
like
that
if
person
you
that might
really
hurt
wanted
you.
somebody to intervene with the protection of life, you would be kind of, getting more background on these women and why they do the things that they do.
Well, I think yeah.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Papa. Okay, that was a waste of time.
Hi. What's your
Hi.
name?
Audrey.
Audrey. Nice to meet you.
Okay, so do you know the number one emotion women get after having an abortion is relief?
Are you referring to the Turnaway study with that
Yes,
information?
I am.
Okay.
The Turnaway study found that over 95% of women who had an abortion said it was the right decision. However, critics argued the study was flawed, as many participants declined interviews and contradictory data was overlooked. Okay, Turnaway study.
Okay, so the Turnaway study has been heavily debunked because it's done by those that support abortion, and they said they were going to follow 1,000 women to see if there was an abortion regret after their abortions. Only 150 women would complete the study with them. The rest of them dropped off, some of them struggling with issues maybe connected to that abortion, but only 150 completed it. So that's a survey of only 150 women. And again, I think we need to look at women at large and their experiences, and there will be some women who say, well, I feel great, I'm good, this is good, I don't regret it. And then there's a lot of women whose stories aren't being told.
But you don't
who
look at women at large with
deeply-
their experiences.
That's what we do. And those women deeply regret their abortions. They feel scarred by their abortions. Some of them suffer mental health issues afterwards.
That's not true at all.
They're-
95% of people who got abortions said it was the right decision.
You're
for them
referring
in
to the
long term.
Turnaway study, which is
That is
only
a
following
statistic. You could search that up.
I think it's better to look at a study like the Medicaid study in California. 200,000 women, not 150 women doing a study with a pro-abortion group. It was a California 200,000 survey of women. Of those that had abortions, they were 150% more likely to commit suicide than those that gave birth and did not have abortions. In Finland, there were 2 studies done of women there that found that women who had abortions had a higher likelihood of committing suicide than women who did not have abortions. People deserve to know this.
Okay.
Women deserve
Can
to
I
know
know-
this because when they have an abortion, that's a huge life-altering decision, not just for ending a life of a baby, but it's life-altering for the woman.
It is life altering for the woman because pregnancy is a big deal. Having a
It is
baby,
a big deal.
having a baby is very, very expensive. And if you're willing to put survivors, children on top of that, and the shame that they have to go through, forcing an 11-year-old to go through a pregnancy, and yes, they're not forced to be a parent, but the adoptive and foster care systems are very, very
So
broken.
my friend Liana Reboledo, she was brutally in a gang by at age 12.
Jeez.
She went to the doctor. She found out she was pregnant. She had severe mental health issues, suicidality from the trauma of the right. She goes to the doctor. The doctor says you're pregnant, and the doctor says, "Do you want an abortion?" And she says, "Will the abortion take away the trauma of that?" The horror I
But
feel
that's
in my
her
body.
choice, though, but
and
that's
the
her
doctor
choice.
said, let me just finish what she said. And the doctor said, no, it will not. He was honest with her. And she said, why would I take the life of this baby? Because
But
of the
that's her
trauma that I
belief.
endured.
Not everybody will
It's a belief, but it's also a fact that it was a human being inside her. It was an innocent third party because of that.
So
that
every
was
emo-
perpetrated upon her.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Papa.
Hi, what's your name?
Jax Prince. Nice to
Jax,
meet you.
nice to meet you, Mila.
So, based off, you've given incredible points. Genuinely, truly, I'm learning quite a bit.
Thank you.
So, for the people that you say have the abortion young, how old do I look out of curiosity?
You're never supposed to answer that, right?
No, go ahead. By all means.
Will you tell me?
34.
You'll do me if I do you?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, you are 25?
I appreciate that. At about 10 more years. So,
Okay.
by
You
your
look
logic,
awesome.
thank you.
You look amazing.
By your logic, I should be in that age range of people who abort, let's say, who should be feeling the regret and everything. If I had carried to term, I would be labeled a drug-addicted black mother, and if I had kept the baby, I would have been labeled a incompetent single mother. So my question for you is, what is your perception of how I should feel about my abortion?
So a couple things. First of all, sometimes the regret happens later in life. It's not within even 5 or 10 years. The trauma they feel might come out later when they have their own other children or grandchildren. So every woman, it's going to be different. Sometimes it's immediate. Sometimes it takes years. I mean, I think you're amazing. I think if that's what you've overcome in your life, I think that's incredible. And you should be proud of overcoming so many tough things in your life. It does break my heart that if you're sharing you had an abortion, that there could be a child, I don't know how old they'd be, 10 years old today, who would be cheering you on saying, go get it, mom, you got this.
I can promise
And
you
think-
that would not be the case because I can almost promise you that would not be the case because I say again, I'm in a domestic violence shelter. I've got a dog I can barely take care of. You're
Then I would-
You're expecting me to sit here and let you tell me how I'm supposed to feel. You're trying to scare me.
I'm not telling you how to feel.
Yes, you are. Yes, you
I'm
are.
not telling you how to
With
feel.
your statistics
But
and
I am telling you that your
with your
baby-
statistics
your
and your
baby had a right to
information,
live.
with your statistic and your
Your
information,
baby had a right to live.
You are completely wrong.
And
Because, yes,
I wish
yes,
someone had been helping you more.
Listen,
That's the other
listen,
thing.
but
You
you weren't
deserve
there.
more help.
Everybody always likes to say, "Oh,
That-
keep the baby, give it up for adoption." I know what our foster care system is like.
But when you
you
just to be
can't
clear,
tell
when
me
you-
I would have a child cheering me
just to be
on.
clear, when you place a child
you
for
can't
adoption,
hold on. You're
they
not
don't go
gonna
into foster
speak. You
care.
don't get to speak for my child. You don't get to speak for my child. Let's start right there. You don't get to speak for my child. It's like, oh, mommy would be cheering you on or everything like that. You don't fucking know that.
Well, what child? There's no child. There is no child, no?
You don't know that at all. You don't know what my child would be. I may not even have my child because I was so unfit at the time. Drug addiction, sex work, everything like that. Yes, I'm a proud pro-ho. That is exactly what I do. But you're telling me how my child would feel. And what gives you the right?
I
What
would
gives
hope
you
that
the
for your
right?
child.
What gives you the right?
I would love to respond to you. I would love to respond to you.
Jesus.
I think, yes, your child had a
Chill.
right to life. And I would say that I wish there were more people helping you at the time. It sounds like you were at a really rough time in your life. And I think that you mattered, that baby mattered, and you both deserve more help. That's what I would say.
That's what you would say. But you're saying my child would be cheering me on.
I would
right now.
hope that if you
live-
chose to parent.
that's the thing.
If
You
you
just said you would
chose to
hope.
parent. I would hope
You
that.
would hope. So all of this is going off of hope.
Please return to your seat.
Bum.
Hello, what's your name? Miriam, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So I just want to start off, and you're saying that a lot of women have abortion regret, right? So I'm going to tell you about what happened to my best friend's mom. She had a late-term abortion, which I know you don't find morally acceptable, but
How
her
far
baby,
along was she?
I'm not sure the exact week, but she was told that her child would not live for more than 1 hour. However, if she gave birth to that child, she would never be able to have children again. That is literally what they told her. I'm so glad that she was able to get an abortion because my best friend wouldn't be alive if her mother wasn't able to have an abortion before she was even born. So I just yeah, there are some women who regret abortions, but we shouldn't just ban all abortions because of some of those women regretting it.
So
there are many women.
I'd love to respond. I've heard so many stories of medical professionals who tell the woman, you have to have an abortion, X, Y, and Z is their opinion, right? And then I talk to many other medical professionals. If I can finish, I talk to many other medical professionals who say, if you have a high-risk pregnancy or there's a disability that the baby has, there is healthcare for you to protect both your life and the baby's life. That's what women deserve. They don't deserve to be told by the abortionist or the doctor, just kill this baby. That's the solution, have the abortion. So we can do better for both the mom and the baby.
Isn't she protecting
Dr. Anthony, just as an example, Dr. Anthony Levatino, he worked with tens of thousands of high-risk pregnancies in upstate New York, dealing with these very high-risk pregnancies. He said in the number of pregnancies were tens of thousands. We can do better for both the mom and the baby. Dr. Anthony, just as an example, Dr. Anthony Levatino.
Dr. Anthony Levatino worked with lots of high-risk pregnancies.
He worked with tens of thousands of high-risk pregnancies in upstate New York, dealing with these very high-risk pregnancies. He said in the number of pregnancies where we had to do an abortion was 0. Sometimes we would have to do an early delivery, but we would never have to intentionally kill the baby to deal with the health risk for the mother. Correct. And so as an example, your friend, right? You said she had a late-term abortion because her baby had a health issue and was going to die, and then otherwise she would have an issue. The doctor and Dr. Anthony Levatino, as an example, could have done an early delivery to give that baby a chance at life instead of intentionally killing that baby.
I don't understand how you can sit here across the table and tell me what
fight for both the life of the baby
and the mother. You can't tell me what my best friend's mother could have had done to her.
She deserved better medical care. She deserved better medical care than what she was told. That was unfair and wrong that she was told. And she wasn't given a choice.
She was given a choice.
No, they told her you're going to die. They told her you have to have this abortion. That's what they told her.
Informing her medically, she cannot deliver children if she had not had that abortion.
Did you know
so why do you think that she should have a
just to be clear, in a late-term abortion, you have to remove the baby, right?
Yes.
And what is the difference between a late-term abortion where you remove the baby dead and an early delivery where you can remove the baby alive? One is an abortion and one is a life-saving act. What she deserved was a life-saving act for both her and that baby. And an early delivery could have been what she needed.
I agree because she wanted that child.
And that's why it's devastating that they told her that.
But
it's wrong that they told her that.
No, but they were right.
No, how can you say that when there are thousands of medical professionals who say that abortion is not medically necessary? It's not my opinion. It's thousands of medical professionals who say that.
That's time.
I appreciate that, but you're not a doctor and you weren't her doctor.
There's thousands of medical professionals who say you can care for both mother and baby.
That's fine, but it's you.
Can doctors be wrong?
Doctors can't be wrong. Can you be wrong?
Could her doctor have been wrong? My next claim is abortion cannot be justified under any circumstance.
Hi, great to meet you, Lila.
Nice to meet you. What was your name?
Mason.
Mason, nice to meet you.
So a couple things. First, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm going to make a lot of assumptions about your organization. I don't know the specifics. But when you say alternatives to abortion, I assume that you're saying philanthropic assistance when it comes to helping people with pregnancy or start families. Is that true?
Yeah, promoting options that are not killing the baby, basically. So that could be
without that moral
parenting
language,
the baby, adopting the baby.
Yeah, and I think that's valuable to a lot of people, especially if they don't have the economic means in order to start a family. So I want to commend you on that.
Hey, Destiny, do you have you said that you really don't like democratic socialists and you really don't consider them allies. I don't care about, I'm not answering questions like this. I'm just doing my bullshit today, okay? Fuck off with this retarded random shit.
When it comes to the policy proposals that you propagate as an organization, I would say that those don't help anybody, especially when it comes to just adding punitive measures.
Are you familiar with our policy proposals? Because we support making birth free. Do you support making birth free?
Yeah, I think that'd be great. Do you support access to contraception?
We support more cash credits for families who have kids so that they can invest back into their families and better take care of their kids. So part of what we do on the public policy side, it's smaller than our educational efforts, is
I won't just criticize all of the policies then. I'll specifically criticize the ones that are punitive measures agagens women or against doctors who are facilitating this type of reproductive health care. That's not something that's going to help people.
Here's a question for you.
Unfortunately, and I'm assuming that there's a lot of ideological similarities with a lot of other conservative movements. So when it comes to things like gun rights, what I hear so much from conservatives are guns are something that's a necessary evil. If there was a world where we could get rid of all guns, that would be awesome. It's just one thing where there are going to be bad people with guns, and in order to counteract that, you're going to need good people with guns. And I would say the same thing for abortion. I think in an ideal world, we wouldn't have any abortions. Unfortunately, the reality of the situation is it's going to exist, whether or not that it's legal and can have safe actual procedures, or it's going to happen in alleyways where it is going to damage women. So to continue to advocate for punitive measures, and I'll let you speak after this, I think that does more harm to women at large than it does to help protect the unborn life.
Here's a question for you. Do you think that it is always wrong to kill an innocent person, an innocent human?
I would say the intentional killing of somebody who's innocent is something that we should advocate against. What I will say, though, is
what is an abortion in your view?
One sec, I got to finish my point. What I will say is the rights of people's bodily autonomy is something that supersedes the preservation of life, especially when it comes to the government enforcement of that.
Do I have the right as a mother to kill my child?
So I think there are two ways that we determine what rights are in a society, right? It's either we all have rights, and then we decide as a society that there are some actions that we need to restrict just because we live in a social world, or we have no rights, and we just have the grace of the government that grants us some rights.
I have a question.
What I would start is, I think that we do have all rights. I think that we restrict things that would be unnecessary and bad. I wouldn't count somebody's rights to their own bodily autonomy as something that we need to restrict.
So it sounds like you're saying, making the argument that dependency means that a mother should have the right to end the life of her child.
I would say dependency
because
because I'm sure
the
you're.
child's dependent on her body, right? That's
Well,
what you're saying.
I'm assuming you're
The
going to like a
dependency.
toddler's dependent in order to be
Well,
fed by their parents.
a newborn is totally dependent on their
Right,
parents,
but it
it's
doesn't
not,
rely.
we can never end the life of a newborn.
I know, but it doesn't rely on the specific bodily
But it
functions of
fully
somebody.
relies on the functions of
Well,
everybody
no,
else.
because you can opt out. You can give
A
that to an
newborn
adoption
baby
agency.
relies on the functions of other adults,
Right,
for sure.
but it
It's not
doesn't
their
have to
mother.
do with that biological mother. The mother can't put it
So
up for
you're saying
adoption if they
that the
don't have the means in
biological,
order
so
to
what
take
you're
care
saying,
of
let me make sure I'm say it back to you. You're saying the biological mother has the right to end the life of her biological child, but somebody else who's not biologically connected could end the life of a young child that's totally dependent on them physically.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Then
But-
what are you saying?
Well, you like to go into a lot of biology. Do you know what an FMT is?
The biological mother has the right to end the life of her biological child, but somebody else who's not biologically connected could end the life of a young child that's totally dependent on them physically.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Then
But-
what are you saying?
Well, you like to go into a lot of biology. Do you know what an FMT is?
Tell me.
So it's a fecal microbacterial transfusion. It's necessary for people who don't have proper intestinal responses
Okay.
for immune disorders. And what it is basically a transfusion of someone else's feces into that person. What's funny to me?
Interesting.
What's funny to me is we don't enforce people in order to like collect their own poop in order to
but just
preserve
to be
life.
clear,
So it's funny
can
that
I-
we
can I-
protect the sanctity of people's
Yeah.
poop over
Can
people's
I
wombs
say-
and uterus.
But
Like, that's-
the womb is
that's so
designed
funny.
for a baby, right?
Not all wombs can
Wombs
deliver
are designed
babies.
for a baby's
Not all
nest.
wombs.
What else are they designed for?
I hate to do it, guys.
Okay.
I hate interrupting you, but it's the only way to keep the
No worries.
rotating.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Thank you.
Papa.
Alex,
Nice to meet you, Alex.
So your claim is that abortion cannot be justified under any circumstances. Is that right?
Correct.
Well, I want to tell you a story. So I'm from Florida, and I remember when I heard the story of Anya Cook and her husband Derek. They really wanted to have a baby, and they kept on trying and trying, and they had miscarriage after miscarriage after miscarriage, and then finally they were able to conceive, and the pregnancy kept going, and they reached 16 weeks, and they were so excited because they were finally going to have a baby. And they went out for dinner to celebrate it, and on the ride back home, Anya felt something going down her leg, and she said, "I really hope that's not what I think it is," but it was, and it turned out that her water had broken. She had to go to the emergency room, and they turned her away because even though the pregnancy was completely not viable, and the doctor said, you're going to lose your baby without a doubt 100%, but if we gave you a procedure right now, it would count as an abortion. Under Florida's 15-week abortion ban, this isn't even when they went to the 6-week abortion ban in Florida, this was when it was still 15 weeks. They said this, because you're 16 weeks, that would count as an abortion, we could go to jail, we could lose our medical license, we can't operate on you. So she had to go home with her stillborn baby that she had been so looking forward to having still inside her, and the next morning she felt so sick, and she said that she thought she was going to die, but she wanted to get her hair done first so that her mom didn't have to get her hair done. So while she was at the hairdresser, she felt like something was going to happen, so she got out of the chair, went into the bathroom, and that is when she saw her baby, and she had to call her husband in, and her husband took care of her, and then she was bleeding out all over the floor, everywhere. She ended up losing half of the blood in her body that day. They operated on her for 8 hours, and Derek and all of her whole family was there praying for her the whole time, and miraculously she survived. But she would not have had to go through that if she was able to get the medical care that she needed. And this is why I think that instead of having the government legislate, oh, abortion should be illegal, except in this case, that case, the other case, it's impossible to have something so black and white as the law legislate something that is so individualized and so complex as every person's experience. And that's why I will always trust a mother and her family to make the right decision for her instead of the government trying to make things so black and white. And that's what abortion bans do. They cause people to get really sick and even die because they're denied the medical care that they need.
Okay, so I'd love to respond. Thank you for sharing the story. Here's the deal. If the baby had passed away, you mentioned the baby was stillborn, or you said that we used the word stillbirth. If the baby was dead, if this was a miscarriage, the baby was dead, it was medical malpractice for the emergency room to turn her away, and she would have had a lawsuit against them. In any pro-life state in the country, any kind of care for miscarriage, to complete a miscarriage if the baby has passed away, is completely legal, and that's actually written in the books. So I think that's a really important point, that medical malpractice unfortunately does happen, and that could have happened in the case.
Abortion bans actually cause doctors to have to do medical malpractice
there's
because
there's
they
a
have
lot
to go
of
through all of
narratives
these
out there saying that, but
steps
that's
just to
inaccurate.
justify, if it's this exception or that exception.
There are thousands of medical professionals, including many in pro-life states, who say we are able to do miscarriage care, we're able to deal with
The baby
pregnancies
was still alive. She
completely
was,
under the pro-life
her water
law.
had broken, but her baby was doomed. It was going to die.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dana Pelavan.
Dana, nice to meet
you. So I am the executive director of one of the oldest rape crisis centers here in the nation. And one of the things that I need you to understand is that abortion care is health care for survivors. It also gives them the options that they need in order to move forward after they have had so many choices that have been taken away from them. So let's remind ourselves that most women who have been assaulted know they're assaulters. 1 in 20 women who have had pregnancies that result from assault. In addition, 1 in 4 women have had abortions. So these are women who are making these choices because they need to make these choices. And when you say to someone who has already had choices taken away from them, that in addition to, I have had my body violated, I have had my choices taken from me, that I then have to carry a child to birth and then have my life put in danger, and reminding ourselves that as a black woman, I have a higher rate of death in our society just by birthing. So I'm putting my life in danger just to carry a child that has resulted from an assault. So you cannot tell me that there is no circumstance where I don't make that choice for my body and for the tissues that are in my body. There is always a space for me to make a choice for what is going to happen to my body.
I'd love to respond, if I may. First of all, we are aligned that is absolutely horrific. We're aligned on that. And part of the work at Live Action is we do interview survivors of sexual assault, and we talk to survivors of sexual assault as well as children conceived via sexual assault. That's part of their story. And we're aligned that it's absolutely horrific. Where it sounds like we're not aligned is that I don't believe that two wrongs make a right. That if there is a horrific act of an assault, if I may just explain my position here, if there's a horrific act of assault and a pregnancy results, a new life is conceived, that ending that new life, giving that new human being the death penalty.
So what has happened? No, the only thing that has happened is that there's been a fertilization of an egg.
If I may finish. So as an example, my friend Rebecca Kiesling or my friend Ryan Baumberger, two amazing people, conceived in brutal ways. And they go around and they say, I was that embryo, I was that fetus, I was that unborn baby. Do I not have a right to live? Should I have gotten the death penalty for the crime of my father? One more thing to say.
That mother made a choice. Well, that mother made a choice. I, as a person who has been assaulted, then get to make that choice for my body. And that's the difference. No, actually, the difference is I get to choose what happens to my body because I didn't get to make that choice with that assault. I didn't get to make that choice with that rape, but I do get to make the choice with what happens with that fertilized egg. And that is a problem. And when I am sitting here with a 10-year-old child who didn't have a choice about what happened to her body, to then say, you must carry that child until you give birth, that is unconscionable.
If I can respond with a couple things that are really important, I think. First of all, Rebecca Kiesling, my friend who was conceived, her mother tried to have an abortion. It was illegal and she couldn't access one. So she ended up placing Rebecca for adoption. And Rebecca goes around and says, what about my right to life? And she ended up meeting with her mother years later, and her mother said, I'm actually glad I wasn't able to end your life.
And I'm glad for Rebecca's mother.
If I can just finish, one of the key things that we need to acknowledge is that abortion isn't something that's going to heal. Abortion does. I'd love to respond to you. I'd love to just have a moment. Abortion can add trauma. It's another act of violence.
It does not add trauma. There is no evidence that abortion adds trauma.
If I may respond, in the state of California, 200,000 Medicaid patients, women, 150% more likely to commit suicide for those that had an abortion.
There is no psychological evidence.
There have been a lot of studies that have been done that show that abortion can be profoundly traumatizing.
There is actually correlation to the trauma of having to carry the birth to term. There is correlation to the trauma of the stigma of abortion. I think
early delivery might be the right decision because keep in mind, what is an abortion? It's the forced birth of a dead fetus or embryo. An abortion is the forced birth of a dead baby.
An abortion is an actual medical procedure to remove tissue from your body so that you
What kind of tissue is being removed in an abortion?
Fetal tissue.
Of what? Of what? Of a what?
Of a fetus.
Of a fetus. And what is a fetus?
A fetus could grow to be a live birth.
So is a fetus alive?
Not necessarily.
If the fetus is dead, why do you have to have an abortion?
Well, you have to have an abortion to remove the fetus from your body.
If the fetus is already dead, I have no problem with removing a dead fetus.
As you saw with
if the baby's alive, is the fetus alive when you're doing an abortion, an elective abortion?
So sometimes the fetus is not alive when you do an elective abortion.
So we would agree that would be a miscarriage, and we are
no,
if the
absolutely
baby
not.
has already passed away.
Absolutely not.
So
because
just to be clear,
times
I am only against an abortion that is intentionally taking the life of an innocent human. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi. I'm
Lila.
Ceci.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Was there a fact check? What was the fact check? Hold on. Let's see. NIH research found that 1 in 3 women experience a highly stressful or potentially traumatic birth. What is potentially traumatic?
I think early delivery might be the right.
Do an elective
so
abortion.
we would agree that what is to have being removed in a fetus alive an abortion definitely taking.
Hi. I'm
Lila.
Ceci.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So your claim is that there's no right for abortion under any circumstance at all, which obviously I disagree with. Because
And I'll just define abortion really quick, just for clarity, because it was.
You don't really need to for me.
The intentional killing of a living.
Whatever you want to call it. I don't disagree with it. Anyway, so my point though is that there should be exception. I mean, I think you should be able to get it if you want one, but
under any
for
circumstances.
the 10-year-olds that are raped, which that 10-year-old in Ohio who was raped by her father, then was told she couldn't have an abortion, had to go to a different state. So you're more than comfortable with holding down a 10-year-old once again to make her do something with her body she doesn't want to do.
So an abortion is another act of violence in my view, both of that baby and of a survivor. I think this view that we have that abortion is somehow going to heal a rape survivor
is crying and begging you, I don't want to give birth, I don't want to carry it for 9 months, I don't want to be a mom.
I think she deserves the best support and care. She needs to be taken out of that abusive situation.
Healthcare, in this case would be an abortion.
But we can't take the life of an innocent child. I think in that case, an early delivery.
You're affording more empathy toward a zygote more than you are a living, breathing 10-year-old who just went through something seriously traumatizing. So your empathy is in a place I don't understand.
If I can respond.
Now you can, absolutely.
So is absolutely horrific. Incest is absolutely horrific. We are completely aligned on that. We need more penalties for abusers. I think one of the things that I have about that case that I've seen is there's no story about what happened to her abuser. Was she protected from her abuser? Like that's left out of the narrative.
Her father.
I mean, but what
I've heard you say before though, you shouldn't punish a child for what you called generational sin.
But if I can finish.
But which child are you not?
You gotta let me make the case. You gotta let me make the case.
Well, you're worried about punishing a child, but which one? The 10-year-old who was already punished?
Can I respond?
Now you can.
In a case of for incest and there's a new life that's been conceived. There's another human being now we're talking about. It's not just the abuser and the victim. There's another potential victim.
There's a zygote,
and we need to care for both. They're both human beings. And in the case of a very young girl who's been the victim of a horrific assault, the idea,
want to hold her down again.
the idea, well, in an abortion, you're literally held down and you have to submit your body to an act that will deliver
she would
a
want
forced
to have
child.
done
Well, you're
rather
speaking
than
for
the
her.
other.
You're speaking for her.
No.
right now.
We're talking about the 10-year-old who wanted to get that abortion.
But the point here is that there are human rights now in play for an unborn child and a born child. They both have rights. And I think the medical care is very key, as well as the counseling and the support that she deserves. And probably an early delivery would be what would be necessary to protect her health and to make sure that the baby would have a chance to live. But at the end of the day, you don't give the death penalty to the baby because they were conceived by a rapist, because their father is an abuser. We don't even give the death penalty in this country to rapists. Were you aware of that?
My question for
you can't even get the death penalty for. Why would we be okay with giving the death penalty to a child because they're conceived by rape?
It's not a child.
What are they?
It's a zygote. It's
what
an
is
embryo.
it? What
It's
is
a
an
fetus.
embryo? What is
And
an
I'm not
embryo?
going to get into the science behind it because the thing
You don't
now
think the science
is
matters?
not in this argument right
So
now.
you don't
because you think there's no right for an abortion for any reason,
But
but
that's
there
because the
definitely
science-
are.
that's
Like
because- if I
Nancy
can just
Davis in
respond.
Louisiana,
If I can
who
just respond.
her child was going to be born with a crania, meaning without a skull. You thought, and you said this to her, you said, I think your child should have died in the loving arms of their parents instead of at the tools of the abortionist. Now, this woman was going to give birth to a child that will die within minutes of being born. So you're not bringing life into the world.
Do you know what abortion
why
procedure
would
would have
you
been
say
done on her
something
baby?
like that?
Do you know what abortion procedure would have been done on her baby in a later term abortion that she had in the second
An
trimester?
emergency
if
abortion?
I can just complete my sentence here. Either there would have been a lethal injection of that baby to kill that baby, or that would have been a live dismemberment of that baby. Those are the abortion procedures used in the second or the third trimester.
And you don't think either one should have been
But you support that? Do you support that? Thank you.
Pause.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. You're very brave.
You are too.
So I would like to ask you, so I believe in abortion at all levels whenever the person chooses, but I would like to ask you why you think the attention and responsibility and all the shame that you guys give to people that get abortions instead of the father. Like, why are we spending so much time on punishing the woman or the person that got pregnant and not the person that made them pregnant when they can control when they ejaculate? Women can't control when we ovulate. So really, if you want to have responsibility instead of the father, and responsibility and all the shame that you guys give to people that get abortions instead of the father. Like, why are we spending so much time on punishing the woman or the person that got pregnant and not the person that made them pregnant when they can control when they ejaculate? Women can't control when we ovulate. So really, if you want to have responsibility, it should be with the person who fathered the child.
I think you're totally right that men bear equal responsibility for any pregnancy. And I would say it's equal. It takes two to make the baby. And I think
Not
men.
always. Sometimes you get held against your will.
Well, in that case, yes, it's even more horrific, and the man not only is responsible, but he should be put in jail. I mean, that's even a horrific situation, right?
So we're not used your efforts
but
for that.
But I think I'm not sure how familiar you are with our work, but a lot of our work includes reporting on women who are being coerced into having abortions by men who would not take responsibility for that baby that was conceived.
But that's completely
because
separate
a lot
argument
of
we're talking
a lot of men, especially abusive men, they see their subject of abuse, that woman, if she gets pregnant, or that girl, if she gets pregnant, they see that as something in the way of them being able to continue to abuse and use her. They don't want her to be pregnant. And so one of the research reports that we've done, it shows that in the life of a sex trafficking victim, she'll have up to at least one and up to multiple forced abortions in her life because her pimp doesn't want her to be pregnant because he can't monetize her, basically. So this is some of the horrific underside of the abortion industry, that they actually profit off of coerced abortions,
but again, you're shaming
rape-based
women,
abortions,
you're shaming
trafficked
people
victims
who are
abortions.
pregnant and not the perpetrators.
What do you mean by shaming?
You're
Just
the
to be
one
clear.
saying that women or people that get pregnant are not making decisions that are right for their own bodies. You're empathizing them, and then you're also not putting responsibility on the people that actually cause the situation.
Well, if it's a rapist, we are in full. I think we're probably in full agreement that they should be held fully criminally responsible
it's
and
fun
put in
to
jail
say
for
that,
the rest of their life.
It's
in my
fun
view.
to say that, but the conservatives do not act like that. They act like it's entirely women's responsibility. The
Well,
pregnancy,
I can only
the
speak for
shit and the
myself
shame.
here and my organization, and we work with liberals, we work with conservatives, we work with Republicans, we work with Democrats. So we're a nonpartisan organization.
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, before we go any further,
Yeah.
we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the
Thank
fact
you,
checks
Straight
in
Arrow
West.
News.
To it.
Next claim is every unborn child has the right to life.
Nice to meet you. Why did that woman cover her mouth? Okay.
Nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Adam.
Adam, nice to meet you.
Likewise. So when you say a child, I feel like you're kind of like preemptively loading the prompt with a lot of emotions. A child implies a person, and I don't believe personhood begins until around 22 weeks of gestation when, if you want to get into neuroscience, the thalamus connects to the cortex and the brain finally has a capacity to support a subjective experience.
Oh my
so
God.
why do you think that a fetus at 10 weeks, 8 weeks, for
GGG.
example, that has no capacity to be self-aware, to experience pain or anything else, should be valued equal to the bodily autonomy of a woman?
Okay, so a few questions for you to get to answer that.
Yeah.
Do you believe that a human fetus is a human?
It's a human, yeah, sure.
Okay, so your argument is that some humans don't have human rights. Because my argument is that every human has a human right.
Sure,
and
this
that
is,
first
again,
right is
this
life.
is getting into semantics, like the colloquial way we use the word human versus maybe a more scientific way. So obviously, a fertilized egg and beyond has human cells. The question is, when we talk about protecting that life, when does it become on the same level as life of the mother who has bodily autonomy? And the answer there is 22 weeks, because again, prior to that, there's nothing, the car is on, but there's no driver in the car. And you don't apply traffic laws to an empty car, right? There has to be a subject present. It can't be a something, it has to be a someone. But there's no driver in the car. Mother who has bodily autonomy. And the answer there is 22 weeks, because again, prior to that, there's nothing, the car is on, but there's no driver in the car. And you don't apply traffic laws to an empty car, right? There has to be a subject present. It can't be a something, it has to be a someone.
So does a
Okay. It's an interesting analogy I haven't heard before.
Newborn baby have the same capacity, brain abilities as a 3-year-old.
No.
And does
It has the same capacity for consciousness, though, because the thalamus and cortex are connected.
So you're defining human life as consciousness. That's your definition.
Yeah,
of
the
human
ability
life.
to have a subjective experience,
So-
consciousness, sure.
So if someone is unconscious, are they no longer a human?
They still have connections with their thalamus and cortex, whether they're under general anesthesia, whether they're asleep, whether
If
they're
they're in a coma,
Yeah.
you would say they're still a human.
They still have the neural
So
pathways connecting those parts of the brain.
if you're an unborn child before you've developed your brain fully, right? Because we all started life
Sure.
before our brain was developed, right?
Sure,
And then eventually, after a few weeks, we would develop our brain and then develop more capacities with our brain.
Yeah.
But that child, before it has developed its brain, has the natural capacity for a brain because that's what will happen if no one kills that
When you
child
say
first.
before it's developed the brain, do you mean prior to 22 weeks?
Prior to 22 weeks.
So-
And there are parts of, a lot has happened in the brain activity even before 22 weeks, as I'm sure you know.
Sure, but it's
So-
not sufficient to support subjective experience. And when you talk about prior to 22 weeks, I would agree a potential life has some value, but it's not equal value to an actual person who has a right to bodily autonomy. If 200 years in the future, thanks to like medical technology advancements, we can safely remove an 8-week fetus from a mother, respect her bodily autonomy, and protect the fetus, I don't think anyone's going to call for abortion in that situation. But the reality is, respecting her bodily autonomy typically is mutually exclusive with keeping that pregnancy.
So make sure I'm tracking your argument here. You're saying that before this specific moment when there is a certain level of brain development, because the brain has begun
Certain
developing
connections
before.
between brain regions.
And why for you is that the level of humanity? Why for you does that give that person human rights?
Because that includes anyone we'd want to include, people that are asleep, people that are under general anesthesia.
And if they have a
people-
brain developmental disorder where they're
Yeah.
missing part of their brain, and
Like
those
anencephaly,
connections,
for example?
and those connections aren't there, would you say
Yeah.
they're not a human anymore?
They'd still be a human. And like I said
But they
earlier,
don't have those brain connections that you're talking
I'm
about.
talking about personhood versus being a human.
Well,
life.
that's what I'm talking about too.
Yeah.
So I'm saying-
So I want to be clear with the terms here. When
Sure.
we say they're a human, I'm agreeing that even if fertilized egg is a human, is it a person that should be given equal
So are you saying that a
protections to
person with a
woman?
brain developmental disorder, like a significant
So like you're
developmental
talking about
disability,
anencephaly, for example?
as an example, that they
Yeah.
would not be a
So
person
as I
in your
said,
view? It's okay to kill that person?
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying.
Then what are you saying?
As I said earlier, when there's a potential life, a partial life, you still give it some value. You have to take reasonable steps to protect it. If someone's
So
born,
what steps would you give it to
if someone's born with anencephaly, there's no conflict there between the bodily autonomy of a woman and the person with anencephaly. The reason you do an abortion is not like, oh, I want to kill this fetus for fun. There's a conflict between the woman's bodily autonomy and the fetus developing.
So
if
you're-
there's some way to resolve that and respect both parties, that would be great, but we don't have that kind of medical technology.
So
right now.
the public position is that if you are a human, you have human rights, regardless of how developed your brain might be, because some people have severe developmental disabilities, and that doesn't make them less of a human, or they have
Sure,
less.
I never said that it does.
Well, your argument actually infers that it does, actually, because it's saying that this particular level of developmental ability that your brain may have gives
Which
you
exists, by the
personhood.
way, in pretty much anyone
And-
other than people with
but
anencephaly,
are
and those
the-
people usually die in a couple days.
Is it okay to kill that person before
no.
they die naturally?
If they're still in
Because
the
they
womb-
lack this.
if they're still in the womb or
but,
after birth.
But what if they're okay? Let's take your scenario. What if they're
Yeah.
after birth and they lack the specific connections that you're saying defines
Sure, they only have
personhood?
a brainstem usually.
Yeah, and they're after birth. There's a little
Yeah.
boy named Jasper. He lived almost, I think, 3-4 years, and with a severe condition, a developmental condition in his
It's
brain.
not okay to kill that.
But why would it not be okay to kill them when they
Because
lack the specific brain connection that
the
you're saying
reason-
makes it okay to kill the
the
baby? at
reason that
21
it
weeks?
makes
You can give here, by the way. It sounds mean, but it is totally acceptable to get rid of people like this. Like there are some people who are born with such like fucked up developments that they're missing like massive segments of their brain such that they might only have a brainstem. These are not like these are not like conscious living people. And they'll never become that. Like it's okay to end this life. It's whatever it is. It's not like up to whatever a human developed person is, and they never will be. It sucks, but like, or it's not. I mean, I should say it sucks. It feels bad, but it's yeah.
The reason it's okay to kill the fetus prior to 22 weeks is not because it's just good enough itself. It's because it's the only way to resolve the conflict between the bodily autonomy of the woman and the fetus. If someone's born with anencephaly, their existence is not impeding on the bodily autonomy of anyone else. And then you want to take all reasonable steps to help that person, not harm that person.
I think we agree on bodily autonomy to a degree because I agree that I have bodily autonomy, you have bodily autonomy, but I think my bodily autonomy ends when another human being's bodily autonomy
Does it
begins,
fully
even
end?
even
Why
before
does
they're fully
their
developed.
autonomy outweigh yours, though?
So it's not that it outweighs; it's that they're two lives. Like it would not be right for me to be killed by you, right? I have a right to live. And similarly, if I had another body inside my body that was a developing human being, which is what pregnancy involves, right? Maybe one, maybe two. They have a right to live and to not be killed. So I don't have the right, even though there is a responsibility I now have. They're using my body to develop. That's how we all do in our life.
But these
then
are-
that child still has a right to not be killed. Parents have natural.
Why does that woman
natural
not have a right
obligations
to
their
still have her
children.
bodily functions kept intact and have like her bodily autonomy kept intact? When you can deliver the baby,
Well,
sure, deliver
what
the
is
baby.
the
don't
womb
abort it.
designed for? What is the womb designed for?
Like gestation?
Gestation of what?
The baby.
Right. So the womb is designed for the baby. Okay. Nice job. Thank you. Nice to meet you, Adam. Hello again.
Hello. So my first question is, are you familiar with an anime or manga series called Monster?
I'm not. Tell me about it.
In Monster, essentially you have a doctor, and this doctor has a choice. He has a choice to decide between either saving this young boy's life or saving the life of, I believe it's a sponsor of the hospital. He chooses to save the young boy's life. This young boy grows up to be the titular monster, worse than Hitler. Does that child have a right to life?
Yes, every child has a right to life.
Even if they turn out to be the most monstrous thing you could possibly produce. Even if,
Yeah, monsters-
even if their life means the life ending of everyone here. Does their life still hold?
I believe monsters are not born, they're made. So
Do you have a plan for how you're going to tackle Leela not understand? Right now, I'm just listening. There's no shortcut for facts, okay? Right now, I'm just listening, jotting down. What did you call this in grade school? The brainstorming part? Before you do an outline, you just write in. I'm just listening to her. I just want to absorb 2 hours of her chatting about this. Hear the arguments. Write down what I think some of her arguments are. There's generally these types of people will cite the same studies over and over and over again. So I'll look at the things she's citing, read them. So I actually read the whole study. She hasn't. I know they haven't. They never do. And then that's okay.
But just because a child
life ending of everyone here, does their life still hold?
I believe monsters are not born, they're made. So just because a child might eventually do something when they grow up and become an adult doesn't mean we have a right to kill them before that. I don't know what went on in their childhood or the choices that they made, but at the end of the day, everyone has a right to life, especially a child. They're innocent.
Let's say this child grows up and their life is miserable to the point of where they would want to end their life. And that's going to obviously leave some kind of ricochet effect. Everybody's going to be desperately devastated by that. Would you say that the parent who believes that that is where their child's life is going, does that child still deserve the right to life?
Are you saying that if a child is being abused, then we should be in support of killing that child?
Then let me be more specific. What would you say to me as someone who is a third generation suicide survivor, so my mother, my grandmother, and their lives were miserable?
I'm sorry, what is a third generation suicide survivor? Like your grandma and your mom tried to kill themselves and then you did too? Or what is that? What?
Deserve the right to life.
Are you saying that if a child is being abused, then we should be in support of killing that child?
Then let me be more specific. What would you say to me as someone who is a third generation suicide survivor, so my mother, my grandmother, and their lives were miserable?
I don't understand. Maybe 3 generations tried to suicide her? I don't know.
I'm so glad that you're here. And I'm so
okay, sorry.
So sorry that that's part of your history and that your mother, your grandmother endured that. And I'm so glad that you're here. I think your life is awesome. And I think every life is awesome.
Now, would you say the same if you knew that I was
her mom and grandma suicided? So she survived her mom and grandma committing suicide? I mean, suicide typically doesn't kill you. Unless she means like her grandma committed suicide when her mom was in the womb. But her mom made it, and then her mom committed suicide while she was in the womb. I don't lie. That expression is retarded. I'm sorry. Stop.
Living in a domestic violence shelter where I consider taking my life frequently. Would you still say that I don't deserve to not only end that life, but especially somebody who did have an abortion, as somebody who had to make the decision to escape their abuser, their predator, their captor, someone who was trafficked and pimped? So, would you still say that raising that child under those circumstances would have either made my life difficult, or would you still say that child has a right to life if I made the decision, I don't want to be tied to a predator for the rest of my life, I don't want to be tied to my captor for the rest of my life?
So if someone's dealing with horrible abuse, and I hope that didn't happen to you, but if you were dealing with, I'm so sorry. That's absolutely horrible. You deserved much better. You deserve to be taken out of that, rescued from that, and given a better life. And that would be my hope for every person, and what I'd want to work towards for every person, as opposed to saying death is the answer, or suicide is the answer, or abortion is the answer. I think choosing life is always better.
Now, what would you say if I were to say,
yes, thank you. Appreciate it. Hello.
Hi, Whitney Shanahan.
Whitney, nice to meet you.
So first, I'm a mother.
Awesome, congrats.
And I know you're a mother too.
Yes.
And I think that as mothers, having our bodily autonomy, the right to control our own body and make our own decisions, especially when it comes to pregnancy, is paramount. And I think that calling an unborn child, an embryo or fetus, an unborn child, as mothers is disingenuous and it is disempowering for us. I don't know how a child would fit in my uterus. That doesn't even really make sense. So when we're talking about an unborn child, I think we should say in this space, like out of respect for everyone, it's a fetus, it's an embryo.
Do you know the meaning of the word fetus?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a baby, an unborn baby. Yes. I'm not here to argue anything scientific with you. I'm here to talk about bodily autonomy.
The science does matter.
The bodily autonomy is what I'm here to talk to you about.
Well, I think both matter, right? So the science tells us.
You just had a guest who argued science with you. I'm not a scientist. I'm a mother.
I am too. But I'm saying the science, I think, does matter.
I'm so glad it matters to you. Everyone here has a different reason why abortion rights matter to them. And as me, a mother, and as someone who in a red state, when they were trying to pass a 6-week heartbeat abortion ban, I went into the ER and I was questioned about what I had done to cause a possible miscarriage. Because at that time, the state legislature was working to ban abortion at 6 weeks, and I was 11 weeks. And I was turned away. I was questioned about what I had done. I wanted that pregnancy. I want another pregnancy. I have a child. I want to stay alive for my child. So my bodily autonomy is the paramount, is the most important thing. And to say women's bodily autonomy should be sacrificed for a hypothetical baby, a hypothetical child, because a pregnancy, that is not a child, it's a baby, it's a fetus, and it's an embryo.
So I'd love to respond to what you're saying. First of all,
before you respond, I just want to hear one argument, because I've never heard anyone from your organization make an argument of why the government or you or anyone knows better.
Destiny, Chatter and you are retarded. She is saying herself, her mother, and her grandmother all tried to commit suicide and survived it, meaning they didn't kill. Sure, but then just say like, yeah, my grandma, my mom, and I, have all attempted suicide or whatever. They're third generation suicide survivor. That's just a weird expression. That's just a, I just don't, I'm sorry. I'm not even gonna hedge on that. That's a stupid fucking expression. Stop.
For my body than me.
So I'd love to respond.
How you know better about my body than me?
So I don't know your body personally.
Right, you don't know anyone's body but your own body.
But what
so
I
you
can
shouldn't
say
be making decisions for
if you would let me
body.
respond, I'd love to respond to what you're saying. So your argument is that your bodily autonomy is more important than the unborn child's right
No,
to
they're
life.
equal. No,
okay.
you didn't listen.
So do you have the right to kill your unborn child?
My bodily autonomy.
Do you have the right to kill your unborn child?
I have a right to use my body and my organs however I see fit.
To kill your unborn child?
No one has the right to use my body or organs without my consent.
So does that mean you have the right to kill?
Son, how is it killing him? My 5-year-old
Abortion
son,
is killing that child.
My
That's what
5-year-old
abortion
son
does.
needs a kidney or he will die. If I don't give
Can
him
I
my kidney,
explain?
is that killing
So I
him?
think
Is that killing
I
him?
don't
If
think
I don't give him my
if I
kidney?
can respond, we can't have a conversation if I can't respond. An abortion is the intentional killing of that child. So
That is
abortion,
your definition.
No,
It's a medical
if I can-
procedure.
if-
It's a healthcare medical
If you would let me
procedure.
respond. So an abortion involves either poisoning the baby to death via an abortion pill. It involves suctioning the baby to death in a first trimester abortion. It can involve live dismemberment of that baby in a second trimester abortion, or in a third trimester abortion involves a lethal injection.
So
in
what
all
does
of
that
those
do with bodily
cases,
autonomy?
in all of those cases, it's active
Bodily
killing.
autonomy. Explain what.
Pause, Whitney. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
You voted out by the majority. Please return to your
Thank you,
seat.
Whitney.
Wow.
Hello.
Jesus.
Brianna, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Okay, so I just want to get some clarification on your definitions here.
Yes.
How do you define a child? What is a child?
Okay, great question and great thing to do. First of all, an unborn child is a member of the human species that is not born yet.
Okay,
so that
so-
would include a child in the womb, or it could include a child that's in an IVF
What are
clinic.
characteristics that are distinct that is a child?
Okay, great question and great thing to do. First of all, an unborn child is a member of the human species that is not born yet.
Okay.
That seems a little tautological. An unborn child is a human that's not born yet. Okay.
So that would include a child in the womb, or it could include a child that's in an IVF
What are
clinic.
characteristics that are distinct that create the definition of a human? How do you define a human?
A human is a member of the a human species.
So that's
it's under
What about the corpse?
the
just
law,
a mem-
yes,
a
under the
member-
law of biogenesis.
So what-
A human would be the offspring of a parents in the same species.
Okay, so what is the distinction between a human and other living organisms? And
Genetically, we might be pretty similar in some ways, but there's some key differences.
what is the key difference?
The human genetic code is
Oh God, is she gonna do a vegan argument?
substantially different than
Okay.
any other.
Could you say
species in
maybe
the
a
world.
level of awareness is something that distincts us from
Uh-oh.
just, let's say bacteria or plants or other
I see.
life
I see what you're
forms?
saying. Yes,
Uh-oh.
we have the ability
Uh-oh.
for reason. We
To
have
have
Here
a
it comes.
conscious experience.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
ultimately, human beings
Oh,
have a
no.
natural capacity to be able to reason and to be able to choose and love and do things
Correct.
that animals might have some.
So you
some,
say that's a
to relate
determinative
to in some ways, but
aspect
not
of a
to the degree that
human
humans
being.
have.
That's what determines a human being, having awareness and a conscious experience.
Well, I mean,
How come you sigh deeply when a debater starts with "I'm a mother and you're a mother"? Is the attempt to start off on common ground as opposed to a straight logical debate off-putting to you? It's honestly just because I fucking hate women and I don't want to hear about them being a mother. And every time I'm reminded I'm listening to a woman, I just get triggered. No, the actual answer is because most of these women are just not equipped to have the debate on this topic. A lot of these people are very heavily emotionally and heavily anecdotally driven. And I don't think you're going to win an emotion and anecdote debate against a woman who is literally capitalizing on farming massive anecdotes and massive emotional appeals. A lot of the arguments I think are super unconvincing. I also really hate the bodily autonomy argument. I think it's just defeated in so many different ways. So a couple of people keep bringing up that Judith Thompson paper. I don't find that I don't find her argument convincing at all. I think the violin analogy is bad. I think I don't find her arguments very convincing. But that's okay. We'll get there.
Animals
That's
have
what you
conscious
just said, right?
experience,
You
but we have
said
the
that.
ability to reason ultimately. Human
Okay,
beings have a
reasoning,
natural
conscious
capacity to
experience.
reason.
This is what
But that
makes us
doesn't mean
distinct from living other living
but just to
organisms like plants or anything
but just
like
to be
that.
clear, human
So-
beings have the natural capacity for reason, but they don't all have the active capacity. So a newborn baby doesn't have an active capacity for language, for reasoning, for making arguments that a maybe adult would. And similarly, we all know
So
that
is
an unborn baby is a human, even though
Are the
it can't speak yet,
blueprints
it
the
can't
same
reason.
as a building? Like, are the blueprints the same as a building?
No.
Okay, so if you go to and you see the structural integrity of something that a building's, there's all these pieces that have set aside. Someone goes and they vandalize that. Would they say, oh, you vandalized the
I hear what
building?
you're saying, but the analogy doesn't fit because
How does it not fit?
because an
this is
unborn
the
baby is
blue-
not a blueprint.
Oh,
Sorry,
you see
hold
the
on.
structural integrity of something that same as a building. Like, are the blueprints the same as a building?
No.
Okay, so if you go up to and you see the structural integrity of something that a building's, there's all these pieces that have.
I think the consciousness argument is the only convincing argument. Actually, I disagree. I think there's multiple levels that you can fight on this. I've thought about this argument a lot on my way back when I've been flying around. People ask me why I'm doing this debate. One is because I agreed to 3 months ago and I accidentally missed a flight and didn't do it, so I feel bad. Two is because having more debates under my belt is good because I need to appear as not a rapist as my court case comes to a close, so it's good to build up that repertoire. Three, this is a pretty strong philosophical position that I think you should be able to argue pretty convincingly. Four, this is a heavily policy-driven position that is pretty legally relevant, I think. Five, it's always good to have more practice doing formal debates. Six, I happen to know that Yo Mama lives in Irvine, and I'm going to bang Yo Mama.
Set aside. Someone goes, you go up to and you see the structural integrity of something that a building's, there's all these pieces that have set aside. Someone goes and they vandalize that. Would they say, oh, you vandalized the
I hear what
building?
you're saying, but the analogy doesn't fit because
How does it not fit?
because an
this is
unborn
the
baby is
blue-
not a blueprint.
Okay, it's not
An
a
unborn
blueprint.
baby,
The genome, all the genetic makeups.
your DNA is a blueprint, but the unborn baby is also made of cells, which are, like you said, the
Right,
building blocks.
but it's
So
not
they're
human
building
yet
the-
because you even
they're-
said yourself that
what
a
are they
level of
if they're
awareness
not
and
human?
consciousness is what defines
What are they-
humanity,
what if they're
which
not
happens in the
human?
third trimester. And we see
Are
that
you saying
actually
that
90% of abortions occur according to the gut microns
Are you saying the
in the
unborn
first
child's not
trimester.
human?
Pause. Hi, Evan.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. So my fundamental issue with a lot of pro-lifers is they have a misreading or a misunderstanding of why exactly we grant moral consideration to other humans.
Why are you doing so much studying for this debate? Do you not think it's going to be a walk in the park? You have to have an incredible level of arrogance to assume that you can debate somebody who spends their whole life on a topic and dog walk them unless you've spent a lot of time preparing for it. I have debated her before on it, and I actually think I did okay, but I would like this to be a slam dunk debate. I just want to destroy this on every level.
My fundamental issue with a lot of pro-lifers is they have a misreading or a misunderstanding of why exactly we grant moral consideration to other humans. It is not, unlike your view, because we are simply of the human species and a live organism. Under your worldview, and correct me if I'm wrong, at the moment of conception, that you have a right to life, and that right to life is equal amongst all human beings. Is that correct?
At the moment of fertilization, yes, we all have
Sure,
an equal right to life. When a single cell embryo, so the science shows us at the moment of fertilization, well, it's important, a single cell embryo comes into existence.
I'm not even
that's unique and
that. I'm not
genetically
even
distinct from his or her mother.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So you would prefer a world where there are less rights violations than a world where there are more rights violations. Is that correct?
Of course.
Of course. Okay. So in a world in which someone shot and killed a born human baby, you would prefer that world over someone destroying a tray full of frozen zygotes. Under your worldview, if that is a world in which there are more rights violations happening, a tray of frozen zygotes in petri dishes would be worse under your worldview than a world in which someone shot and killed a born baby. Can you concede to that?
I think we were talking about this sense
Can
of
you concede whether or not that would
if you'll let me respond.
Sure.
So here's the deal. If there's a burning building, right? And I think you're kind of using this analogy with these tray of babies that are frozen, right? In vitro fertilization
Zygotes.
babies.
Nobody colloquially uses the term baby to refer to
human
zygotes,
embryos.
by the way.
Human embryos.
Sure,
They're human embryos, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Or the born baby. Yes, I mean, under the law of familiarity, and also if I was in a household and there was in the first room my son, in the second room some other person, I would pick my son.
I'm not asking in the law of familiarity. I'm asking under your ethical worldview with respect to rights violations, which is what we're discussing.
It doesn't mean that the embryos are less valuable or that the person in the room that I didn't choose to save is less valuable. This is really important.
But with respect to rights violations, I'm coming and walking back because you're not directly actually responding.
I am trying to, if I may. If I want to save, in your analogy, this newborn baby from being shot, I think is what your analogy is, which is obviously horrible, or save this tray of human embryos who are in the in vitro fertilization clinic. Yeah, I would pick that newborn baby. That's not because the embryos are less valuable.
So then you just contradicted yourself because you said that you prefer a world in which there are less rights violations, but that would be a world in which there are more rights violations under your exact worldview, because you conceded earlier that at the moment of conception, we all have an equal right to life, which means if we have an equal right to life, all of those embryos have an equal right to life, and that means there are more rights violations under the worldview in which the tray is destroyed versus the baby.
To be clear, if there was a baby and it's like, go save that baby or go save these 10 men over there, I also might pick the baby. That doesn't mean that these 10 men are not valuable. And it doesn't mean that the 10 men don't have human rights. It's just that this is a baby right there.
I'm not asking whether or not you have some personal more empathy towards the baby.
The thing he should rephrase his philosophical question, because he's phrasing it almost more empirically or like emotionally, and that what would you do? The question should be, what would the morally correct choice be? That should be the way that he phrases this. This is a good question, though.
But I'm specifically asking, because we're discussing human rights, as you put it, because I also have, all of us have a much stronger form to empathy towards women. We don't have...
Sure, and if I could just say... Sorry, time's up. That's okay. Thank you. Abortion is unconstitutional and should be banned.
I feel like these are all kind of similar-ish. Okay.
Hello, what's your name? Zeke, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm a lawyer, so I'm actually really glad that you brought up the constitutionality. So what do you find unconstitutional about the right to an abortion? I'm just curious.
Well, first of all,
this guy's hair, holy shit.
Well, the Supreme Court has found in the reversal, the undoing of Roe v. Wade, that abortion actually is not a constitutional right. So that's currently the decision of the Supreme Court. But most importantly, the 14th Amendment to our Constitution has something called equal protection under the law for all persons. And it says that no state has the right to deprive any person of life without due process under the law.
Also, liberty and property.
There's no due process for the unborn child in the womb. They're innocent, and they're a human being just like you and I. I believe they're a person under the law, and they have the right to live.
That's true. But there's also in that clause something called the due process clause.
Correct.
You cannot deprive an individual life, liberty, or property.
Does the baby have due process before they're killed?
Wait. Substantive due process, right? There's two different things. Liberty, right? We have to focus on the liberty aspect. Individuals have liberty to do things in their life, right? That the government cannot infringe upon. One of those things is the right to marry. You cannot limit it based on race, right?
But we don't have the right to kill, right? We don't have the right to commit homicide.
I'm getting there. Liberty also means that you have the liberty to decide when you become a parent, right? That's what kind of Roe was based off of. It was the liberty to decide when individuals become parents.
If you're pregnant, is there a child that exists?
We had this conversation earlier. We're on the legal aspect, right? We're going to talk about Roe.
I want to talk about that because that's one of the reasons the pro-life position is that
if you are
the parent of an unborn baby, you're not allowed to kill that child.
Substantive law here, right? Substantive due process determined that we have a right to determine when we become parents under Roe v. Wade. The beauty about Roe...
If you're trying to argue the law against somebody and they want to talk about Roe or they want to talk about Casey and they ever use the phrase substantive due process, just assume you've lost the argument. Okay, just leave, okay? Because this person knows way more than... unless you're super prepared for this, you're going to get annihilated on that.
Roe v. Wade was that it gave the 50 states the opportunity to set the ceiling for where they decided viability was, while also protecting women's rights to an abortion in all 50 states.
If I'm a parent of
so
a 1-year-old,
it gave it back to the states while also protecting women's ability to have that decision.
I have a question for you. If I'm a parent of a 1-year-old and I'm saying I cannot deal with this 1-year-old, I'm mentally incapacitated, I can't handle this, am I allowed to do child neglect and just leave that 1-year-old?
That's not the same thing. Viability.
Why is that not the same thing?
Because we've had the discussion on biology, the first individual.
You just made a claim that the reason that abortion is constitutional is because parents have the right to decide when they want to be parents to the point where they could end the life of their child.
Before the the point of
Okay, so
viability, which was the issue in Roe and later in Casey. Dobbs.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that.
Why was
So
Dobbs?
if
Why
you're
did the
saying-
justices in Dobbs overturn Roe? What was the reasoning?
I'd love to respond to
Why
what you're
was
saying, but it has to be given and taken.
Okay,
So
okay.
if you're saying that a parent has the right to end the life of their child, provided that the baby is before viability, is that your position? Then it would be constitutional.
If
Is that what you're saying?
The point of viability is determined by the states. Anything before that
But
cannot
why
be
is
touched.
why does my viability define my humanity? As an example, I'm not viable
Because
on
it's a
Mars,
liberty
right?
interest. Me and my
wouldn't
wife
be able
have
to
the
be
liberty
viable
to
on
decide
Mars.
when we become parents. Not
Similarly,
Uncle Sam cannot come
let me
and say
just
now
finish
you
it.
have to
Similarly,
become
a
a parent.
baby in the womb, that's their natural habitat. They're not supposed to be able to survive outside the womb at 10 weeks. They're actually in their natural environment
Yes.
where we all started our life,
But
right?
me and my wife
So
are
to remove
conscious
that baby
individuals
from,
who know our
but they have the
situations
natural
and can
capacity for
decide
consciousness. Give them a few more
when.
weeks.
Yeah,
They're human beings just like you and me.
Well,
They're
that's
just
when the
not
states decide when the point of viability
and a
is.
newborn
Any
baby
point
has
before
less
that is me and my
consciousness.
wife's decision.
A newborn
to decide
baby has
when
less
we are
consciousness
parents.
than a 2-year-old, has less consciousness and rational abilities than a 10-year-old. We're always you don't fully develop your brain until you're
And
in your
that's the beauty
mid-20s.
of Roe, right?
That
Is
doesn't
it's
mean a
so
mid-20s
subjective by
person
state to
is more
state. The
valuable than a
states
newborn
decide
or an
the
unborn
ceiling,
baby.
but they cannot go under the floor. That's the point of Roe and the beauty. It is messy. Legally,
Roe was
I'll do your job for you.
Roe was
The reason
overturned.
why
It's
people
decidedly
went against Roe.
unconstitutional.
This is why it was
Dobbs v.
unconstitutional.
Jackson overturned Roe.
Because, but I'll answer the
And
question for you.
homicide,
The reason
killing a human being is
people are against Roe was because they said, well, it doesn't fit the substantive due process analysis. Obviously, it is a right that the founders did not intend in there. It is in the spirit of the law
Did
to
you
have the
know-
liberty interest to bring a child into this
So
world.
I'm
That's what
arguing from the
justices
14th
argue.
Amendment,
And
not
that's what
from
I'm
Roe or
arguing.
Dobbs. I'm saying that
And
the 14th
Dobbs came from
Amendment-
substantive due process under the 14th Amendment.
The
You're
14th
arguing
Amendment says
from a different.
that
That's
no
not
state has the right to
substantive due
deprive anyone
process.
of life, and
Liberty and
it provides
property.
equal protection under the law.
That's
so the
procedural
argument,
due
if I just give
process.
the argument is a
That's
child in the womb has the same equal protection under the law as a newborn baby. The birth canal
That's
doesn't
legally
confer you
wrong,
legal
though.
rights.
That's actually
well,
legally wrong.
there have been poorly decided decisions like Roe, which were overturned. Dred
Only
Scott
because
was a poorly
justices
decided
were
Supreme Court
appointed with
decision
a
that was
predisposition.
overturned.
Now, technically, he's incorrect in his quote-unquote reading of the Constitution if you're going by strict because the Supreme Court disagrees with them, who technically are the final say on law. But
against that legal belief, everything in the legal field, I'm a lawyer, right, is based on subjective stuff. Pleasure, though.
You got
Hey, welcome back.
Good to see you again. Mason, nice to see you again.
So, a couple quick questions first before we begin. Do you believe that the Constitution is inerrant?
That you mean it's perfect the way that it is?
Correct.
Well, I think that what is in the Constitution is good. I think it's possible and sometimes the right thing to do to add new constitutional amendments so that the Constitution can be more clear in who it's meant to protect and the rights that it's meant to protect. And that's what happened obviously with the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. And that's why I think historically we have, back when the 14th Amendment was put in the Constitution, most of the country saw a child in the womb as a person.
So I'm glad that you admit that amendments are something that make the Constitution malleable.
Make it better, can make it better.
Right, absolutely. So
It's not undoing past parts of the Constitution, it's making it better.
well, there are certain clauses within those amendments that will expand upon things that were unclear or had a little bit of murky areas. And I would say that if abortion was going to be something that was a constitutional right and amendment, you'd agree that even
Well,
if it is part
my
of the
argument, to be clear, is that abortion is
Well,
already
I
unconstitutional.
think you're trying to evoke an authority that
Under
you
our
wouldn't
existing
subscribe to
Constitution.
if abortion was to be added to the Constitution.
I'm
So this
not
is
sure what
something
you
where
mean by abortion added to the Constitution. What do you mean by that?
I'm saying if the right to privacy was again reinforced and bodily autonomy was added to that.
So just to be clear, I support the right to privacy
I'm
and
not going to back and
I
forth. I
support
love when
bodily
you're
autonomy.
interrupting people, like making sure.
Well,
that
I
was
support
okay.
those things. So those are not in conflict for me. I just don't think those things mean that I have the right to take the life of my child.
Right, I can see to you that an abortion is wrong, right? Let's just agree on the same moral framework that abortions are bad. The termination of life is something that's bad. That doesn't necessarily mean that
Guys,
needs to
cell
be
phones.
illegal. For all those Jordan Peterson fans out there, Jordan Peterson made this argument. Jordan Peterson specifically said that even if something is wrong, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's something that should be illegal. We would all agree that killing is wrong, but we understand just war theory that there are certain instances in which killing is something that's acceptable.
I see where you're going with this, and I agree with you, largely speaking. I think,
so when it comes to something like abortion, when it again is trying to supersede the right to bodily autonomy, this is not something that we can guarantee.
So
we
you're-
can't guarantee to preserve that life in favor of making a woman make
the
decisions.
presumption at the heart of what you're saying is that a woman without abortion, women are going to die. I think that's a presumption, and so their rights are somehow in conflict. The right
I
to
wouldn't
life
say that
of the
women are
child.
going to die, but
So are you-
going through pregnancy is not a simple process.
It's not
This
a simple
is 9
process.
months of physiological
But
changes.
with good medical care, you
You're
can
a
care for both the mother and the child. And so my view is that you should not pit their rights against each other, but we should care for both mother and child, both as patients. It's not that the child's more important than the mother. It's not that the mother's more important than the child. It's that we care for both patients.
Yeah, and
healthcare professionals can do that
that's
when
the
they put
beauty,
in the work.
That's the beauty of having a pro-choice perspective, is because if women want to go through that, we absolutely should be
But that's
providing
an
them with
elective
what's
abortion that
necessary.
you're referring to. The woman is choosing it because of her own personal reasons for whatever they might be. It's
because
not
it
that
changes her body. Again, it's not a simple process.
Well,
if someone doesn't want to go through those
to be clear,
physiological
when you
changes, they should
deliver
have
a
the ability
baby,
to make
to
that
be
decision.
clear, when you have a newborn child on your hands, that changes your body too. That child
You
needs
can
to
opt out.
nurse. That
Again,
child
this is
needs
something
to
that you
feed
can
off
give
of
to
you.
an adoption facility. You don't have to go through that yourself once the baby is born. When you are changing your body, that is not something that
Here's
you're
the
deciding
bottom
to
line
do
as I see
based
it.
on policy that you're advocating for.
Parents have natural rights and natural responsibilities. A parent has a natural right and responsibility. The responsibility for a mother does include letting that child grow and not killing that child before the child can survive outside of the womb.
So you're saying it's a de
that
facto
is a natural
guardianship. Is that what
responsibility.
you're
It is,
you're
and that's how
arguing?
we all started our life.
But it's
And
not
that's because the
something-
child has a right to live. Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
What's your name?
My name is Zach.
Zach, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So I come from the standpoint that the laws in the United States should represent the general public's opinions. And when you look at the bell curve, the majority, upwards of 70% of Americans believe that we have the right to abortions up to a certain point. Everyone has a different view on when that life becomes a life, but I think that it's so wrong to only cater to the very farthest end of the bell curve when you're cutting off the rights from so many women whose opinions are valid and who might have so many different reasons to get an abortion, economic, just they're not in the place to have a family.
There are often Supreme Court decisions that happen that are made that do not reflect the general poll consensus of the country. And this is also the story of part of our history, some of our worst human rights abuse as a country. If you had taken a poll of the Deep South, you would have found them during the time of slavery that they were for slavery. That was horrible, right? But you don't take a poll and say, well, you support slavery, so slavery is just. So that's why we live in a democratic republic that also has a judicial system that also looks at what is constitutional, what is not. And abortion is unconstitutional because we have a 14th Amendment that provides equal protection under the law for all persons, regardless of the color of your skin, developmental abilities, your sex, your race, anything. You should have equal protection under the law. And the child in the womb is the same human person as a child will be when the child's born, and they deserve equal protection.
The whole reason that Roe v. Wade was put in place, though, is because it was determined that it was too difficult to determine exactly when a life becomes a life.
There was no poll with Roe v. Wade to say let's legalize abortion or not. That was actually 9 unelected men on the Supreme Court, 7 who decided that they were going to make abortion the law of the land, and it undid the laws
I believe
of many
that putting
pro-life
life
states.
starting at conception is so unfair to the women whose lives are actually being affected by these long-term decisions. I understand that from your perspective, you think that a woman should have the child no matter what because it's too difficult to decide like case to case or something.
Well, we're big advocates for adoption too, because if they feel they're not in the position to be a parent,
if the
there's
child
addiction
is going to be born without a brain, if the child, it's not fair to make a woman go through all that, and because it is permanent damage to a woman's body to bring that baby along for 9 months. Just for a lot of cases, the reason that they choose an abortion is for their safety or for their long-term health effects.
Do you know the reason for over 90% of abortions?
Why?
They have nothing to do with safety. They have nothing to do with abuse. They have nothing to do with health conditions. They're purely done. They're done for the convenience of the woman. And there's 1 million abortions a year, so it's hundreds of thousands of abortions that are done because the woman.
My belief is that the laws should be put in place.
Nice to meet you. 1 million abortions a year.
90% of abortions in the U.S. involve unwanted pregnancies, according to the Cut Matcher Institute.
Yeah, so it's hundreds of thousands of abortions that are done because the woman.
My belief is that the laws should be put in place.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I do believe that the decision should be between a doctor and the woman because those are the people who have the best interest for the woman.
Get out.
Hello. What's your name?
Soraya.
Soraya. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Okay, so I'm not really massively into debating. I'd honestly just rather hear your opinion.
Thanks for being here.
100%, yeah, because it is a
The
complex
most bad faith argumentative people always say this. Just kidding.
issue, and I absolutely see the value of your side. I do. I'm just curious then, if we ban it, how does that play out? Like, how does that look then? Let's say we ban it today. What does the next year, 5 years look like?
It's a really good question. It's one we think and talk about all the time. And in pro-life states, it's ones that they're wrestling with, right? Because they banned abortion in many states in this country already.
Yeah.
And it looks like a few things. First of all, I think we got to double down on resources for women. There are a lot of resources that exist, but sometimes women don't know that they exist, and that there's people that want to help them. A lot of women don't know, for example, that with adoption, that there are literally over 1 million couples who would want to adopt a newborn baby, and you can actually pick and choose the couple that would adopt. You can pick and choose how much involved you want to be in that child's life if you choose adoption or if you choose parenting. That there are a lot of organizations that want to help. In California, there are hundreds of pregnancy resource centers that provide free confidential care to women before and after birth. People need to know that this stuff exists so that they can get the help that they deserve.
I don't actually disagree with that. I'm more
and then
curious,
also education on the trauma of abortion, the harm of abortion. I think that's also part of what's important.
kind of like to balance it out, right? Because right now it's very much like a, I guess, abortion-centric narrative, where it's like that's the way to go. So you kind of want to balance it out by saying, hey, actually, there's an alternate way of doing things.
Exactly.
What I'm more curious about is abortions will continue to happen. You probably agree with that, even if there's a ban.
Yes, there will be, and that's the thing with any ban of anything, there will be still some illegal activity or things that happen.
How do you want to address that?
Well, I think that we need to work on helping women never choose that.
But
using
they
free will as
will-
much as we
they
can.
will still choose
But
it, so
for those that do, I would definitely say make sure that they get good medical care, because at the end of the day, abortion is dangerous, whether it's legal or illegal. Abortion hurts women.
The ones that choose to get abortions.
There needs to be, I think, good medical care for women, and especially for.
I'm more curious about, like, because if it's a ban, then it's illegal. So
are you asking who should be criminalized?
I guess, yeah. Do you think that should be criminalized?
I think the abortionist should absolutely be criminalized, 100%.
The doctor.
The doctor
Should go to
or the
prison?
person that's selling abortions. Yes.
Pause. Okay. Good one.
Hi, Sassy.
So we were just talking about, you brought up the fact that you think doctors should be, what was it?
Liable if they commit abortion.
Now, because it's murder, in your opinion.
Yes, just like there are already statutes for illegal
But my
abortions.
question to that is what-
Just to be clear, there's already statutes for illegal abortion.
Yeah, but
there's statutes against infanticide, etc.
Okay, anyway. But with the doctors, so do you think the doctor should be sent to prison? Like, if this is murder, why don't we treat it like murder?
It should be treated
because
like
it's not. Well, then if I hired a hitman to kill my husband, I'd still go to prison even if I didn't pull the trigger. Anyone
and
involved
do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, I don't think abortion is a bad thing, so I don't think that would ever be on the table
I
in
understand
my
that,
world.
but I think yes, there should be penalties for people
So
that kill
what do
other
you think
people.
should happen to me? I had an abortion when I was 19. So what, in your mind, in your perfect world, what would happen to me?
So if abortion were banned now, I wouldn't want it to be retroactive for people that had abortions in the past.
No, I'm talking about, let's say I have
Well,
one
I think that's an
tomorrow.
important point.
Like, no.
If you had an abortion and it was banned,
I'm talking about now, because this is who affects people now. So what do you think? If you think it's murder and you want to call it murder, why aren't you treating it like murder?
So you're saying
because what you do is actually villainize and shame women, and that has ripple effects throughout society.
So in this scenario, you're saying if abortion was banned and you went and had an abortion tomorrow, you're asking me what I think should
Yeah,
happen.
I want to know. Do you think I'm a murderer?
Well, here's the thing. I would want to know, did you know that that was a baby that you were killing?
Yeah, well,
Do you
I'm
think it's a
pregnant.
baby?
I'm aware of what I'm doing. I made
What
the
are you doing?
decision.
What are you doing?
I'm not letting my pregnancy go to
But
term.
what do you think that is? Do you think you're ending the life of a human being?
You know, I'm not here to
I think
debate
that's
that, though. What
important.
I'm talking
Because
about right
there's
now,
di-
we're
it's-
talking about the
well, it's a-
Constitution, law,
it's a-
and in law. I don't even know.
But if you can let me finish, it's important in our criminal statute. There's different kinds of penalties
You're
or
right,
no
there's different
penalties,
types of,
depending on
murder too.
depending on
Self-defense.
how
In the third trimester, it's
it
either
depends
it's
on
it's killing
the
me,
amount
what
of
do you think should
intent.
happen
It depends.
That's self-defense.
It depends on the
isn't
amount
it?
of intent that goes into the act and the amount of knowledge and freedom that goes into the act.
Why do you get
So
to decide that?
It's not me deciding that.
Or
That would be the law.
government?
That would be the
Why
law.
does the
Because the government's job is to protect human rights.
51
And the
years ago
government
that we had
protects
the right to
children.
choose?
The government's job is to protect human rights, and that includes the human rights of children. Just because I'm a
It's
newborn
not
baby
a child.
without the
It's not a child.
What
I'm
is
sorry,
it
I'm
then?
so sick of people
If it's not
calling
a child,
it
what
kid
is
when
it?
it's not a kid. It's not.
What is it if it's not a child?
It's a zygote. It's an embryo. It's a fucking fetus. It is not a child. I'm done. And I'm also done hearing you call women murderers.
That embryo or that fetus has a mother and a father.
Not if they
What does
don't
that
want
make
it
them?
to.
That's still a life. It's still a life.
According to you, nobody in the
And your
scientific
life is
community
valuable
has
and
even
their life is
decided on when
valuable.
life starts. No one in the scientific community has decided on when life
That's
actually
inaccurate.
starts.
You can open any human
Oh,
biology
you're talking about when they come together,
and it will
there's this
tell you
beautiful
at the
flash
moment
of
of
light that
fertilization you
happens.
have a unique single cell embryo that's a unique
But it still
individual
has to
human life.
go through your It still has to go through all these phases.
Well,
okay?
and you looked a lot
And
different when
here's-
you were a newborn baby than you look now. We all look different at different phases in our human development. When you're a 10-week-old embryo, you're supposed to look like a 10-week-old embryo. You're not going to look like a newborn. You're not going to look like an adult. Human development, you look different at different stages. Thank you, Stephanie.
Clap, 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 clap. Is she pro IVF and
Hello,
stem cell
what's your
research?
name? Adam. Oh, yes.
Usually the abortion cucks or the pro-life people will be pro stem cell research, but it has to be just stem cells taken from like umbilical cords. You can't like grow fetuses for it.
Nice to see you again, Adam.
Yeah, likewise. So you said that persons have equal protection under the law, and I would just say that like a fetus prior to 22 weeks is not a person. I don't want to necessarily
Not
rehash.
surprised you're saying that, 'cause
Yeah, I
that was
don't
your
wanna
argument earlier.
rehash the
Mhm.
entire argument, but the state doesn't have an interest in protecting a zygote at 10 weeks or 8 weeks, for example, because would you say that the First Amendment covers freedom of thought?
Yes, but back to the argument
Prior to
at
22
hand,
weeks, they don't even have the capacity to have thoughts. So
well,
like, what
they
is
have
the...
a natural, again, you know the difference between active capacity and natural capacity.
Sure.
So with the natural capacity, that has to do with a skill that we haven't developed yet or we're not able to develop, but we have that natural capacity due to our human nature.
Sure.
Active capacity, we have the skill, we're employing it, right? If
You
you
don't
are,
have to be employing it. I have
clear,
the active capacity to jump right now, but I'm sitting in a chair.
fair, that's
so.
true. So if you're before birth, your brain isn't fully developed yet, you have a natural capacity for reason,
Sure, so-
language, and all of those things.
I've never heard these two terms before, but if these two terms are terms that are used, natural and active capacity probably doesn't refer to you being able to develop something at a particular point in time, just you currently being able to learn a particular, that'd be my guess, but.
It's not active yet. Your
At 22
human
weeks, there are-
value is not defined by your active capacities.
Yes,
Because if
it
we
is.
defined human value by active capacities, somebody who was the fastest runner, had the highest
Sure.
IQ, was the strongest person on the block, they would be more valuable and have more human rights
You can
than
have
the
a
person with a
gradient. You
disability.
can have a gradient of
But would
capacity,
you agree
but
with
still
that?
have a binary.
Would you agree that
No,
one
because
is not more valuable than the
I
other?
don't agree
They
with
have
the
the
premise
same
because,
human
for
rights.
example, if I rub two sticks together, a flame is going to start eventually. After that ignition, it's a flame, whether it's a wildfire or a tiny spark. Prior to that, it's something else. So when you have
But if there's a
sufficient,
spark, that's fire, right?
yes, and when you have the
there's
sufficient
and then
connections
there's a
in
human
the brain,
embryo, that's a human.
that's not the spark. When you have sufficient connections in the brain to sustain a subjective experience,
So
that's when that
I
spark
think you're
begins.
arguing from a position of what I would call ableism. You're saying
It's
that
not,
until
because
that person
how
has
is
a
that
certain,
ableist?
because you're saying that until they have
Who
the
does my definition
if you let me
exclude?
finish, you're
Who does
saying
my
that until
definition
that
exclude? You're making an
person, you're
accusation.
excluding people who have the active capacity for certain abilities. And I'm saying
Give me
if
a
you
type
have
of
a
person that
natural,
does not encompass
well,
my
the baby with
definition.
anencephaly or hydrocephaly, we were talking about
Sure,
that earlier.
but
They're
do you remember
just
what I
as
said
much
earlier as well,
well,
which
you
is that
said
if
they were
someone is a
human.
partial or potential human, they should still be protected.
But
The
that
reason you
goes
have an
against your
abortion,
logic, though.
no, it
That is
doesn't.
a
I value an
self-refuting
acorn
position.
and I value an oak tree. They're not the
Because
same
you're saying
thing.
that
And I would
they
never
have-
sacrifice an acorn for an oak tree.
You're saying they have the value with hydrocephaly, but then that's only after 22 weeks. But
It's not
even
the
though
same level of value.
they lack the
It's not
same
the same
synapses.
level of value. They don't have full personhood.
Good job.
Hello again.
Hello, Julia, right?
Yes. Okay. So you had mentioned that regardless if it is illegal or not, women are still going to get abortions. So how do you justify the fact
They'll
that
have far less if it's illegal. The abortion rate.
These arguments are so bad. Just because somebody is or isn't going to do a thing isn't an argument against or for criminalizing or not criminalizing a particular thing. You'd never look at especially something as serious as murder that way. Like there are going to be some people that are always going to rape or always going to murder, but you would never say, well, we're not going to make it illegal because some people are always going to. That's just such a horribly stupid argument. Ugh. I feel like so many people have stepped up and wasted time on this one.
Goes down dramatically when it's illegal.
they're not going to report if they're doing it illegally because there's going to be repercussions. So
But
why
we
not?
can, we can prove that live births go up in states where abortion is illegal. That is the fact of what has happened after Dobbs v. Jackson, and some of the trigger laws went into effect, and some states made abortion illegal. So we know more women are having babies. So even with unreported illegal abortions, live births are still going up.
Do you understand
So the
that
law
people when they know that abortion is illegal or that women have more difficulty receiving abortions, they're going to carry babies to term because they're out of fear of abortions. Why not? Why would you pretty much want to defund places like Planned Parenthood, places that actually actively help women have safe abortions, and then it further prevents miscarriages in the future.
What I
abortions.
really want to work against, and some of the work I'm trying to do now, is work against this narrative that gives women so much fear about children. We are told to fear pregnancy, we're told to fear birth, we're told to fear being mothers, and our society also tells us to celebrate abortion. And I think that's a very anti-woman view. And I think we should flip the script on that and instead say, actually, our superpower as women is the ability to bring life into the world.
Our superpower of women is the power to choose. That's feminism. The power of choice. If you want to be a mother or you don't want to be a mother, that's feminism. If you want to be a stay-at-home mom, you want to go to work.
But the difference, my friend, is that when you're pregnant, you're already a mother, and we can't deny the scientific reality of that human life.
If you
that is a human life, a child, a son or a daughter that has rights too.
If you force women to have pregnancies and you force women to basically change their entire life. We're not forcing the men to do that.
Well, I think we should force the men to do that.
Okay, great. Well, have you met a man? You think they're going to do that? They're not going to do that. They're really not.
What you're getting at, which I think is a really good point, is that we have this sort of approach in our society when it comes to sex and relationships where men and women, and a lot of times men, I don't want to just say men do this, women do this too, where we treat this very maybe casually. We have this all backwards. Instead of looking at sex and relationships as something really beautiful, something you commit to for life, you sacrifice for the other person, you love that other person, and then if you conceive a baby, you love that baby, you fight for that baby. I think that is the view we should be moving towards as a society instead of sex being casual. If you get pregnant, just have an abortion. The man abandons
which
the
is
woman.
a very heterosexual view because we're not including queer sex in this narrative, in which sometimes sex is
well, if the queer sex brings life into the world, either way, I think at the end of the day, we're still talking about human life.
That's great, but often, but in this regards, in this argument, we're not giving people sexual education. If you go into Planned Parenthood, they not only give abortions, they also provide STD testing. They allow men into Planned Parenthood, people without health insurance. If we're talking about healthcare as a right.
Time's up.
Wow.
There's several of you I'd love to keep talking to, so I really appreciate everyone doing this. It's awesome. I actually would love to chat more with Dana. I think she's behind me. Hi, Dana.
Oh my God. She's not the worst, at least.
I chose Dana because I didn't feel like we actually got to have the conversation. I got to hear from Dana about some of your position and why you believe what you believe. I didn't really feel like we got to dialogue about that a lot, so I'd love to do that more, and I'd also love to hear what your claim would be that you want to talk about as well.
So my claim is that my bodily autonomy is the prevailing right in this debate.
Thank you. And I feel like that's something that's come back up again and again in the conversation as a through theme that we're having. So I hear what you're saying. I agree that we have bodily autonomy. I have the right to not someone to come and hit me, hurt me, etc. But there's a very unique relationship when a woman is pregnant with another human life, with another body, and that's her son or her daughter. Whether she wanted to get pregnant, intended to get pregnant, when she's pregnant, there's that unique relationship that springs into existence with the existence of that new human life. And a few times it's been said today, well, the science doesn't matter. We're just having my opinion, my personal story. The science does matter a lot because science can help tell us what is real and what is not real. And science does tell us when human life begins, and it doesn't magically begin at birth. Human life begins before birth, and human life begins at the moment of fertilization. And so, well, I'm all for bodily autonomy. I believe that our bodily autonomy as women ends where another human being's life begins. And when I'm pregnant, there's another body inside my body, and they deserve the right to live. And yes, that's gonna mean maybe a few months of me trying to hopefully take care of my body because it's feeding that body, and then delivering that child. And if I feel I can't parent, then there's other options. But I still have a responsibility not to kill that child via an abortion.
So I'm going to tell you a story. So I am a mother. I have a 22-year-old son who has autism. And I became pregnant when he was around 6 years old. And I didn't want to have that child. And so I had an abortion. And I had the abortion when I was about 6 weeks along because it wasn't a child. It was a mass of cells. And I made that decision very distinctly. I didn't have any regrets about that decision. I actually didn't have a lot of debate about that decision. I had a child where I lived in a state where we didn't have an insurance mandate. So I was working really hard to get my son the help that he needed with his autism. And I did not want to be pregnant. I was in a relationship. We made a choice because that was a choice that I made for the mass of cells that was in my body.
I totally hear what you're saying.
And I need you to understand that it wasn't about what am I killing, what am I keeping alive. It was what was best for my body, because I then would have had to carry that child to term. And I also want you to know that when I had my child, I am a Black woman in this world. And my birth was actually very dangerous, as was many of the women in my family, because Black women don't get the same type of health care that you receive.
I'd love to respond to what you're saying. I think it's absolutely horrible that women, because of the color of their skin, are not getting good health care. I think that's ridiculous and horrible. So we are aligned on that. When you talk about your baby and you saw that baby as a clump of cells, you said it wasn't a baby to you, it wasn't a child, and you had that abortion, you have no regrets. Our feelings or our beliefs about other people don't change that other person, that other human's value. So I could have feelings or beliefs about my son, about a person I walk past down the street, about anybody in this room, but that doesn't change whether they're good feelings, bad beliefs, bad beliefs. That doesn't change that person's innate human value. And they have innate human value not because of their capacities, not because of their abilities, but because of their innate human nature that we all share. And human nature doesn't start at birth, doesn't start a few weeks or even a month before birth. It starts at the beginning of a human person's life, which is fertilization.
But that's your opinion. So there isn't actually scientific evidence that states that human life begins at conception.
There is a tremendous amount of scientific evidence that shows that. If you open any human biology textbook, you're going to find that the development process begins with fertilization of the human life.
What it says is that,
and also if you're in vitro fertilization clinic,
what it says is that there is cell multiplication.
But it's not just any cell multiplication, because you're made of cells, right? I'm made of cells,
well, sure.
right? Okay, you and I are clumps of cells, right?
100%.
But we're unique clumps of cells. We're individual clumps of cells that constitute a whole human. And at the moment of fertilization, you know what you got? You got a whole human. They're very small, but you have a whole human that just needs. You have a whole human at the moment of fertilization that just needs time and nourishment to grow, but has a unique genetic distinction.
But it doesn't always
from the
go
mother.
that way. So for
Well, you could
example,
miscarry, yes.
yeah. So
But
when
that's
I
still
when
a
I
loss
had
of the- that's
but
still
when
a
I
human
had but
being,
when I
though.
had my miscarriage,
I'm so sorry.
I had a clump of cells that then grew and then did not grow into a human child.
I have a question for you. Did you said you have a son? How old is he now?
22.
I
Or
am-
20,
I am-
he's 20. Oh my goodness.
You look great, by the way. I have a question. I'm just curious, because you're talking about the baby you miscarried, the baby you had the abortion of, and you called them clumps of cells. Did you see your son when he was unborn as a clump of cell, or did you consider him in your mind as a son?
I didn't consider him a clump of cells.
You did or you didn't?
I did,
Okay.
absolutely.
So-
Absolutely.
So for you, you didn't really feel connected to even him until he was born.
So I knew that until he was actually out of my body, that there was not necessarily a live birth that was going to happen,
So were you
because
kind
I
of-
lost a child,
I see.
and I understood that having a pregnancy does not mean that you have a live birth and a baby at the end.
That
of
is
it.
absolutely true.
And so
They don't-
for me, that choice about what is happening to my body, that
Were you
choice,
sad after the miscarriage? I'm just curious. Or were you kind of feel fine afterwards?
Um,
Because I had a miscarriage too. I felt deeply sad by it.
So I
But
was
women feel differently.
I was ambivalent. I was not ready to have a child, and I was going through a divorce at the time.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it sucked.
It sucks,
But
yeah.
also,
So yeah.
it was okay because I was not ready to be at that point, and I didn't even make that decision. My body made
here's
that
the
decision
thing.
for
I
me.
hear everything you're saying, but here's the reality. You're strong. You are the one when you're pregnant. If I get pregnant, I've been pregnant now 4 times. I'm more powerful than that baby, right? Because I have the power to talk, walk, do whatever I'm going to do, and that baby is completely dependent on me, right? And even when there's a newborn, totally dependent on everybody around them, if not their biological mother, whoever they're handed off to, right? It's incredibly important for a rule of law, for justice, for human rights, that we are especially careful to protect the rights of those that are dependent and weak. Because if we live in a society that just says the strong get to choose what they want because they can, that's not a just or a loving society. And that's why I'm so pro-life. I'm so pro-life because that baby, you're right, they're totally dependent on the mother. They're
Absolutely.
completely unable to defend themselves, speak for themselves. And that's all the more reason why we as a civil and just society should care about their right to live and, by the way, help that mother. It goes 2 and 2, right? Because you can't just care for the
yes.
baby and not care for the mother. You got to care for
And
them both.
when that is a viable life outside of my body, 100%.
Well, we should
But
care
right-
at the beginning of human
but-
development. That's my position.
Yep, and human
And
development.
women who are pregnant need extra care too. It's not like you just get care when the baby's born. You should get extra care before.
Yes, they do.
Because you're carrying
But
a new life.
While that is still in my body, this is my body. And that is my choice about what happens to the things that are in my body. That is the choice.
Here's a question for you. Your womb. What is the womb designed for?
The
A woman's
womb-
uterus. What's it designed for?
It is designed to carry a clump of cells to eventually, sometimes, grow a fetus.
And how did you start your life before birth? Where were you?
Oh, gosh, I don't know.
Come on, you know. Where were you before you were born?
I was in my mother's egg sac.
Okay, you were in your mother's egg sac. You mean you were in her uterus, right?
No, I was in my mother's egg sac. In her her
Part-
literal actual
that
egg sac.
wasn't you yet. An egg
No,
is not you.
the egg was
The
a
fertilized egg.
part of me, and then the other part of me was in my dad's, I guess, testicles.
So,
I mean, truly.
it wasn't you yet, because you is when there's a whole human, right, and a unique
Yes, so
individual
when I was
genetic
born,
identity.
then yes, then was me.
But the science shows. Come on, the science shows at the moment of fertilization, sperm fusion,
The
you have
science
unique.
doesn't
That's when
actually show that.
it does show that you have unique
No,
individual
the
genetic
science
identity that's
shows
distinct from your
the
parents.
science shows that when an egg is
That is a fact.
fertilized, that there is cell multiplication.
But
that does
what
not
kind of
show,
cell multiplication? It's not like skin cells.
Well,
It's not
sure,
skin cells. What is
sure,
it?
It becomes skin cells.
Well, it
is
develops
cell-
its skin eventually.
Well,
But what
sure.
is it? What is it? Come on. What is it?
It's a massive cells.
But what is it? It's a human embryo, right?
Well, yes.
That's developing
but
rapidly.
it is a clump of
But
cells.
we already said we are clumps of cells. You're kind of using that pejoratively, like, oh, you're a clump of cells. You can be aborted. You can be miscarried. It doesn't matter. Who cares? You and I are clumps of cells. So it's a
not
little
clump- but it's
dehumanizing.
not
You're being a little
well,
dehumanizing.
Yes, I am being dehumanizing
Why?
because it is
Why?
a clump of cells.
But we are clumps of cells. You acknowledge that.
Yeah.
So
Because
you're not wanting to
until-
dehumanize
because
us, right?
until-
Why wouldn't you dehumanize us
Because
with that
until
term? But you
you are
dehumanize the baby.
actually outside of my body, there are no rights. Because if there were, my friends,
But I keep asking you
if
why,
there
and
were,
you keep saying just because
if
it's in your
there
body. But
were,
why does that
there would
child not have
already be
rights?
laws on the books. And currently, there are no laws on the books that say that anything that happens before that birth means that they are not actually live.
That's actually inaccurate. So
No.
even in states like California, there's such a thing. There has been such a thing until recently, last 2 years, as illegal abortions. Are you aware of that? So even in states that
So-
are blue states,
no.
there
So-
are illegal abortions where it says, yes, before birth, this is a person that has some rights, and we're going to protect them. And similarly, if you're
So
Scott
that's an
Peterson,
illegal medical
one other
procedure.
example.
It's about the medical
But
procedure,
another
not
example.
about the actual
Here's another
life.
example.
So
Scott
for
Peterson, he killed his pregnant wife Lacey and their unborn son Connor. Connor, in your view, was just a clump of cells. He wasn't burned yet, but his dad killed him. Should he have been penalized for killing both his wife and the pregnant part of his wife, the baby, the boy, his son Connor?
No.
So you think Scott Peterson should have got off scot-free for killing his 8-month-old unborn son?
Scott Peterson should have been penalized for killing his live wife.
But not Connor. Connor had no
Connor
rights.
was not alive.
So if I
Connor
so
was
if
in
my,
her body.
So if I'm a woman,
Connor
so if a
was in
woman's
her body
boyfriend
and was not a human being with rights on this
so
planet.
This
as
is
a
very
pet.
dark because you're saying if a woman is
If it is
pregnant and her
not
boyfriend
alive-
slips drugs into her drink to force an abortion on her, she wants to have this
But
baby.
that is
He puts drugs in her drink. Would you say that there should be no penalties for that man and what he did to
procedure
her?
against the
But you
mother's
just said the baby
body.
is not born yet,
That
so it
is
has no
against
rights.
the mother's body, not against that.
What if
that child does not
What
have
if
rights?
it's
It
just a
does
drug
not
designed to
have
kill the
rights.
baby? It's just designed to kill the baby in her her womb.
But it's designed to harm the tissue that is in her body because that's her body.
So you're saying
It's
it would
her
have been
body.
wrong. Scott Peterson should have been given penalties for killing Connor.
For harming Lacey.
But not for harming Connor.
For harming Lacey.
So if a man...
Connor is a part of Lacey, then it's harming Lacey.
So if a man kills his girlful's unborn baby, he
has
should not be
harmed-
penalized for
he has
killing the unborn baby, only for
harmed
in
the
some way
mother.
harming her.
That's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, I thought it was great. I really appreciated everyone coming and giving it their best. I mean, I think we all tried to have conversations that were meaningful. And I mean, I think this is the most important issue that we're facing as a country.
I thought it was really interesting, myself as a mother, to talk to another mother who's on the other side of this. I was disappointed, though, that I didn't hear any arguments I hadn't heard before, just doing this activism for 7 years.
I wasn't going to change her mind, and she wasn't going to change my mind, which is often the frustration going into these.
Do you need me to be PG-13 or no? Okay, because I think Lila's she is okay with holding a 10-year-old down and making them give birth. Like, she's gross. That's what I think of Lila.
There were some women that shared that they had had abortions. Obviously, that can be really raw. I think that goes to one of the things that we try to spread awareness about, which is that abortion does hurt women, that abortion leaves trauma.
Honestly, I wanted to swing. I really wanted to swing. Your whole lack of empathy and you telling me that my child should be standing right here, like, I promise you could have gotten Jerry Springer real quick if y'all would allow it. You absolutely know nothing of this experience, which is why I like that a lot of the black and brown women really got in her face about that.
She felt like she had no choice. She was saying I was drug addicted, or I don't remember all the details of her story, but if you felt like you had to have this abortion because of domestic violence and poverty, is that really a choice?
So I firmly believe that Dana and Zeke were the strongest debaters in this.
Mason's really well informed. Mason's really smart.
Two that really stood out to me were Cece and Dana.
Miss Dana, hands down. Just to see someone who had been through what I had been through, but older, and having that wisdom, having that patience.
Being able to have an opportunity to push back against a narrative that is harmful to people with uteruses, I think is always a valuable space.
Is there a middle ground where abortion is okay in some circumstances? I would say no. These are lives, human lives, and it's life or death for that child.
I don't know that there will ever be a middle ground because what I'm talking about is healthcare, and what she's talking about is her emotions.
Honestly and truly, yes, we can find a middle ground, but there has to be a lot less shaming from pro-life people, because I don't care what you say, I'm not a murderer for choosing myself. And honestly and truly, I believe it was her children in this situation, she'd have a completely different tone. They often do.
I think it's incredibly important to have conversations with people that you disagree with. And so I'm really grateful for everyone that came today, and I'd love to do it again.
Jesus Christ. Okay, there are multiple realms that this debate comes down to. Obviously, we have the legal world. I'm trying to think if this is like ethics versus ontology. Defining whether or not the fetus is a thing that gets moral consideration, that would be considered a metaphysical question, right? An ontological question, and not necessarily an ethical question. Where are my fucking loser philosophy people? I feel like the ethical arguments follow pretty seamlessly from the ontological ones. But we'll see. Okay. Abortion leaves women scarred for life. This is considering an ethical thing, right? So if abortion left women happier versus pregnancy leaving you scarred, this is an ethical outcome, I imagine. Science tells us it's a human life. This is an ontological argument. Newborn is dependent on the parents, like a fetus. I think this kind of distinction is going to come down to ontology. Abortions cannot heal a rape. It's going to come down to ethics. All these language games, I think, are ontological. This potential being the same as a thing is going to be ontological. I just got here. Any fear that Lila will watch your planning? One, I don't think they normally do. But two, I don't care. I'm correct. I'm not worried. Why would I be worried? Coma, sleep, missing brain. These are ontological questions. Womb is designed for a baby. That's kind of a weird thing for ontology. This active versus natural capacity is going to be some kind of ontology thing. Science tells us when personhood begins. Is some kind of ontology thing. Okay. Should we read? People send me a lot of shit. Okay, before I flesh out her arguments, let's go through some of this shit. Okay, California Medicaid study. What is this? Deaths associated with pregnancy outcome. A record linkage study of low-income women. Okay, we have names of people. I don't know what the journal is. Oh, Southern Medical Journal, I see. Okay. Whoops, that's not right. I can't copy this? Hello? Okay. Deaths associated with pregnancy outcome. Reardon et al. Okay. 2002 study. Southern Medical Journal. I don't know anything about this journal. That doesn't mean anything though. Fuck. What's the impact factor? Is there... I don't even... Fuck! Where do you see this here? Hello? Okay, whatever. Somebody can look up. Okay. All right. Wait. Am I fucking retarded? Where the fuck is the full paper? I should be able to see it here, no? I am a human. What? I don't understand why this full paper is not available through PubMed, or there would be no way to access it. Is this ordinary? I feel like I've never seen, I didn't run into this for the COVID stuff. Okay, I don't know. All right. Okay. Deaths associated with pregnancy outcome, a record linkage study of low-income women. Abstract. Background. A national study in Finland showed significantly higher death rates associated with abortion than with childbirth. Our objective was to examine this association using an American population over a longer period. California Medicaid records for 173,279 women who had an induced abortion or a delivery in 1989 were linked to death certificates for 1989 to 1997. California Medicaid records for this many women who had an abortion in 1989 with death certificates for 89 to 97. Okay. Compared with women who delivered, those who aborted had a significantly higher age-adjusted risk of death from all causes, from suicide and from accidents, as well as a higher relative risk of death from natural causes, including the acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, circulatory diseases, and cerebrovascular disease. Results are stratified by age and time. Conclusions: higher death rates associated with abortion persist over time and across socioeconomic boundaries. This may be explained by self-destructive tendencies, depression, and other unhealthy behaviors aggravated by the abortion experience. Okay. The reduction of maternal mortality rates is a major goal of national healthcare initiatives. The accuracy of maternal mortality figures has been questioned, however, because of inadequate reporting mechanisms and confusion about when a woman's pregnancy actually contributes to the cause of death. It is difficult, for example, to reliably determine whether pregnancy has contributed to death resulting from tumor, stroke, or suicide. To overcome the difficulties involved when using an a priori definition of pregnancy-related deaths, researchers at Stakes, the National Research and Development Center for Welfare and Health in Finland, undertook two important record linkage studies. They identified all death certificates from 1987 to 1994 for all women aged 15 to 49, linked them to Finland's centralized birth, abortion, and hospital discharge registers, and examined death rates relative to all pregnancy events among those women during the year before their deaths. I need this Finnish one, but we'll find that later. The stake studies revealed remarkable variations in death rates relative to pregnancy outcome. Women who had given birth had half the death rate of women who had not been pregnant in the year before death. Not been pregnant the year before death. By contrast, women who had had an induced abortion were 76% more likely to die than women who had not been pregnant, 102% more likely to die than women who miscarried, and 252% more likely to die than women who had carried to term. Compared with women who delivered, the age-adjusted odds ratio of dying during the year after an induced abortion was 1.6 for death from nonviolent causes, 4.2 for death from injuries related to accidents, 6.5 for suicide, and 14.0 for homicide. If the findings reported by stakes identify a true association between mortality rates and previous pregnancy outcomes, one would expect them to be replicable elsewhere. In addition, okay, so the thing that we're looking for here, so this is like a raw numbers correlation. Now, obvious, in my mind, the obvious huge confound here is that pregnant women who carry to term are going to have a whole bunch of healthier things going for them. So this is a person who is able to get pregnant. This is a person who is able to sustain 9 months of pregnancy. This is a person who's able to deliver a baby at term. So like on average, these women are going to be far healthier than the average person. A person aborting can be aborting for a lot of different reasons that it could include health reasons, et cetera, et cetera. I would expect them to try to figure out a way to cleverly control for that in this paper. I imagine they'll go through that. So key points. Low-income women in California have differential rates of deaths associated with childbirth and abortion that are similar to the pattern observed in Finland. Compared with women who give birth, those who had abortions were more likely to subsequently die of suicide, accidents, homicide, mental disease, and cerebrovascular disease. Previous psychiatric history does not appear to explain the higher relative death rates. The differential in subsequent death rates persists over a period of at least 8 years. Previous pregnancy outcomes may interact with the most recent pregnancy outcome to increase or decrease the relative risk of death. Okay. Okay, where were we? In addition, the stakes findings raise the question of how long the effects of previous pregnancy outcomes on mortality rates may persist. The goals of our study were to investigate whether the stakes findings would be observed in a homogeneous socioeconomic population and to examine any associations between pregnancy history and subsequent mortality over a longer period. Really? Oh, what is this? Why would they put just use another paper? Okay, it's okay. Cause of death. All deaths. First pregnancy, delivery. Number of deaths. Rate per 100,000. First pregnancy, abortion. Age-adjusted relative risk. Controlling for at least 1 year previous psychiatric history. Delivery of first pregnancy and no abortions. Abortion of first pregnancy. And age-adjusted relative risk. Okay. Okay, so number of deaths in the next 8 years is what we're looking at, right? So for the first pregnancy, if you delivered, then 585.5 out of 100,000 died, as compared to 730 if you have an abortion. Delivery of first pregnancy and no abortions. Wait, first pregnancy, okay, delivery of... this is controlling for at least 1 year of previous psychiatric history. Okay, so it doesn't seem to change this too much, maybe? Or rather, the risk would increase, I guess. The age-adjusted relative risk is 1.6 versus here it's 1.3. Okay, so it goes up a bit. Okay, all deaths, violent causes, and non-violent causes. Okay, it all goes up. Okay. All right. Jesus. Honk, honk, honk. You missed the rotate button, retard. Fuck. Fuck you. The state's findings raise the question of how long the effects of Cold War study would investigate whether the state's findings would be observed in a homogeneous socioeconomic population. Okay, materials and methods. The socioeconomic populations would not be the confound that I'd be the most interested here. The most interested confound, I think, here would be the health prior to being pregnant or whatever. That would be the most interesting confound. My guess is going to be that a healthy, poor woman is probably going to have a better outcome related to birthing than an unhealthy, wealthy woman, would be my guess. But materials and methods. California Department of Health Services identified 249,000 women who had received funding for either abortion or delivery in calendar year 1989 under the state-funded medical insurance program known as Medi-Cal. Of this population, 194,694 were citizens whose beneficiary identification codes could be recorded or could be record linked to valid Social Security numbers. A provision that eliminated illegal immigrants whose medical needs are irregularly covered by Medi-Cal. All short-paid claim records for these women were obtained for 6 fiscal years, beginning in July 1988 and extending through June 1994 with encrypted Social Security numbers provided for data linkage. In addition, these Social Security numbers linked to these patient IDs were also linked to DHS to California death certificates from 89 to 98, resulting in the identification of 1,713 deaths. Okay, I'm just trying to think for stupid selection errors. The Social Security numbers linked to these patient IDs were also linked to DHS, by DHS, to California death certificates. We're not like missing people who move and die, right? Certainly they would have also been checking other death certificates, I would imagine, right? Or they're excluding people who move from the state, maybe? File containing cause of death, date of death, and the appropriate encrypted Social Security number for linking the two data sets provided to our research team. An important limitation of our study is that we were not provided with any information regarding race, marital status, and parity. What does parity mean here? This information was either not readily available in government records or was omitted to protect the privacy and anonymity of individual patients. I feel like that's a really big, like there's potentially very interesting information in here. Like for instance, let's say that of all the people that got abortions, let's say 90% of them were not married. And of the people who had like delivered fully, let's say like 70% of them were married. These are huge confounds, I feel, but okay. I'm gonna put that in here. Why the fuck can I not copy from this PDF? The fuck? Is there a copy here? Open in reading mode. Is there digital rights management on the PDF? Okay. Thanks. Since data were collected from government records representing medical claims reported by thousands of healthcare providers, data integrity was carefully examined. The record linkage to the death certificate file was carried out by the state of California. Using the encrypted Social Security numbers, the linkage of multiple events for the same individual was done by us using the encrypted SSN. Linkage errors by SSNs are not uncommon. Therefore, we check both our own linkages and those done by DHS to assure that a high-quality match has been carried out. The confirmatory variables available on both the Medi-Cal and death certificate files used in this checking included the woman's date of birth, date of pregnancy event, and the cost of medical treatment. Cat break. Okay. Screening for aberrant, indeterminate, and out-of-scope data resulted in the elimination of 21,415 cases, 419 deaths for the following reasons. Unlinkable social security numbers, the age recorded for an individual woman in the medical records and or the death certificates could not be reasonably verified. The abortion was identified as illegal or unknown. Reported age below 13 or above 49 at the time of their first pregnancy event. First delivery or induced abortion occurred after 1990. The cost associated with the target pregnancy event was below $100, suggesting only counseling for a possible procedure was received. Or 7, the first recorded pregnancy event was a miscarriage. Okay. The abortion. They eliminated 419 deaths, 21,000 cases. I mean, that's a lot of deaths, considering the low... Wait. Yeah, considering the absolute number of deaths here, that's a pretty low number of deaths. Or that's a pretty high number of deaths to exclude. Hopefully this is spread evenly amongst the data. Other categories, hopefully. Reported age below 13 or above 49. Fuck. Fuck. No, actually, fuck. I don't know how many this would have included. I don't like that. If I say abortion is more risky than having a pregnancy carried to term, but we're not going to talk about people who are below 13 and above 49, I would imagine that that's going to be data that would heavily skew towards abortion being healthier in both those cases. That'd be my guess. So if you're 12 years old and you're raped, or you have consensual sex with your 12-year-old boyfriend, and you get pregnant and you carry that to term, my guess is going to be carrying that to term is going to be a lot more risky than just having an abortion. And it's kind of weird that it's not weird. I don't know if I'd say it's weird, but that sucks. I feel like that's biasing the data set in one way. Okay. I'll just throw this down here. None of this necessarily makes the study or the data wrong. It's just always good to be aware of these limitations. Our primary analysis included all women in the sample who met the stated conditions. Since it has been postulated, however, that previous psychiatric problems may be a common risk factor for both abortion and shorter longevity, we also examined the subset of women who had their first known delivery after July 1st, 1989. This allowed us to control for at least 1 year before psychiatric history. All data handling steps were blind to the pregnancy outcome, age-adjusted relative risks, and about 95% confidence intervals were calculated by means of a logistic regression using age as a covariate. In the secondary analysis, the number of psychiatric claims within a year of the target pregnancy event was also used as a covariate. In addition, sensitivity analyses based on alternative matching rules revealed that stricter matching rules, for example, allowing no date of birth discrepancies over 6 years of medical claims would still have produced similar results. Often, stricter rules would have resulted in even higher odds ratios and greater statistical significance despite the loss of cases. Software used for all statistical calculations was SPSS 10.0. Okay. The first analysis compared death rates between women whose first pregnancy event was an abortion and women with no known history of abortion who had a delivery for the first pregnancy event. As seen in Table 1, deaths from all causes in the 8 years after the first known pregnancy outcome were significantly higher among women with a known history of abortion. Okay. In our second analysis, we explored the interaction of multiple and varied pregnancy outcomes on different cause-specific mortality. To do this, we used all of the reproductive history information available for the 6 years included in our data, this time all women, with a history of both abortion and miscarriage, and possibly childbirth as well, were excluded to avoid confusing the effects of voluntary and involuntary pregnancy loss. The remaining women were categorized into 5 groups by experience with each pregnancy outcome. So they were eliminated 48 deaths with a history of both abortion and miscarriage. This time, all women with a history of both abortion and miscarriage were excluded to avoid confusing the effects of voluntary and involuntary. Okay, geez. Okay, I feel like it's biasing it even more then, right? You're getting rid of anybody that had a miscarriage as well. So only women that are healthy birthers are being included. Okay. Let me see if we can find this table. I'm talking about Table 2. Detailed cause-specific deaths and death rates in 8 subsequent years for women with a history of at least 1 abortion, compared with women having no known history of abortion. Delivery only, abortion followed by delivery, delivery followed by abortion, delivery followed by miscarriage. Oh wait, they don't eliminate it, they just put it in different things. The remaining women were categorized into 5 groups of experienced pregnancy outcome. Women who had only abortion outcomes were more likely to die. Overall, women in each, second analysis, but to do this, we used all the reproductive, this time all women with a history of both abortion and miscarriage, and possibly childbirth as well, were excluded. Okay. Both abortion and miscarriage were excluded. Okay. So per 1,000 or per 100K deaths, if your all-cause mortality or all deaths, if you deliver, is about 550 per 100,000. It's 854 per 100,000 if you have an abortion. If you have an abortion first and then deliver, then it's 462. Delivery followed by an abortion, then it's 514. And delivery followed by miscarriage, then it's 612. Interesting. Abortion followed by delivery. I should have made a prediction before going through each thing. Does this make sense? So if you deliver healthily, you're at 550. If you have an abortion, then you're at 853. Higher is worse. If you have an abortion and then you have a healthy delivery, you're at 462. If you deliver and then have an abortion, you're at 514. And then if you deliver and then miscarry, you're at 612. Sanity-wise, this seems to check out. So like if you're healthy enough to deliver, then you have the best outcome. If you're healthy enough to have had an abortion and then you deliver, you're at 462. And then if you are healthy enough to deliver, but eventually you have to have an abortion, you're at 514. These seem to follow along the health axis a lot. hopefully, man, this is like, we need some more investigation. However, hidden in this data, there's like a really weird story that you could tell here that's very counter intuitive to her analysis, which is, no, it's not. Actually, that's not true. No, it is true, actually. If you were gonna, if you were reading this table and you just wanted to maximize your outcomes by what you think this is a causally linked table, and you were gonna deliver a baby, and you have 500, like if you just deliver, the chances of you dying in the next 8 years is better than if you have an abortion. But if you have an abortion and then you get pregnant and deliver another baby later, your healthcare outcome is actually better than the people who just deliver. I feel like you could argue for the common thing of, well, I wasn't ready to have a baby yet, so I had an abortion, and then that would be an interesting table 2 analysis. According to table 2, the best surviving group of women were in column 3, who had an abortion followed by a successful delivery, followed by women who had a delivery next was by women, a delivery, followed by an abortion, and then finally women who only delivered with no abortion. I don't think she would like that reading from this, but I mean, this is kind of true, or not kind of true. It would be if we're treating this as causal, that would be true. Oh, they're also like very, very low. They're super low on the suicide table as well. They're the lowest of all 5 groups. If you have an abortion and then have a baby later on, they're much healthier than all the other groups, it seems, as well, because their nonviolent causes are lower. Okay. The remaining women were categorized into 5 groups by experience with each pregnancy outcome. Women who had only abortion outcomes were more likely to die overall than women in each of the other 4 groups. Only in comparison to women who had a miscarriage after a birth was this finding not statistically significant, which seems to track because people that miscarry after having a live birth are probably experiencing other health-related things. Stratification by cause of death revealed that the abortion-only group had the highest death rate of all 5 groups for both natural and violent causes. The greatest number of significant differences occurred between the abortion-only and delivery-only groups. Women in the 3 groups having both delivery... It's interesting that they point this out. They don't point out the interesting... I feel like this abortion followed by delivery gives us some really unintuitive answers if we think that abortion is really bad for you. This column 3, I think, is a little bit hard to deal with in our analysis, but I don't know. We'll see. I guess we'll see what they say about this. Stratification by cause of death revealed that the abortion-only group had the highest death rate of all 5 groups for both natural and violent causes. The greatest number of significant differences occurred between the abortion-only and delivery-only groups. Women in the 3 groups having both delivery and pregnancy loss, abortion or miscarriage, had lower death rates than the abortion-only group for nearly every cause of death. Women in the 3 groups having both delivery and pregnancy loss, abortion or miscarriage, okay, lower deaths rates for these 3 groups, however, would be expected since women in these groups must necessarily have lived long enough to have 2 or more pregnancies. They really do hide the They don't talk about that at all. Either my analysis is very off or they're very biased in what they're choosing to highlight from this, but okay. Single known pregnancy events. For our third analysis, we limited our comparison to the two most disparate groups, births only and abortions only. To further control for the confounding factor of multiple pregnancy outcomes, this analysis included women with only one known pregnancy event. The mean age was 26.39 for women who delivered and 25.96 for women who aborted. During the 8-year period after the first pregnancy event, women who aborted were 62% more likely to die all cause than women who carried to term. They were also significantly more likely to die of nonviolent causes, suicide, and accidents. The greatest number of deaths were due to nonviolent causes, therefore, these were disaggregated. Examination of major categories of death from nonviolent causes revealed that the most significant differences were in relation to deaths from AIDS and from circulatory diseases. Okay, this is table 3 that we're going to be looking at. Okay. Again, they must address this at the end. Is this from the 1997 study from Finland? Medical abortion didn't become available there until 2000. Before then, there was surgical abortion. No, this is the California Medicaid study analysis, I guess. But the big confound they were trying to control for here is like socioeconomic stuff or whatever. But I feel like that's not the relevant one. I feel like it's health of the mother. They have a psychiatric condition thing here, but I don't think psychiatric condition would be the most important thing, you know? South Korea is a more recent one. Yeah, I'll look at these others later. Okay, so number of deaths. One delivery only, one abortion only. Okay, so it's 614.7. That's the rate per 100,000 versus 974.6 if you have an abortion. The violent causes, suicide is over two times higher. They die less from accidents or from being murdered. No, I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sorry. I was looking at the absolute, not the relative. They are murdered more and they die more in accidents. And then nonviolent causes, they die more as well. Over two times as much from AIDS. I don't know what mental disease means that you could die from. Circulatory disease is significantly higher, almost 3 times higher. Cerebrovascular disease is like 8 times higher. Other heart disease is over 2 times higher. The issue that I'm having is like these things here could all be reasons why you have an abortion. And so if you're having abortions because of reasons like these, then it's not really so much that the delivery and the abortion things are the causal things. It's that there's a common root that would cause you to die and cause you to have an abortion. It's not the abortion itself, right? We'll look at other studies. Okay. As shown in Table 4, stratification by 2-year increments revealed significant differences in the death rates during the first 2 years for overall deaths, deaths due to nonviolent causes, and deaths due to violent causes. Other significant differences were found in all but the 5th and 6th years. I feel like you would expect if you're having an abortion versus delivery, I would expect the greatest difference to be in the earlier years, and then the differences would maybe fade a little bit as the time goes on, maybe? So that would be my... But maybe not, I don't know. We'll look at nonviolent causes. So from 1 to 2 years, it's from 82.6 to 135, or we just look at the age-adjusted relative risk. It does seem to be the highest in the 1 to 2 years after. 3 to 4 years, it significantly drops. Goes up a bit from 5 to 6, and then down again from 7 to 8. Okay. if you control for 1 year previous psychiatric history, controlling doesn't seem to have a huge impact, I guess. Okay. Stratification by age is shown in table 5. Let's look at table 5. Age at first known pregnancy, 13 to 19. That's a crazy age group. No? Isn't that kind of a crazy age group? I feel like there's a significantly different profile of like a 13, like I would break this up like 13 to 16 maybe, or like 13 to 14, 15 to 16, and then maybe 17 plus or 18 plus. 13 to 19 is a crazy age category. And it looks like it's their largest one. Oh no, 40 to 49 is the largest one. That's the second largest one. Jesus. Wait. You can listen to music while we do this. Okay. So if you delivered a baby in the 40 to 49 category, an abortion is significantly healthier for you. In the 35 to 39 category, the abortion is much worse for you. I shouldn't say that actually. The people that get abortions are much more likely to die. One abortion only. Okay, it's worse in every other age category. Okay. Fuck, 13 to 19 is such a crazy age stratification. Okay, whatever. It's teen moms? It's teens? I understand it's teens, you fucking retarded piece of shit. I'm just saying that getting pregnant at 13 is probably going to produce significantly different outcomes than getting pregnant at 19. Or 14 is going to be way different than 19. That's a really... Like, how old is your girlfriend? I don't know, she's like 19 to 13, somewhere in that age range. Like, this is a very... That's just a crazy grouping of age. That's especially for health-related stuff related to pregnancy. I wonder how many abortion deaths are related to some kind of health emergency that require an abortion. I don't know if it covered that. It doesn't, and I feel like that's your most important confound. I don't think it goes over any health-related stuff, which I think is really, really, really weird. But... differences were significant for 4 of the 6 age groups. As would be expected, the risk of death from non-violent causes increases with age, while the risk of death from violent causes generally decline. previous psychiatric claims. Our fourth analysis was that of women who had their first pregnancy event between July 1st to December 39th or 31st, 1989. By limiting the analysis to these 6 months, we were able to examine any inpatient and outpatient psychiatric claims when had 1 year before the target pregnancy events. The resulting sample consisted of 17,472 women whose first pregnancy event was abortion, and 41,956 women who had delivery as their first pregnancy event with no history of abortion. Among these women, a number of previous psychiatric claims were significantly correlated with overall deaths, deaths by violent cases, and deaths by nonviolent cases. Which table is this? Is this still table 5, or is this... Yeah, oh yeah. Wait. Yeah, it is. Okay. Logistic regression analyses were done using number of psychiatric claims within 1 year before the target pregnancy event and age as covariates of results. These analyses are given in tables 3, 4, and 5 in several circumstances, most notably deaths related to mental illness. The relative risk of death for aborting women compared with that of delivering women increased after removing the effects of previous psychiatric history. Discussion. The death rate from all causes was significantly higher for women with a history of abortion than for delivering women with no known history of abortion. Table 1. Comparisons across the 5 possible combinations of pregnancy experiences analyzed here. Comparisons across the suggest that childbirth without any pregnancy losses, abortion or, this is for table 2, abortion or miscarriage may have a protective effect, while abortion without any childbirth experiences may have a deleterious effect. These effects over the course of a combination of pregnancy outcomes may also interact. The most pronounced, they don't bring that up at all. I don't trust these, I don't trust these researchers. I'm curious who these people are. Are these like anti-abortion advocates or the researchers? Because this is the most surprising thing that stands out to me is that in table 2, our best chances of survival as a woman in almost every single category, it seems, is to have an abortion and then later on have a baby. And that, I feel like that's never, ever, ever addressed in any part of their discussion. But I don't know. We've got a couple more pages, I guess. Maybe they'll bring this up. I'm not sure. The key findings that the elevated death rates associated with women who had abortions were observed throughout the 8 years examined. The most pronounced difference in relative risk of deaths by various causes were found between women with a history of only one known pregnancy compared to the key finding is that the elevated death rates associated with women who had abortions were observed throughout the 8 years examined. This indicates that the association between abortion and higher subsequent mortality rates previously observed in Finland is a persistent one. Higher deaths rates after abortion may be explained by a number of factors. Okay. Women who have children may be more likely to avoid risk-taking and take better care of their health. Alternatively, a history of abortion may be a marker for other stress factors that decrease longevity, or the higher death rate among aborting women may stem from increased psychologic stresses related to unresolved guilt, grief, or depression. This hypothesis is supported by another analysis of the same population in which it was found that even after controlling for previous psychiatric treatment, women who had abortions across all age groups had significantly higher rates of subsequent psychiatric admissions. These people know that babies don't come out of your brain, right? They come out of your body. There has to be, it's going to be in the next page, there has to be a discussion of the actual physical health of the woman. That has to be the case. That's an insane thing to just assume. Like, alternatively, a history of abortion may be a marker for other stress factors that decrease longevity, or the higher death rate among aborting women may stem from increased psychological stresses related to unresolved guilt, grief, or depression. Okay. Abortion mortality has significantly higher rates of subsequent psychiatric admissions. the highest relative risks were related to adjustment reactions, bipolar disorder, and depressive psychoses. The findings of this study are consistent with a substantial body of literature demonstrating an association between abortion and suicide. But what happened here? Okay, so like we can look at suicidality, right? So are abortions followed by delivery. So if you have an abortion and then later on you have a baby, right? Your rate of suicidality is 16.3 per 100,000. Now that's 4 times lower than the abortion people, but it's almost half of it's quite a bit less than the suicide people, or not the suicide people, I'm sorry, than the delivery-only people. So if we're looking at things like suicidality, your best bet is to have an abortion, apparently if you're not ready, and then have a delivery later on. I'm reading a little bit of that I don't know why the abortion would happen, but you could also argue that people having an abortion and then have a delivery later, though, are healthy enough to follow two different, to follow through with 2 different pregnancy events. So you could argue that biases this group towards higher survivability. But you would have to tease apart this data doing some kind of analysis on health, because this is an outlier. This is a big outlier, and it is going against your assumption here. You have to explain that. How is it that aborting a baby first and then having a delivery is such a huge... Because your most survived group here, your best performing group here, are people who had an abortion and then delivered a baby. Now, you could argue that, well, that's because they are a multi-pregnancy group and the delivery only and the abortion only group aren't. Okay, fine. But you also have people who delivered one baby and then had an abortion after. Those people also die less than people who just delivered. So... Or no, wait, that still plays into what I said before in that they have it's still multi-pregnancy events for both of these. But I don't know how they don't deal with these at all. Delivery followed by an abortion, yeah. If the abortion is some causative factor of killing yourself. Okay. Maybe they'll go into this. The findings of the study are consistent with a substantial body of literature demonstrating an association between abortion and suicide. This is also not... I don't believe that this is an appropriate study for teasing out suicidality here. I believe that you should be doing a much deeper analysis of the psychiatric conditions that we're talking about, especially because your suicide numbers here in absolute values are very, very, very low. If we look at table 2 here that's talking about suicide here, what is our N equals here? I think we're dealing with a little bit over maybe 150,000 people altogether, right? The number of suicides in our delivery-only group is 21 suicides. For the abortion-only group, it's 20. For abortions followed by delivery, it's 3. That's 3 suicides. Remember, because of the selection that we've made with some of our data before, for instance, they screened out any pregnancies that were below the age of 13 and above the age of 49, which screened out about 21,415 cases or 419 deaths. That could significantly modify some of our data here. So for instance, there's a guess I'm making, but I can't tell because the researchers didn't include it. My guess would be people who have an abortion or a delivery under the age of 13 are probably much more likely to commit suicide. My guess would be the people that delivered might even be more likely, or to have health problems, but that's not going to show up in any of our data here. And that's a significant number of deaths. 419 deaths, right? All the deaths in the delivery group are 464. I really don't like this analysis. It feels very crude to me and very motivated. But okay. A record-based measurement of suicide attempts before and after abortion, has shown that an increase in suicide rates among aborting women is not related to previous suicidal behavior, but is most likely related to adverse reactions to the procedure. Pregnancy and childbirth, on the other hand, reduce the risk of suicide. A record-based measurement of suicide attempts before and after abortion has shown that this is referencing a different study. That's also kind of a big claim. the greater risk of fatal accidents and homicides may result from unrecognized suicides. What? Or increased risk-taking behavior. Deaths from accidents may also be related to higher rates of alcohol consumption or drug abuse among aborting women. Did you measure any of this? Excuse me, alcohol consumption or drug abuse, substance use disorder, was that not a thing? When was substance use disorder added to the DSM? Was that not in the DSM-4? I don't know when the 5 was published. The higher risk of death from homicide may reflect increased levels of anger, self-destructive behavior, or domestic violence after abortion. I think that was added in table 5. Substance use disorder? Did they add particular mental illnesses? Not really, I don't think so. Just any psychiatric events at all. Meaning, did they like check in anywhere or do anything? What the fuck does that even mean? How do they know all of this? It's conjecture. Now, conjecture at the end of a study is fine. You expect them to like think about like, well, what could be causing this? But there's a couple issues. One is in good research, when they have conjectures on like, we think that this could be a big thing. Well, if they have the data, then they'll do that analysis, right? We think that this could be a really obvious confound. So we're gonna, in table 6 or in this, we've actually broken these apart and disaggregated it and looked at the thing to see if it could be, number one. Or number two, they'll say this is an area for further research, or maybe they'll borrow from other research depending on what they're looking at. But when all of their guesses are pointing in the same direction, they're guessing that but having an abortion is causatively bad for you. Their data absolutely does not support that. They're not even approaching a responsible analysis. They would need to tease apart these psychiatric conditions or the types of women that have abortion. There's so much more information that we would need to look at here. Because again, the obvious confound here is health of the woman's body. And that's not addressed at all. There's no addressing whatsoever. And I would argue that the reason why I think your table 3, your 2 highest survival groups are your abortion followed by delivery and your delivery followed by abortion. So women that were healthy enough or at least lived long enough to survive 2 pregnancy events, these are your 2 healthiest groups. Both of these groups involve an abortion and both of them outperform the delivery-only group, right? So you've obviously got some kind of health confound here. How can you not address this at all? The only health they're dealing with is mental health, which they very weakly kind of tried to stratify here. I don't even know. No, you wouldn't even call it stratification. They're just having like, well, if you checked in for any psychiatric thing at all for 1 year, Okay, hold on. Sorry, okay, let me keep reading. In regard, the heightened risk of death from nonviolent causes may reflect a decline in general health after abortion, as reported elsewhere. Other unhealthy behaviors linked to abortion are increased alcohol consumption, drug abuse, and smoking. In regard to the unexpected finding of increased deaths related to cardiovascular disease, a substantial body of research has shown that psychological problems, especially depression, increase cardiovascular morbidity and mortality. What would you cause like a double causative effect? There's a body of research. So if you have an abortion, the abortion will make you depressed, and then the depression will cause an increase in negative cardiovascular events. What the fuck? Compared with delivering women, women who abort have significantly higher rates of depression, an average of 10 years after their first pregnancy event, even after controlling for a previous psychologic state. It is possible that persistent emotional reactions to abortion may aggravate or cause cardiovascular illnesses. Additional investigation of this association is warranted. Jesus. Unfortunately, as in the case with the Finland study of pregnancy-associated deaths, this data set did not include any information on race, marital status, or parity. I don't know what parity means here, all of which may be significant variables. This limitation is partially offset by the fact that these data represent a homogeneous socioeconomic population. Why would that? I don't agree with that. The fact that it includes only low-income women who would generally face similar stressful life events would tend to help control for socioeconomic factors. Why would you control for socioeconomic factors here instead of controlling for health factors? That's so weird. By comparison, the Finland studies, which included a heterogeneous national population without controls for socioeconomic factors, also revealed a trend towards substantially higher death rates for abortion. The fact that these large perspective, record-based studies using different types of populations, a heterogeneous population of Finns and a racially diverse population of local Americans, found such similar results indicates that the trend in higher death rates among aborting women is likely to hold across racial, economic, and national boundaries. In addition, comparison to these results with national data suggests that these findings are likely to hold true across race, marital status, and parity. The 1997 suicide rate per 100,000 American women aged 15 to 24 for all races was 3.5 to 3.7 for whites and 2.4 for blacks. For ages 25 to 44, the suicide rate was 6.0 for all races. In our sample, the average annual suicide rate for women with a history of delivery was only 3.0, while it was 7.8 for women with a history of abortion. Our findings bracket the national averages, regardless of race, suggesting a strong protective effect related to childbirth and a strong detrimental effect related. That's insane. That's a crazy bullshit extrapolation from this. That's wild. Our finding that pregnancy events may affect mortality over several years and may counterbalance. Like, your data suggests the opposite. Suggests a strong protective effect related to childbirth and a strong detrimental effect related to abortion. Your two highest survival groups had abortions. Sorry, okay. Maybe conversely, however, unknown abortion events would tend to inflate the association between death and the delivery. Hold on, where were we? Our finding that pregnancy events may affect mortality over several years and may counterbalance each other when childbirth and pregnancy loss are both experienced underscores another limitation about this study and the stakes studies. Incomplete obstetric histories. I'm guessing that means like your womb health. It appears most likely that more complete data could have revealed an even greater disparity between abortion only and delivery only. This is likely since unknown childbirth events would have. We have no idea, but we think it's actually likely with no data. This is likely since unknown childbirth events would have a protective effect on women otherwise identified as being the abortion only group. Protective effect on women. Conversely, however, unknown abortion events would tend to inflate the association between death and the delivery-only group. Maybe the diluting effect of unknown previous pregnancies is seen in the age stratification results shown in Table 5. The level of significance generally appears to drop with increasing age. Indeed, in the oldest age group, 40 to 49, not only is all statistical significance lost, but also the relative rate of death suddenly appears to shift in favor of those who had an abortion. However, it is certainly true that the oldest age groups of women will proportionally have far more pregnancy events that are unknown to us than the younger women for whom the 6-year dataset captures a major portion of their reproductive years. Our classification of women as abortion only or delivery only would therefore be increasingly inaccurate with increasing age. The use of datasets that include complete reproductive histories would eliminate this problem. Finally, at the request of the California DPH, this population was limited to only those women who had a Medi-Cal funded abortion or hospital delivery in 1989. This made it impossible for us to compare these women to a group of Medi-Cal eligible women without any pregnancy history, or to a group of women who had miscarriages in 1989. In future research, comparisons with both nulliparous women and women who miscarry would be valuable. Okay. Jesus. The Elliott Institute is the lead researcher. David C. Reardon. Is an American electrical engineer, an anti-abortion activist. Does he not have any... Is this the right guy? He is the founder of the Elliott Institute, an anti-abortion advocacy group, and the author of a number of articles and books on abortion and mental health. When did he found that group? Hold on. Isn't the conflict of interest section normally found at the bottom of a study? Also, this is a lot of references. I guess it's not always uncommon, but... Okay. Especially for such a light, weak... even calling this like a study is... Yeah, whatever. Wait, where the fuck did I just put this guy's wiki? Graduate of the University of Illinois Department of Electrical Engineering, Reardon began researching the effects of abortion in the mid-1980s. Oh, he got a PhD later on in biomedical ethics from Pacific Western University, an unaccredited correspondence school. Oh, what the fuck does that mean? Wait, what the fuck? Pacific Western University was an unaccredited university that closed in May of 2006 following a lawsuit filed by the state of Hawaii. Oh, this is all good. It's all good to know. What do they close for? In 2005, the State of Hawaii Office of Consumer Protection brought a lawsuit against the institution alleging that it enrolled fewer than 25 in-state residents. This is like just like an online college you get a PhD from? What? These are... Can I get one of these? And use several websites, including www.apiu.ws, www.open-universities.com, warwicks.com, to enroll distance education students from other places. On May 9th, 2006, a state court received a default judgment in favor of the state agency, ordering them to cease operation and assess a civil penalty of $500K. Pacific Western University and the affiliated Pacific Western University, Louisiana, were not accredited by an accrediting body. As such, the school's decree... Okay. Unaccredited. No, it would be not accredited. A not accredited? No, it would be unaccredited. Hmm. Interesting. Raridan describes his position on abortion as both wait. How much you want to bet that this guy has talked to Leela? Do you think? With Gregory Pine? Fuck, maybe not. Oh, I wonder if this guy's dead, actually. I have no idea. Lucky. Oh, no, wait. It would say up here. What doesn't even have his birthday? What? Is he even real? Destiny, click. Oh, nice. Let's see. As an example, okay, Chris Mooney profiled Reardon as an example of what he describes as a Christian conservative Christian conservatives who have gone a long way towards creating their own scientific counter-establishment. He notes that Reardon's findings conflict with those of the APA, American Psychology Association, which in identity rejected the notion that abortion regularly causes severe or clinical mental problems, blah, 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 front page, you know. Page 19, empty state. Yeah, I'll look at response studies, but just reading this, I'm confident enough that this is a dog shit. It's studies. Hold on, let me be clear. Let me be super clear about all of this, okay? There's nothing inherently wrong with what they've done here. The bad part is what the conclusions they're drawing from, and the discussion part is severely lacking in terms of consideration for other types of very obvious confounds when it comes to being healthy after a pregnancy. And the fact that I don't even see it a single time considered the health of the mother, and that it is over and over again doing this very weird addressing of like suicidality coming from all these weird mental health problems, but then they don't even like tease apart why did they go to a psychiatrist or a psychologist is very, very, very strange. Like there's enough here to just, without even looking at a response study, it seems to not be dealing with the subject matter in a very honest way at all. And yeah, and the discussion section is sorely lacking. Also, I haven't read, I'm sure there are other people who've read way more research than I, but for such a light 9-page, 8-page, really 7-page really study, 47 citations. That's a lot of references for such a dog shit paper. But I don't know. Okay. Okay. Lane Institute's endorsed model legislation regarding informed consent for Reardon David C. Aborted women, silent no more. Jesus. The Southern Medical Journal, that's what this was published in, right? 2024 impact factor is 0.8. Yikes. I'm pretty sure 10 is the best, and I think anything like 3 or 4 and above is considered decent. 0.8. God damn. Southern Medical Journal is what it was. Okay. That's a study. People said their responses to this. I don't know. I'll probably just try to find one, I guess. But yeah. What do we have here? No, bro, 107 pages. The fuck is this? This perspective argues that abortion is traumatic because it involves a human death experience, specifically the intentional destruction of one's unborn child and the witnessing of a violent death, as well as a violation of parental instinct and responsibility, the severing of maternal attachments to the unborn child, and an unacknowledged grief. From Coleman, Reardon. Okay, well, the view of abortion is inherently traumatic, illustrated by the statement that once a young woman is pregnant, it is a choice between having a baby or having a traumatic experience. The belief that women who terminate a pregnancy typically will feel grief, guilt, remorse, loss, and depression also is evident in early studies of the psychological implications of abortion, many of which were influenced by psychoanalytic theory and based on clinical case studies of patients presenting no psychiatrists for studies of patients presenting to psychiatrists for a psychological problem after an abortion. Is this just going through all the different conceptual frameworks? Okay. Okay, this seems like an interesting thing, but I don't think I'm gonna read this whole thing. Jesus. Okay, don't commit this. What is this? Wait, I wonder if I should keep this. Report on the APA Task Force on Mental Health and Abortion. This might be good to just let's throw this down here, just in case. We'd be rewatching your past convo with Leela on stream. Maybe. We'll see. Because of a lapse in government funding, the information on this website may not be up to date. Good one, Republican dipshits. Does the outcome of a first pregnancy predict depression, suicidal ideation, or lower self-esteem? Data from the National Comorbidity Survey. Wait, people were saying that there were responses to what's this guy's name? What the fuck is this paper? Suicide risks associated with pregnancy outcomes, a national cross-sectional survey of American females 41 to 45 years of age. It's an interesting group, but okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, is this a... This is 2003, so this was a year later. This is a direct response paper, I believe. Abortion and its psychological implications are highly controversial. Politically charged issues, increasingly scientific research on psychological response to abortion is being cited as a basis for making policy decisions about access to abortion. In such a climate, it is essential to help providers and policymakers base their conclusions on reputable scientific research that is methodologically rigorous, conceptually sound, and free from ideological bias. In this issue, David Reardon and colleagues describe how they conducted a record linkage study of psychiatric admissions among a sample of low-income women who had received state funding for either an abortion or delivery in 1989. They report that subsequent psychiatric admission rates were higher for women who had an abortion than for women who delivered. Their conclusion implies there was the result of problems relating to aborting a pregnancy. This conclusion is misleading. It is a fundamental tenet of science that one cannot infer cause from a correlation between two variables. Consider, for example, the strong correlation that exists between the number of bars in a city and the number of churches in a city. How can we explain this finding? Some may conclude that religion drives people to drink. Others may conclude that drinking drives people to religion. The most likely explanation, however, is that the correlation is spurious, caused by a third unmeasured variable that is associated both with the number of churches and the number of bars in a city, such as city size. A similar analysis can be applied to the association reported here between abortion and psychiatric admissions. Although it is possible that abortion leads to psychiatric problems, it is just as plausible that the direction of causality is reversed, namely, that psychiatric problems cause women who become pregnant to feel less capable of raising a child and to terminate their pregnancy. Reardon and colleagues attempted to control for this by omitting from their analyses women who had been admitted for inpatient psychiatric care in the year before the target pregnancy. As noted by the authors, however, they did not measure or control for psychiatric admissions before this year and were unable to control for other indicators of prior mental health that might predispose a woman to terminate a pregnancy rather than carry to term. Why not physical health? What? The most plausible explanation for the association observed by Reardon and colleagues is that it is spurious. It reflects unmeasured differences that exist before the target pregnancy between the women in the delivery and the abortion samples. The life circumstances of women who will continue a pregnancy differ from those of women who will abort a pregnancy in myriad and meaningful ways that have implications for mental health. Women who choose to deliver are more likely to have planned and wanted their pregnancies and feel emotionally and financially capable of raising a child. Women who seek abortion cite financial concerns, worries about their relationship, or the lack of relationship, and their lack of readiness to assume responsibility for a child. Contrast women who deliver. Women who terminate a pregnancy are less likely to be married or in an intimate relationship with their partner. Both those social factors are associated with poor mental health. Reardon and colleagues failed to control for these important social and psychological differences between groups in their analyses. Thus, the ways in which those women's lives differed, blah, blah, blah. It is also considered a context in which women seek abortions when discussing the mental health implications of abortions. Women typically seek an abortion because they are faced with an unplanned and unwanted pregnancy. To compare the mental health of a woman who give birth, or mental health of women who give birth, typically of a planned unwanted pregnancy, those who have abortions, typically of an unintended unwanted pregnancy, as Reardon and colleagues did, is to compare apples to oranges. From a mental health or social policy perspective, it is more appropriate to compare women who abort an unwanted pregnancy with women who are denied or unable to obtain an abortion, and hence are forced to carry to term a pregnancy that is unwanted. Another appropriate comparison group would be women who deliver a child and give it up for adoption, by at least partly controlling for the wantedness of pregnancy. Such comparisons provide assurances that the women being compared are similar in the predicament they face and the risk factors for subsequent psychiatric illnesses. Researchers seeking to study women's psychological reactions to abortion face a number of methodological obstacles. A truly definitive study of the psychological effects of abortion is impossible, as such a study would involve randomly assigning women with unwanted pregnancies to continue or abort their pregnancies, a prospect that is clearly unethical. Thus, the best one can do is base conclusions on those findings that emerge consistently from the most rigorously designed research. The findings of Reardon and colleagues are inconsistent with a number of well-designed earlier studies that compare the psychological politics and value. Okay. Does the outcome of a first pregnancy predict depression, suicidal ideation, right? This is from 2011. Somebody linked a big... Does the outcome of a... Wait, no, not that. Sorry. What is this? 20... I just see no date. 2013, sorry. Okay, Jesus. Fatal flaws in a recent meta-analysis on abortion and mental health. That's mine. It's the Giga counter to all shit studies. Similar to other reviews within the last 4 years, a thorough review by the Royal College of Psychiatrists, not psychiatrists, okay, psychiatrists, published in December 2011, found that compared to delivery of an unintended pregnancy, abortion does not increase women's risk of mental health problems. In contrast, a meta-analysis published in September 2011 concluded that abortion increases women's risk of mental health problems by 81% and that 10% of mental health problems are attributable to abortions. Like others, we strongly question the quality of this meta-analysis and its conclusions. Here we detail 7 errors of this meta-analysis and 3 significant shortcomings of the included studies because policy, practice, and the public have been misinformed. These errors and shortcomings render the meta-analysis conclusions invalid. Several recent reviews of studies on abortion. Oh, that's a good question, actually. Several recent reviews of studies on abortion and mental health have been published. All these have come to similar conclusions regarding the causal association between abortion and subsequent mental health, namely that in the aggregate, women who terminate unintended pregnancy are not at an increased risk of mental health problems compared to women who carry an unintended pregnancy to term. These conclusions are based on a thorough review of the literature and inclusion of studies that have very high design quality and are not biased towards finding abortion leads to mental health. Okay, several recent reviews of studies have been published. 1 through 4. Okay. Despite these independent reviews all having similar conclusions, one recent review by Coleman came to a different conclusion. A meta-analysis concluded that abortion increases women's risk of mental health problems by 81%, and that 10% of mental health problems are attributable to abortions. Remember, one of your leading indicators that some research is bullshit is if you come out and you claim in your research to have found something that is not only different from what a lot of other researchers are saying, but significantly different. 81% increase. That sounds like a big relative risk adjustment, but the methods, results, and conclusions of this meta-analysis have been seriously questioned by several researchers and scholars. 10 letters to the editor were highly critical of the methodology used, and with 2 calling for a retraction of this meta-analysis. In addition, the final version of a review by the Royal College of Psychiatrists stated that a number of methodological problems with the meta-analysis conducted in the Coleman Review have been identified, which brings into question both the results and conclusions, and a commentary published in January 2012, written by authors of the Royal College of Psychiatrists Review, concluded that the Coleman meta-analysis cannot be regarded as a formal systematic review. Like others, we strongly question the quality of this meta-analysis of 22 papers, just as the reliability, validity, and replicability of some of the studies in the meta-analysis have been questioned. While many have discussed the errors and shortcomings in separate critiques of the Coleman meta-analysis, none has presented a comprehensive summary of them in one paper. Below, we present a summary of the most serious and significant errors of this meta-analysis because policy, practice, and the public have been badly misinformed. We then briefly discussed significant shortcomings of various studies included in the meta-analysis. In addition, because of the RC Psych review was published around the same time, came to different conclusions than Coleman's meta-analysis. Where appropriate, we discuss how aspects of the Coleman meta-analysis and RC Psych review differed. We also present tables 1 and 2 to illustrate the errors of mental circumstances. Okay, Jesus. Okay. Let's make sure real quick. This guy's not like, or girl. She's not like the head of the Kill Babies organization or something, all right? is a professor of ecological economics at the University of Lausanne. She studies the relationships between the use of resources and performances of societies. She's an author of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, 6 Assessment Report. Oh my God. Okay, we get it. We get it. Whatever. Jesus. Wait, is this the right person? Jesus. Daughter of Nobel laureate in physics Jack Steinberg, studied science at the Collège des Chercheurs in Switzerland, where she was awarded the Des Saussure Prize in 1993. Moved to the US for her graduate degree, working at Brown University on the cosmic microwave background. Earned her PhD studying ultra-cold atoms at MIT. Jesus. Oh no, supports the work of Greta Thunberg. Or Thunberg. Not good. Is this really the same researcher? She's the lead on this. Department of Psychiatry, University of Chicago, or I'm sorry, California. Julia R. Wait, I don't think this is the same person. Steinberger? Oh, this is Steinberger. We're looking for Steinberg. Ah, now we found you. Okay. Research is at the intersection of mental and reproductive health and social focus on family planning. One line of research is an important policy and clinical application examines whether abortion causes or increase the risk of mental health problems. Another line of research examines the role of mental health in unintended pregnancies. Okay, so this is her area of research. Okay. Okay, so we would just say that this is big review. I did not copy paste the right thing, just kidding. Big 2013 review. Do you still want philosophy people? Not right now. Big 2013 review published conception detailing the errors of prior studies, prior associate abortion with negative mental health outcomes. Okay. Okay, that's good enough for that, I think. What the fuck? Okay, where am I? Abortion perils debated. Somebody link this. This is so short. The study by David Reardon and Associates is seriously flawed. It presents misleading conclusions. The authors compared two groups of women as if the only differences between them was whether or not they had an abortion. However, many factors were unknown. For example, whether the women in the control group were in stable relationships or whether they had planned their pregnancies. The women in the case group had not had a psychiatric admission in the previous year, but the reasons for their abortions were unknown. These women may have been troubled before they got pregnant. Women who are mentally ill, under stress, and without social supports constitute the group most likely to need an abortion because they cannot cope with the pregnancy or having a child. But these women also have the most difficulty coping with an abortion. The fact that the most common diagnosis for those admitted after their abortions was psychotic depression strongly suggests that some of these women had a previous history of mental illness. Reardon and Associates bolster their alarmist conclusions by quoting a select group of studies that have supposedly also found major negative consequences, ignoring the thorough reviews by both the APA and the Surgeon General of the United States, who found no evidence of harm. It is surprising that CMAJ would publish such poor quality research. Damn. Well. Okay. I might look at one more study real quick before. Okay, so California Medicaid study examining 107. Yeah, she's very tricky with the way that she brings this up, by the way, which is very interesting. Because when somebody says the California Medicaid study, it almost sounds like a government was commissioned to take a look at the data, which is not at all the case, right? It was a super pro-abortion guy with a fake PhD, who, like, that's, yeah. She mentions this turnaway study. Introduction to the turnaway study. Is this the turnaway study, or is this a paper talking about the turnaway study? The turnaway study is ANSIRHs. What is that? Advancing New Standards in Reproductive Health. Okay. There's a study to describe the mental health, physical health, and socioeconomic consequences of receiving an abortion compared to carrying an unwanted pregnancy to term. 2008-2010, we recruited women from 30 abortion facilities around the country. We interviewed nearly 1,000 women who sought abortions. Some who received abortions because they presented for care under the gestational limit of the clinic, and some were turned away and carried to term because they were past the facility's gestational limit. We interviewed participants by phone every 6 months over a period of 5 years. We conducted nearly 8,000 interviews of the Quest study. During surveys, women share this complex and diverse stories about the effect of their unintended pregnancies on their lives. The Turnaway Study is an effort to capture women's stories, understand the role of abortion and childbearing in their lives, and contribute scientific data to the ongoing public policy debate on the mental health and life course consequences of abortion and unwanted childbearing for women and families. The most common reasons for seeking an abortion are not being able to afford to have a child, the pregnancy coming at the wrong time in life, and the man involved not being a suitable partner/parent. Alcohol, tobacco, and drug use is an uncommon reason, but women who cite this reason do not have otherwise wanted pregnancies. Okay. Who seeks later abortion and is denied because they are beyond gestational limits. We estimate that even before most 20-week bans were implemented, more than 4,000 women per year were denied wanted abortions due to gestational limits. Women who seek later abortions are often slowed down by not realizing they were pregnant, followed by logistical barriers to getting a later procedure. Young women and women who have never had a child before are at higher risk of not recognizing pregnancy in the first trimester. Recruited women from 30 facilities over 3 years. Paper below describes strategies we use to increase the number of women who are approached and the participation rate. Following papers describe the counseling that occurs in abortion clinics. Shows that most women don't feel pressured and that they find counseling less helpful when it is state mandated. Many women choose to view their ultrasounds, and their emotional responses to viewing are not all negative, and some are even positive. Many women choose to view their ultrasounds, and their emotional responses to viewing are not all negative, some are positive. About half of women report seeing protesters at the clinics. Half, damn. The more contact, the more upsetting the protesters are, but protesters don't change how women feel about their abortions. There's a substantial burden women face trying to raise money to pay for an abortion. Many women who did not have access to public or private insurance coverage were delayed due to raising money for the abortion. The Turnaway study examined the effects of receiving or being denied abortion on women's mental health, anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress, and suicidal ideation, and well-being. We find no evidence that abortion causes negative mental health or well-being outcomes. However, we do find that being denied an abortion is associated with elevated levels of anxiety, stress, and lower self-esteem soon after abortion denial. Over time, these outcomes generally improve, so that by 6 months to 1 year post-abortion seeking, women who have an abortion and those denied one have similar levels of mental health and well-being. Perceived abortion stigma at the time of seeking an abortion is also associated with negative psychological outcomes years later. Wait, who cited the Turnaway study? Oh, I think this was a... I think this might have just been like a fact check.
Hey.
Shut up! Jubilee, Leela Rose. I don't know if anybody actually mentioned it by name. Let's check.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so do you know the number one emotion women get after having an abortion is relief?
Are you referring to the Turnaway study with that information?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So the Turnaway study has been heavily debunked because it's done by those that support abortion, and they said they were going to follow 1,000 women to see if there was an abortion regret after their abortions. Only 150 women would complete the study with them. The rest of them dropped off, some of them struggling with issues maybe connected to that abortion, but only 150 completed it. So that's a survey.
Who debunked this Turnaway research? Can somebody link me like a debunking? Or I guess I could maybe Control F it. This article has been retracted, bruh. The Turnaway study, a case of self-correction in science upended by political motivation and unvetted findings. Oh, it's Coleman again. This review begins with a detailed focus on the Turnaway study, which addresses associations among early abortion, later abortions, and anti-abortion skilled various. The Turnaway study was comprised of 516 women. However, an exact percentage of the population is not discernible due to missing information. Extrapolating from what is known reveals a likely low of 0.32% to a maximum of 3.18% of participants sampled from the available in the pool. Of what? Of every woman? What? Why do I care about this? Okay. Motivation for conducting the Turnaway study, methodological deficiencies, sampling issues, and others, and bias are specifically addressed. Despite serious departures from accepted scientific practices, journals in psychology and medicine have published dozens of articles generated from the study's data. The high volume of one-sided publications has stifled dialogue on potential adverse psychological consequences of this common procedure. Following a critical analysis of the Turnaway study, an overview of the strongest studies on abortion and mental health is offered. This comprehensive literature, comprised of numerous large-scale studies from across the globe, has been largely overlooked by scientists and the public. While the Turnaway study dominates the media, information provided to women, and legal challenges involving abortion restrictions. The final section of this article, literature reviews by professional organizations, are considered, demonstrating that the biased section, or the biased science characterizing the Turnaway study, is aligned with a pervasive and systemic phenomenon wherein deriving reliable and valid results via careful selection, careful attention to methodology and scrutiny by the scientific community have been supplanted by politics. Oh no. I wonder why they retracted this. Following publication, undisclosed competing interests were brought to our attention, which undermined the objective editorial assessment of the article during the peer review process. Frontiers conducted a post-publication assessment of the article, including consulting with independent expertise, which concluded that the article does not meet the standards of publication of Frontiers in Psychology. This retraction was approved by the chief. Okay. The authors did not agree with this retraction, obviously. Wait, what? The Turnaway study explored the response of women, including minors, who obtained or were denied abortions around the gestational limit of clinics throughout the United States. The authors also included women who had first trimester abortions for comparison purposes. More specifically, the authors recruited participants with 3 distinct profiles. 1, women whose pregnancies were dated between 1 day and 3 weeks after clinic gestational limits and were therefore unable to secure an abortion. 2, women whose pregnancies were between 1 day to 2 weeks shy of the clinic gestational limit had an abortion. Blah, blah, blah. Most of the participants in the Turnaway group, 60% gave birth. 32% had abortions at another location or had a miscarriage or stillbirth. The investigators checked for eligibility and then relayed information. In January 2022, Kaiser Health News interviewed Turnaway study principal investigator Foster, reporting data from the Turnaway study resulted in the publication of more than 50 peer-reviewed studies. And the answer to nearly all the questions asked, said Foster, is that the women who got abortions fared better in respect to economic and health, including their mental health, compared with those who did not have abortions. In an article in the December 2021 issue of Scientific American, a sociology professor, Amanda Stevenson, was quoted as saying, "It's impossible to overstate how scholarly the design of the study is." Ooh. The purpose of this review is to step back from the far-reaching and laudatory comments in major media and popular press that have described the study as debunking most anti-abortion arguments, proving restricting abortion harms women, and as landmark to examine what can be gleaned from the study's inception to efforts to answer the question replete with political ramifications. Does abortion place women at risk for mental health problems? Okay. Following a detailed analysis of the Turnaway study, an overview of the strongest studies available worldwide related to abortion and mental health is provided. This comprehensive literature has been largely ignored as the Turnaway study dominates the media, information provided to women, and legal challenges involving abortion restrictions. In the final section of this article, literature reviews by professional organizations are addressed to illustrate that the biased science characterizing the Turnaway study is aligned with a pervasive and systemic phenomenon wherein scientific principles have been held captive by a political agenda that has no room for vetting knowledge and skeptical scientists. The Turnaway study origins, basics, and methodological flaws. In 2016, Martin observed that Warren Buffett had provided a minimum of $80 million to the University of California, San Francisco Reproductive Health Institute, with the fund supporting researchers with outspoken political agendas. The research initiatives dates back at least to the early 2000s. It became more... Wow, okay. The analysis below of the sampling procedures and other methodological problems clearly demonstrates that the Turnaway study cannot yield reliable data, precluding generalizability to women seeking U.S. abortions. An affidavit of the Supreme Court... Turnaway study investigators do not clearly articulate the sampling plan, the size of the population, or precisely how sites situated in different cities were chosen. Only very generalized information on these issues is described in the operating procedures manual. The cities are not identified. In one of the study's published articles, Biggs et al. Noted, from 2008 to 2010, we recruited women seeking abortions care at 30 facilities in 21 states throughout the USA. Facilities were identified using the National Abortion Federation membership directory and by referral. Sites were selected based on their gestational age limits to perform an abortion procedure, where each facility had the latest gestational limit, and any facilities within 150 miles, gestational age limits. From this description, there's no way of knowing if all the selected facilities engaged in recruitment during the first year and continued efforts for the full 3 years. Recruiting, okay. Facilities engaged in recruitment during the first year, okay. The editors and all 4 peer reviewers were part of an anti-abortion advocacy group and not disclosing. Is that really what happened? If so, based? For a significant percentage of patients, abortion initiates feelings of regret, loss, and alienation from others. Oh no. What is our most recent one? Kimport et al. Fuck. What is the... Am I retarded for not seeing that? Oh, Kimport. This one? Misunderstanding abortion regret. Okay. The abstract of this, the debate about abortion regret rests on competing assumptions about women's attachment to pregnancy. Anti-abortion claimants argue women always attach to pregnancy, inevitably regretting abortion, while abortion rights supporters counter that women do not attach to pregnancies they choose to terminate, feeling relief instead. Neither assumption explains women's experience. Research shows that attachment is discursively produced. What does discursively mean? Means to move from one topic to another in a rambling or digressive way, or to proceed by reasoning and argument rather than intuition. Neither assumption explains women's experience. Research shows that attachment is discursively produced, so they reason their way to it. Using interview data from 21 women, this study moves past these political claims to empirically identify 3 sources of women's emotional difficulty around abortion: social disapproval, romantic relationship loss, and head versus heart conflict. Findings point to the importance of attention to women's lived experience in space for complex feelings around abortion. Interview data from 21 women. Okay. That doesn't necessarily make it bad, but... "21 women who had emotional difficulties related to an abortion participated in semi-structured in-depth interviews in 2009. Of these, 14 women were recruited." Jesus, okay, these are very limited sample size things, okay. Research can elucidate this one. Wait, 21 women who had emotional difficulties related to an abortion participated in semi-structured in-depth telephone interviews. Well, I mean, okay. I mean, then, well, they're literally choosing for women that are having negative emotional outcomes, right? For a significant percentage of patients, abortion initiates feelings of regret, loss, and alienation from others. I don't think these two would necessarily support that conclusion. These are super limited, and they're choosing for people that... okay, whatever. Why was this retracted? Stop! Close. Retracted anti-abortion paper contained undisclosed conflicts of interest. An anti-abortion paper retracted by a Frontiers journal the day after Christmas contained undisclosed conflicts of interest among its guest editors and peer reviewers, according to an analysis by digital science company Rapida. A technology company dedicated to supporting and building trust in science today shared some of its findings, including a conceptual model demonstrating how independent peer review should look at what the conflicts of interest are in this case. The paper in question, published last year in Frontiers in Psychology, is The Turnaway Study, a case of self-correction in science upended by political motivation and unvetted findings. This paper sought to criticize the Turnaway Study, a landmark study describing the mental health, physical health, and socioeconomic consequences of receiving an abortion compared to carrying an unwanted pregnancy to term. This sounds like a study I should become familiar with. The Turnaway Study sounds like a pretty important landmark study for abortion stuffs. This paper sought to criticize the Turnaway Study, a landmark study. Okay. Coleman's paper was retracted by Frontiers on December 26, 2022. It's reported in Retraction Watch. PETA CEO and co-founder Dr. Leslie McIntosh says Coleman's article first came to the company's attention last year through algorithms that showed irregularities in the paper's trust markers, and then through social media. The alert we received indicated we should look closer at the trust markers within the article to ensure due diligence of scientific processes was followed. Dr. McIntosh says the peer review process is of clear interest in research conduct and integrity. Because Frontiers published the names of reviewers and their declared affiliations, this transparency allows researchers like us to review their affiliations in the context of the peer review process. Coleman's article was part of a research topic similar to a special issue, which was led by 3 guest editors. The article itself had 4 peer reviewers. However, while all 4 peer reviewers state different affiliations, Rapida has found that 3 of them are directly and 1 indirectly affiliated with the anti-abortion Charlotte Lozier Institute, which describes itself as the preeminent organization for science-based pro-life information and research. In addition, the editor charged with reviewing the article is also affiliated with CLI. Most of the associations were not disclosed. Oof, that's not good. This example highlights the potential for institutes, peer reviewers, or authors to translate aligned political interests into scientific influence. Okay, that's a good... Are there any other big debunks besides this one, or is this the one that she's referring to? I'm curious.
Survey of only 150 women would complete the study with them. The rest of them dropped off, some of them struggling with issues maybe connected to that abortion, but only 100.
Wait, somebody said there's a reason why conflict of interest is a basis for desk rejection. You cannot trust that the data wasn't manufactured out of thin air to support claims. Maybe, however, conflict of interest will not necessarily get your study rejected. It's good for disclosing for people to know what's going on, right? So that they can look into, you know, what your conflict of interest is. Not disclosing conflict of interest is a huge red flag, and my guess is that will generally get you completely kicked out, because now it looks like the conflict of interest is so intrusionary, that's not a real word, but it's intruding so much on your ability to reason independently, and you know it is, that your refusal to disclose that conflict of interest might be, or is intentionally hampering your ability to is intentionally hampering your ability to be nonpartisan. Sure, but there's a difference between a minor conflict of interest and something like here. I agree with that. Having 4 people that are associated with the anti-abortion thing doing a review on an article about abortion is probably not it's probably not what you want, right? (2022) study in frontier psychology by Priscilla Coleman was eventually retracted due to the 4 peer reviewers involved and the researcher herself not disclosing their affiliation with the Charlotte Lozier Institute, which is a pro-life information organization. Okay. This example highlights the potential for institutes, peer reviewers, or authors to translate as access to abortion is a political issue. As Coleman's article is distinctly anti-abortion, and as all of the editors and peer reviewers responsible for checking Coleman's article are members of organizations, institutions that are anti-abortion on all terms, there appears to be non-independence among all these actors. Hence, there appears to be significant confirmation bias and conflict of interest within the scientific process in this case. Dr. McIntosh says the Committee on Publication Ethics, COPE, oh no, definition of systematic manipulation of the publication process appears to have been met. Whatever the quality of Coleman's article, political conflicts of interest have undermined the peer review process by causing the independent assessment criterion of peer review to fail, she says. The author, editors, and peer reviewers should have included reviewers outside of their politically aligned affiliations, which raised concerns regarding the peer review process being contaminated with potential bias. Dr. McIntosh says that based on the multiple levels of conflict of interest in peer review, the paper should never have been included in the scholarly literature, and then it was retracted, I guess. I wonder if this lady, I feel like I'm seeing her name a lot, Coleman. Is she also a big anti-abortion advocate? She's a retired professor of human development and family studies in the School of Family and Consumer Sciences at Bowling Green State University. Another one of these big abortion and mental health problems. Okay. Yeah, I see that, ASOS, but it's not necessarily bad if she's using good methodologies, right? Is this debate happening at a live event? Yeah, it's down at UCI. Her research was mostly met with poor reception from her professional colleagues, with at least one of her manuscripts was retracted. In a separate case, researchers were unable to reproduce Coleman's results on abortion and mental health, despite using the same data set, and have described her findings as logically inconsistent, potentially substantially inflated by faulty methodology. The APA and other major medical bodies have concluded the evidence does not support a link between abortion and Ooh, Steinberg. This Julia Steinberg chick is on the other end of a lot of these too. Stop. Using the U.S. National Comorbidity Survey, Coleman, Coyle, Shuping, and Rue published an analysis indicating that compared to women who had never had an abortion, women who had reported an abortion were at an increased risk of several anxiety, mood, and substance use disorders. Here we show that these results are not replicable. That is, using the same data, sample, and codes as indicated by those authors, it is not possible to replicate the simple bivariate statistics testing the relationship of ever having had an abortion to each mental health disorder when no factors were controlled for in analyses. Furthermore, among women with prior pregnancies in the NCS, we investigated whether having 0, 1, or multiple abortions were associated with having mood, anxiety, or substance use disorder at the time of the interview. In doing this, we tested two competing frameworks, the abortionist trauma versus the common risk factors approach. Our results support the latter framework, the bivariate context, when no other factors were included in models. Abortion history was not related to having a mood disorder, but it was related to having anxiety or substance use disorder when prior mental health... Okay. Wait, fuck. Table 2 and Coleman et al. View PDF. Why is it so hard for me to see this? Am I fucking retarded? No, just kidding. We're good. Whatever. Nope, never mind. We don't got it. Why are all their papers such dog shit? These are always like so like it's like, oh, here's our 6-page research paper drawing this massive causal relationship. Holy fuck. I'm not reading this whole thing. Does induced abortion carry the potential to adversely affect the psychological well-being? The seemingly straightforward question is complicated by a number of characteristics, inherent variables of interest, as well as external factors surrounding investigative efforts. Oh, we see our Reardon guy here. She's citing her own research here. I've seen this Kugel name or whatever pop up a few times as well, but... So I'm guessing the researchers that went through this and checked it must have had access to the same data set. Whoops. Stop. I didn't mean to do that. Using the same data samples and codes as indicated by those authors, it's not possible to replicate the simple bivariate statistics. Okay. Good one. Okay.
And 50 completed it. So that's a survey of only 150 women. And again, I think we need to look at women at large and their experiences, and there will.
The Turnaway study sounds like a compilation of like a ton of different research. Is she summarizing that entire project as just one study of 150? Or am I misunderstanding that? Or no, I guess they're just citing other research, I'm sorry, and this pamphlet here. So maybe that... This is just their citations to other things, I think. Okay. Let's see. And then the author of the Turnaway study did a response to that paper before it was retracted. Addressing the criticisms, our goal was not to recruit all people seeking abortions over the study period. We specifically recruited women just above and just below the gestational limit, rather than all women seeking abortion, to ensure unbiased estimates of the effects of abortion on women's lives by comparing the outcomes of similar groups of women who, almost at random, received or were denied their wanted abortion. We were able to isolate the effects of abortion on people's well-being. For a study to be generalizable, the characteristics of the sample need to reflect the target population of people seeking abortions, and any selection biases need to be minimized. Our sample closely reflects the characteristics of those seeking abortion nationally. We examined outcomes for women recruited from high versus low participation rate sites and did not find differences. We asked clinics to approach every woman who was denied an abortion due to being over the gestational limit. For the other two groups, for which eligibility was more common, clinics were permitted to select times to recruit so long as they approached every eligible person while they were doing recruitment. This flexibility around recruitment for the two abortion groups explains the lower approach rates for those who receive abortions. As we have previously reported, clinics were not deciding who to approach based on any characteristics of the abortion patient other than eligibility for one of the three study groups. It is inappropriate to characterize the study sample size based solely on the number of people who complete the final interview. With longitudinal studies, there is inevitable loss to follow-up. Loss to follow-up is a concern when those lost are systematically different from those who remained in the study. This is true. In Turnaway, we have evidence that loss to follow-up was not different by baseline physical health, mental health, or economic well-being. This is good to know. The Turnaway study collected data for over 1,000 people. Some did not do the phone interviews and were included in the credit study and death record search. 956 completed at least one phone interview. We use all 7,851 interviews in our analyses, which allows us to show that there was not differential loss to follow-up based on attitude towards abortion or key outcomes. The mixed effects regression models we employ in our analyses account for missing observations, protecting against bias owing to loss to follow-up that is predictable from previously measured covariates. That's the I did an incredibly in-depth abortion video. It could save you hours. Two-hour video. Maybe. We'll see. Although Coleman criticizes the Turnaway study's participation and attrition rates, these rates are well within the expected range for a 5-year study and similar to other prospective studies of this type. Our rate of attrition of about 5% from wave to wave represents excellent participant retention. Oh, wait, only 5%? Wait, how many did they have follow up to the very end then? Compared to other research in the field and as a study strength, Coleman draws attention to a small difference we found in who was lost at 3 years. Yet we have also reported that by 5 years, there was no longer a difference in retention by baseline emotions or any other related outcome, decision rightness, decision difficulty, or perceived abortion stigma. All our mental health measures were widely accepted and have been validated in the United States and elsewhere. The brief symptom inventory, patient health questionnaire. criticism that we have lumped participants who have early and later abortions together is false. 516 of the initial 1,000. Okay. She's making it sound like it was only 180 or whatever. Okay, yeah. Those just under the limit who receive an abortion in the first trimester, but the underlying assumption of the critique that women who seek later abortions have different psychological responses than people who seek early abortions is not supported by the Turnaway study findings. When explicitly comparing reasons for abortion, emotional reactions, and decision rightness among people seeking near limit versus first trimester abortions, we find few differences. Instead, we find that people seeking abortion later in pregnancy do so primarily because they discovered they were pregnant later and because they experienced a series of logistical and financial barriers to getting an abortion. Interesting. Okay. The Turnaway study captures experiences of people who were seeking abortion services and therefore who would be affected by abortion bans. Any selection of subsets of people who never had a prior abortion or never go on to have another unwanted pregnancy would create biases that would result in the sample no longer reflecting all those who sought an abortion. To understand the effect of access to abortion on people's lives, there's no reason to include a sample who choose to carry unintended pregnancies to term. These people are not affected by the availability of abortion services. The most important contribution to the Turnaway study is the quasi-randomized design, that women were similar to each other before one group got an abortion and the other was denied, and based on credit reports, okay, listen. Okay, wait. Fuck, I don't know how many of you fucking pay attention to my shit, okay? Okay, hold on, okay? All right, I'm just reading random shit. We're just going through random stuff, okay? Reading random shit, going through random stuff, okay? And we can kind of like develop a little bit of an understanding of like kind of what's going on here, right? So we see a couple of the big names that are popping up in terms of like the anti-abortion stuff, right? We can kind of see like where, this Coleman, we see that whatever this guy's name was, we understand kind of like the arguments they're using, right? Now, one of the huge complaints that I had before in that one study was that, you might have very, very different women who are getting an abortion versus who are having a pregnancy, right? And one of the things that I've said before is that usually when researchers are looking at things, researchers are usually pretty clever. These are generally pretty smart people, are pretty clever at trying to find clever ways to disaggregate like groups of people to measure the variable that we really want to measure, right? So for women that have a baby versus women that have an abortion, what we're really trying to measure is like, if you have the abortion, is that having a negative outcome on your health versus those that have the baby, right? But if we just look at two groups of people who have an abortion versus those who have a baby, well, there might be a bunch of other stuff that we're missing, right? So this Turnaway study is clever, and that what it's looking at is, let's say that I have 100 women, let's say 50 gave birth and 50 had an abortion. Who's to say whether or not the aborted babies or the delivered babies are producing better or worse outcomes for the parents, right? Well, what if we take 100 women that all went into an abortion clinic and 50 of them were turned away because they were a little bit over the gestational limit, and then 50 of them were allowed to have abortions? Well, now we have a much more similar group of people because initially all 100 were seeking abortions, and now we're in a much more, I think, like similar category of here than just including a bunch of random people, right? So it's boring and it doesn't always show up necessarily like in the abstract of studies or whatever, but sometimes when you go into like the methodology of some of the studies, that's where you actually get some of the more interesting materials. Like, oh, here's like a really simple confound that everybody would think of, and here's how the researchers like corrected for it. I understand now, I guess, why it's called the Turnaway studies, because this was the idea that they had to try to find a more similar group of women and then measure the outcomes to see if the abortions were actually having deleterious impacts on their mental health, right? The ways in which their lives diverge are therefore directly attributable to whether or not they got the abortion. We find large negative economic and health consequences for people who are denied wanted abortions, an experience that is going to be more common now that Roe v. Wade has been overturned and many states have banned abortion. Okay, that's cute. And then Turnaway study. Fuck, a fucking book on it. Who was the Diana Foster. Diana Foster is the author of this book. Is she the lead researcher of the study? I should just wiki it. That's what I should be doing. It is Diana Foster. Okay. Fuck. What was the response that I was just reading? I closed it. I fucked Control T. Oh, it was this. Sorry. Okay. Got it. It's involved in a response to Coleman's review. Coleman's review was retracted. Jesus. Okay. Okay, cute. All right. One problem with studies using this design is that the causal effect identified is purely local. The absence of the causal effect can only be confidently applied to women seeking abortions around the gestational limit, not, for example, women seeking abortions earlier. Well, they addressed it. The issue is that people who were, I think that I think they said they sampled both the earlier and later ones, and they sampled for different mental predictors or whatever that were involved in the closer gestational ones, and they didn't find like a key difference between these groups of people, I think they said. Okay. What the fuck is this? Why was this link? This is 8 months old? I'm gonna use the restroom 1 second.
Hey, Ruby. Hi. How are you guys doing?
What the fuck are you doing?
We just wanted to check it out. It looked like a nice place.
Oh, really?
Yeah?
You
Don't
just
come
wanted
near
to
me.
Whoa,
whoa!
Aaron,
Stop,
stop.
stop,
Stop.
fucking with me, you
Hey,
stupid
hey,
girl.
hey, stop grabbing her.
Aaron,
Stop.
Aaron,
Aaron,
get off of her.
Get off me. Oh my god,
Oh, you're not so tough.
Hey,
now.
stop,
Get off
stop,
of me.
Stop grabbing her. Hey, stop. Stop. Stop.
You're... Get off! Let go of me! Cunt. Let go of me! Let go of me! Fucking obsession with you.
Walk away. Walk away.
I'm calling the cops! I'm calling the cops! Get over
Hey,
no! Oh! Get off of him! Get off of him! Get off of him! Get off of him! That's what you get! Get off! Go away, run! Call the cops! Call the cops! Call the cops! This woman just attacked me on video. She's in that restaurant atelier. She grabbed me. She grabbed my friend. She hit us. Red hair, please. She held me like crazy. Please. I have it on camera. Oh my God. Her. There. Right there. She's gonna come back. Please. She's coming. She's going to attack us again. I'm getting in the car.
This clip is 8 minutes old, not months. Oh, wait, did I read it wrong? 8 minutes old. Oh, shit, wait. Oh, fuck, wait, was this worth watching? What happened? Sorry, now we're rewatching it.
Hey, Ruby. Hi. How are you guys doing?
What the fuck are you doing?
We just wanted to check it out. It looked like a nice place.
Oh, really?
Yeah?
Okay.
Don't come near me.
Whoa, whoa! Aaron, stop. Stop.
Hey,
Sorry.
Aaron, get off of her.
Woman who threatened to sue Destiny. For context, this is Grace Thorpe. Which one is Grace?
Oh my god. Oh, you're not so tough. Hey, stop grabbing. Hey, stop.
Grace is recording.
Get off! Let go of me!
Oh, Thorpe Tube.
Let go of me!
Walk away.
I'm calling the cops! I'm calling the cops! Get over it! No! Get off of it! Get off of it!
Okay. Okay.
We'll hear arguments.
Stop.
The best game.
Stop. And stop. Okay. Jesus. What is this?
To those people every day, and there were people that genuinely thought, they genuinely believed that Donald Trump was actually excising the violent criminals. And the only reason why people are led to believe this lie, aside from the faucet of misinformation that comes from independent outlets on the right and also Fox News as well, is because there is no robust response from the Democratic Party that says that's a fucking lie. That's a lie. Undocumented migrants in this country are responsible for a lower
Pretty sure Democrats have been saying this over and 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 over again, but okay.
rate of per capita crime than natural-born U.S. citizens are. If you pair that up with documented migrants, it's negligible. It is marginal, and they're hyper-focusing on it specifically because this is a vulnerable population that is easy to target and it's easy to ridicule, and there is not enough of a robust defense mechanism out there. And that's the reason why people end up believing this bullshit, and then they get shocked when it's actually implemented.
Okay.
I've just gotten a...
Okay. Okay. Take a quick research break. What was her review of her debate? How did she feel?
Hello, hello. Welcome back to the Lila Rose Show. We're going live here because I had a lot of fun recently going on Jubilee Media, and doing one of their, I guess, episodes called Surrounded, where they have one person with one point of view surrounded by 25 people of another point of view. And I was the pro-life activist surrounded by 25 pro-abortion or pro-choice activists, depending on the terminology that you want to use. So I thought I'd do a little react here. I think I just ordered some coffee. It's going to be coming soon, and I'm going to drink my coffee and react to how this went. I really enjoyed the opportunity to do this because I have found over now 15 plus years of pro-life activism that it can be really hard to find people on the opposing side who support abortion who are willing to have discussions or debates. It can be really hard. In fact, Planned Parenthood, the biggest abortion chain, has an official no debate policy. And I
Abortion chain.
know this because they have actually told media groups over the last decade when I've been on a show that they will not come on the show because I'm on the show, and they don't do debates or discussions with people who disagree. So that's literally Planned Parenthood's official policy, even though they're the biggest abortion chain and they also run this huge marketing and legislative push to get pro-abortion laws on the books, et cetera. That's their whole gig. They don't want there to be discussions or conversations. So all this to say, when Jubilee invited
They
me
don't want there to be discussions or conversations, as her statement about Planned Parenthood, when they just said they don't want to debate. Those are two very different positions, but okay.
on for this, I was extremely happy to do it because I think having conversations about the right to life of the baby, abortion, anything and everything related to this topic is so important. And I think it's so powerful when those conversations happen. So I'm really glad that I got to do this. Was it easy to do? Was it fun to do in the moment? No, I personally don't love going in there and having conflict with people, but I thought it was incredibly important because there's 1 million abortions a year. This is our leading human rights abuse of our day. And I think every single person who cares about life and children should be plugged in on this and caring about abortion and the fact that we have 1 million abortions a year and that it's legal through all 9 months in many states, including my home state of California. So anyways, I'm gonna do some live reacting here. Hey guys, for those joining right now, hey Catherine, thanks for joining. Thanks for the kind words. Hey Lucia, thanks for joining. So I will be doing a live react of the Jubilee surrounded one pro-life activist, that was me, yours truly, versus 25 pro-choice activists. And a little more behind the scenes. So when I did this, the format, what it looks like, you walk into this big warehouse and it was really cold and there were all these, people sitting there. You don't really get to meet them before the debate. So it's kind of a surprise. They're surprised by who I am. I'm surprised by who they are. And then basically the time starts. I make a claim about what my position on abortion is, such as every unborn child has the right to life. And then the flag goes up when somebody is debating me and the other people don't like that they're debating me. The flags will go up. If there's enough flags, the person gets kicked off the debate round. So I'll just play a little promo. This is the promo clip they use. So you get a feel for what this looks like. And then we'll go through some of the clips and do a react here. So let me know if you guys can hear the sound here. Told today who would be cheering you on, saying, "Go get it, mom. You got this."
I can promise you that would not be the case with
the Lila Rose podcast. Okay, one other quick thing I'll let you guys know for those that are watching the full video, activists. All right, there it is. So let's start with, one other quick thing I'll let you guys know for those that are watching the full video right now. And thanks again. Hello in the chat. Hey, Logan. Hey, Ann. Thanks for joining. Hey, John Henry. Thanks again for joining. So just a quick note, what you guys see on the Jubilee YouTube channel of this is obviously what we filmed. There was stuff that is not in there that we filmed. So we filmed another like 10, 15 minutes that they didn't include. I'll talk about that later and why that might be. But also they moved the order around. And I think this is really key to just share on the outset, because when you start watching that Jubilee video, it's like we're right in the middle of it going back and forth. But that was like after an hour or so of the debating, I think maybe half an hour, I don't remember exactly, meaning they didn't start it in the sequencing. And we knew this going in. They were going to mix up the edit so that some things that happened later would happen earlier and vice versa. So just flagging that. But I'm going to start with the exchange that I had with a woman named Jax, which is what they used in the promo video. And we'll take a look at that.
Wow.
So this was the claim every unborn child.
Hello again. Hello. So my first question is, are you familiar with an anime or manga series called Monster?
I'm not. Tell me about it.
In Monster, essentially you have a doctor, and this doctor has a choice. He has a choice to decide between either saving this young boy's life or saving the life of, I believe it's a sponsor of the hospital. He chooses to save the young boy's life. This young boy grows up to be the titular monster, worse than Hitler. Does that child have a right to life?
Yes, every child has a right to life.
Even if they turn out to be the most monstrous thing you could possibly produce. Even if their life means the life ending of everyone here. Yeah. Does their life still hold?
I believe monsters are not born, they're made. So just because a child might eventually do something when they grow up and become an adult doesn't mean we have a right to kill them before that. I don't know what went on in their childhood.
It's like the worst argument, but okay.
The choices that they made, but at the end of the day, everyone has a right to life, especially a child. They're innocent.
Let's say this child grows up and their life is miserable to the point of where they would want to end their life. And that's going to obviously leave some kind of ricochet effect. Everybody's going to be desperately devastated by that. Would you say that the parent who believes that that is where their child's life is going, does that child still deserve the right to life?
Are you saying that if a child is being abused, then we should be in support of killing that child?
Then let me be more specific. What would you say to me as someone who is a third generation suicide survivor?
I want to do a quick interject here, which is, so pause it. I want to hear what you have to say. But this is such a common pro-choice argument, pro-abortion argument, which is that the baby's going to live a terrible life, so it's better off to be aborted. And we hear this all the time. I mean, I've heard this argument thousands and thousands and thousands of times. And this argument completely dies in the face of that person who was the foster care kid, was the adoptee, had a disability, had a tough life at some point in their childhood, and went on to overcome their circumstances. And that doesn't follow that, okay, if you have a hard life, then therefore you don't have a right to live regardless. But the point here is there's something called the power of the human spirit, resiliency, hope. And I think that is what we should be fighting for in the end. We should be fighting for people's right to live so that they can overcome adversity, so that they can go on to overcome whatever difficult challenges they faced in their childhood or in their life. And that's, I think, such a positive view of humanity and human dignity. And this other view, which is that if you have a hard life, you should die or be killed, is so dark. Not only does it violate, I think, human rights, of course, but it's so dark, it's so hopeless. So anyways, but I think this was really personal for Jackson. She's going to share that in a moment, so we'll keep watching.
Okay.
My mother, my grandmother, and their lives are miserable.
I'm so glad that you're here. And I'm so sorry that that's part of your history and that your mother, your grandmother endured that. And I'm so glad that you're here. I think your life is awesome. And I think every life is awesome.
Now, would you say the same if you knew that I was living in a domestic violence shelter where I consider taking my life frequently? Would you still say that I don't deserve to not only end that life, but especially somebody who did have an abortion, and somebody who had to make the decision to escape their abuser, their predator, their captor, someone who was trafficked and pimped? So, would you still say that raising that child under those circumstances would have either made my life difficult, or would you still say that child has a right to life if I made the decision, I don't want to be tied to a predator for the rest of my life, I don't want to be tied to my captor for the rest of my life?
So if someone's dealing with horrible abuse, and I hope that didn't happen to you, but if you were dealing with, I'm so sorry. That's absolutely horrible. You deserved much better. You deserve to be taken out of that, rescued from that, and given a better life. And that would be my hope for every person, and what I'd want to work towards for every person, as opposed to saying death is the answer, or suicide is the answer, or abortion is the answer. I think choosing life is always better.
Now, what would you say if I were to say,
yes, thank you as well. Appreciate it. Okay. So that, I think, was our first exchange. And then I think we had another one. Is that true? With Jax, where she talked about, so maybe pull up the other one. So some of the guests could come up twice and not just the first time. They might get voted out the first time, and then they could try to come up again. And if they make it to the chair first, then they get their opportunity to be, do the debate or whatever. So that was my first conversation with Jax, which was fairly civil.
Just make her bite and saying life begins at fertilization bullets the whole time in GG. Well, that's where I'm going to come down on the legal and ethical thing. There's a lot of weird things. That's one thing I'm trying to do more. You'll see it a lot in my Tom interview for sure. I'm trying to get people to bite more bullets, and I'll force them to bite more bullets. But there's a lot of weird stuff, I think, that you can get on the legal end. And I think I even tried to, maybe the last time I talked to her, that I don't believe a lot of people will own. So like, for instance, we should be registering persons at the moment of conception. So you should have like a legal name, you should have maybe a social security number, something should be assigned to you at the moment of conception, number one. Number two, every single moment of conception positive pregnancy test that like turns out like a newly identified baby, those people all need to be followed to the end of their life, like you would a normal person. Meaning, if you find out that, oh, I have a positive pregnancy test at 1 month or 1.5 months or whatever, maybe like 8 weeks, 10 weeks, whatever. If you have a miscarriage or something, there needs to be a criminal investigation for every single one of those miscarries. There would never in a million years be a 2-month-old child that dies absent any kind of criminal investigation. Even if it's like a rote, like even if there's a lot of footage, maybe you can find out, but like you would absolutely have to look into these things, right? So, yeah, there's also weird arguments I think that you get into in that certain people, I believe, morally would be disallowed from having children. If you have certain types of defects that give you or genetic whatever things or biological predispositions that give you like a high rate of miscarriage, we could figure out what we think that rate is. Over 50% is an easy, you're banned from having kids, you should be sterilized. Maybe even over 10%, right? Every time you try to conceive, there's a 10% chance you're murdering a child. These people would all probably have to be forcibly sterilized because it's just no way we're going to murder that many children. Anybody involved with an abortion would be charged with murder or conspiracy to commit murder or assisted murder or whatever, with aggravating or mitigating factors depending on how that works out. Like all of these things would necessarily have to follow your ethical statement that, all of these would have to follow the ontological statement that babies and fetuses and persons are the same thing, and then and then from there your ethical statements of we ought to protect all human life the same. I imagine you would, right? Well, your legal arguments here, like you can't treat some murders differently, And I don't think that anybody would bite the bullet on all of these things. And I think it immediately puts on notice how ridiculous the argument is. I think there's also on the peripheral a bunch of other things that you would have to mandate as well. So for instance, like kidney transplants would be mandatory if your children are suffering in some way. Blood transfusions would be mandatory if your children are suffering in some way. Like all of these things I think would be mandated from the parent. If we're going to say that like your body absolutely is allowed to be legally obligated to keeping a child alive or whatever, I think all of that should logically follow too. But I will get into that later. This is going to come down on like the legal, at the bottom of the ethics or legal section. We're not even at that part yet. I'm not building any arguments, man. I'm just listening to her.
Oh, that was my second. I'm sorry. The first conversation with Jax, I think, was more, at least the way that they edited it, they put the one that you just saw, they put that first, right? In the edit, or no? Okay, so I think this is in the edit, the second interaction. Let's put on the first interaction with Jax, and you'll see more of kind of her argument. But what I'm just going to say here is I think what I saw a lot in the Jubilee debate from multiple of the women that I was debating is that a lot of them had what I believe is trauma from past abortions. And they shared that in the debate. They actually would talk about the abortions that they had, and they would get really, really upset, angry, anxious in the debate because they were talking about their abortion. So one of my claims in the debate was that abortion leaves women traumatized, that it's actually traumatic for women. And a lot of people in the debate said, no, not at all. Women are totally fine afterwards. And I did think it was very, heartbreaking and powerful that even the women who got up to debate that claim that abortion is traumatic would get extremely upset, claiming that their abortion did not make them upset ultimately. So let's finish watching the Jax exchange here, the second Jax exchange. Hi, what's your name?
Jax Prince. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Mila.
So based off you've given incredible points, genuinely and truly, I'm learning quite a bit.
Thank you.
So for the people that you say have the abortion young, how old do I look out of curiosity?
You're never supposed to answer that, right?
No, go ahead. By all means.
Will you tell me, you'll do me if I do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are 25?
I appreciate that. At about 10 more years. So
okay.
by
You
your
look
logic,
awesome.
thank you.
You look amazing.
By your logic, I should be in that age range of people who abort, let's say, who should be feeling the regret and everything. If I carried to term, I would be labeled a drug-addicted black mother, and if I kept the baby, I would have been labeled a incompetent single mother. So my question for you is, what is your perception of how I should feel about my abortion?
So a couple things. First of all, sometimes the regret happens later in life. It's not within even 5 or 10 years. The trauma they feel might come out later when they have their own other children or grandchildren. So every woman, it's going to be different.
Is she going to pick
Sometimes
the
it's
worst
immediate, sometimes it
debaters
takes years.
every time?
I mean,
that's not what she's doing
I
for
think
this,
if that's
right?
what you've overcome in your life, I think that's incredible. And you should be proud of overcoming so many tough things in your life. It does break my heart that if you're sharing you had an abortion, that there could be a child, I don't know how old they'd be, 10 years old today, who would be cheering you on.
Wait, is she not going to do any of the men that came up to debate? No shot, right? Ooh. Okay. Good one.
Go get it, Mom. You got this.
I can promise you that would not be the case because I can almost promise you that would not be the case because I say again, I'm in a domestic violence shelter. I've got a dog I can barely take care of. You're expecting me to sit here and let you tell me how I'm supposed to feel. You're trying to scare me.
I'm not telling you how to feel.
Yes, you are. Yes,
I'm
you are.
not telling you how to
With
feel.
your statistics
But
and
I
your
am telling you that
information,
your
with your
baby-
statistics
your
and
baby
your
had a right to
information,
live.
with your statistic and your
Your baby
information,
had a right to live.
you are completely wrong.
And-
Because yes,
and I wish
yes.
someone had been helping you more.
Listen,
That's the other
listen,
thing.
but
You
you weren't
deserve
there.
more
That's just it.
help.
Everybody always likes to say, "Oh, keep the baby, give it up for adoption." I
But
know what our foster care
that-
system is
that-
like.
but when you-
But
just
you
to be
can't
clear,
tell
when
me
you-
I would have a child cheering me
just to be
on.
clear, when you place a child
you
for
can't
adoption,
hold on. You're
they
not
don't
gonna
go into
speak.
foster
You don't get to speak for my child. You don't get to speak for my child.
Good one.
Let's start right there. You don't get to speak for my child. Think, oh, mommy would be cheering you on or everything like that. You don't fucking know that. You don't know that at all. You don't know what my child would be. I may not even have my child because I was so unfit at the time. Drug addiction, sex work, everything like that. Yes, I'm a proud pro-ho. That is exactly what I do. But you're telling me how my child would feel. And what gives you the right?
I would
What gives
hope
you
that
the
for your
right?
child.
What gives you the right?
I would love to respond to you. I would love to respond to you. I think, yes, your child had a right to life. And I would say that I wish there were more people helping you at the time. It sounds like you were at a really rough time in your life. And I think that you mattered, that baby mattered.
Are there
You
any
both
guys
deserve-
there? Yeah, I would argue the two, because I'm sexist. The two best debaters that came up to confront her were both men. One was definitely a DGGer. And it looks like she hasn't included any of their arguments in here at all. A good one.
More help. That's what I would say.
That's what you would say. But you're saying my child would be cheering me on
I would
right
hope
now.
that if you chose to
that's
parent.
the thing you said. You would hope.
I would hope
You
that.
would hope. So all of this is going off of hope.
Please return to your seat.
So, I mean, even watching this makes me really sad. I don't know about you guys. I'll take a look at the chat, guys. Sorry to be a Debbie down here, but it is sad. It's heartbreaking what Jax went through and that she chose abortion and that she's like doubling down here. And you can just see the pain even in the conversation that I'm having with her. So, you know, my heart really goes out to Jax. You know, she tells me, how should I feel? She asked me to tell her how she should feel. I kind of don't take the bait and I say, well, I would hope that this would be happening if you hadn't had the abortion, because she's basically saying if I hadn't had the abortion. And then she says, you know, don't tell me, how can you tell me what to feel? How can you tell me what to feel? So, you know, can't really win. But again, that's because it's so deeply emotional. It's clearly so deeply painful for her. And I understand why. This is the whole point of my claim in that segment. My claim was that abortion is traumatic to women. And my whole point there was to show how painful abortion is to women, because it's not just like going to the dentist. Abortion is not just like, you know, hanging out and getting some, you know, taking an Advil, or, you know, it's not like getting your appendix out. Abortion is ending the life of a baby, and that has a lifelong consequences. So anyways, my heart goes out to Jax, but I'm, you know, again, grateful that people showed up to have the discussion, even if they got so highly emotional, because I think even that has power, and there's fruitfulness that can happen when we actually talk about this stuff. I mentioned a Medicaid study.
I feel like this women feel bad after argument doesn't really support her position, does it? The solution would be giving women more information and support her making a decision. No. And we know this now that we've read some of the researchers that apparently she's heavily influenced by, because they have this weird theory that doesn't seem to be supported in the literature at all, that women have an inbuilt attachment to the fetus at the moment of conception, and that any type of abortion that a woman receives is necessarily going to induce some sort of psychologically traumatic response from her because of the loss of the pregnancy. So that's what she's rolling with. When she keeps bringing up trauma here, the theory that she's rolling with that seems to be not supported by the current literature, the little bit of research we've read, and then the APA's position doesn't seem to agree with this, is that there's some inbuilt trauma to abortion.
A bunch of times about how women in California who are on Medicaid, so low-income women using state services for healthcare, that the ones that had abortions were 150% more likely to commit suicide than the ones that gave birth and carried to term this stuff. I mentioned a Medicaid study a bunch of times about how women in California who are on Medicaid, so low-income women using state services for healthcare, that the ones that had abortions were 150% more likely to commit suicide than the ones that gave birth and carried to term.
So she's citing, now we know she's citing that study, and she's citing one column of that study, but she's ignoring other parts of it, and that study is dog shit because of the research there, right? So she's citing that 150% more likely to commit suicide, but what she's not citing is that the people that were the least likely to die were the ones that had an abortion early on and then had a delivery later on. I don't know, I doubt she has a counter for that. This was 9 months ago. I don't know if anybody's confronted her on that specific point. I'm 100% positive she's never read that study cover to cover, but...
to term. So even according to California research and data, it shows that women who have abortions are more likely.
I also love, you can see the dishonesty here, the bad faith. She keeps saying
than the ones that gave birth and carried to term. So even according to California research and data, it shows that women who have abortions.
This is not California research. That's a lie. This is research done by a fake PhD from an unaccredited university, electrical engineer guy who is part of an anti-abortion advocacy group. Now, he got the data from California. This is the study that she's referencing, but this is not California research. This was just data pulled from the Medi-Cal program in California, right? But she never says that. She didn't do that in Jubilee either. She makes it sound like this is some official state-sponsored study. It's not.
Are more likely to have mental troubles afterwards and even become suicidal. So anyways, I hope for those listening and watching, and hey Lucia, for folks in the chat, hey Diana, let's pray for people who end up watching the Jubilee debate, let's pray for the people in it, pray for each other. And because again, there's a lot of trauma that I think people experience, and it's because abortion takes a life. This is not just some medical procedure. This is a human being. This is an entire person with a whole life in front of them. And every abortion, when it takes the life of that human being, it destroys a whole lifetime of possibilities for love, of opportunities, for belonging, for family. It's all destroyed. So anyways, it's very, very heartbreaking there. I'm just going to take a look at the chat here. John Henry says, your 100K subscriber podcast, you had Sound of Freedom on. Thanks for being an OG.
Is
by the
she
way, John Henry.
sponsored by anti-abortion groups? Even worse, I'm pretty sure she runs an anti-abortion group. I haven't looked into it yet, but it's the Live Action is apparently her group, but she's like the head of a big anti-abortion org.
Really appreciate it. We're almost at 200,000 subs on the channel. So thank you everybody for watching and supporting the channel. Nicholas says, Lila, you should be slightly more aggressive in your rebuttals, in my opinion. I love your work. It sounds like you're an indirect doctor by saving unborn lives through persuading women. Yes, my goal is to persuade people. That is my job. I want to persuade people. And sometimes I get aggressive, and you'll see that if you watch the whole Jubilee debate. There are points where I do get aggressive. I kind of interject. I try to redirect. And then there are other times where I try to just lay low and really listen, because in the situation of the exchange with Jax, it's clear she's hurting. It's clear she's damaged by her own abortion. She's not at peace with the abortion that she had, and she was going through, she said, this terrible time in her life. And so I think it depends on the person and the circumstances how intense and aggressive to get with the line of questioning or with the answers or with the debate. So that's just my view and how I usually run these debates. And you'll see in the Jubilee debate, there are times where I get aggressive, where I interject, where I make strong statements, and then there's other times where I think I'm a little more, my tone is a little more low key, because the person is coming in with this emotional intensity. And if I were to match that emotional intensity, I think it would destroy the opportunity for an actual conversation, because we would just be yelling at each other basically. So anyways, let's go to the next clip. Let's watch another one. Okay, so I think this next one, what are we pulling up next, Harris? Okay, this is a clip with a girl named Julia. And what was the claim with this one? This one was, okay, so this was one of my, I think it was my third or fourth claim in the Jubilee debate. Abortion is unconstitutional and should be banned. And then this is a conversation I had with a girl named Julia.
Yes. Okay. So you had mentioned that regardless if it is illegal or not, women are still going to get abortions. So how do you justify the fact
They'll
that
have far less if it's illegal. The abortion rate goes down dramatically when it's
they're
illegal.
not going to report if they're doing it illegally because there's going to be repercussions? So
But
why
we
not?
we can prove that live births go up in states where abortion is illegal.
I can't believe she's just rewatching the shittiest arguments. Well, at least we know then that she's not prepared to counter the other ones, because she would probably address those if she was better prepared for them, huh?
The fact that some states made abortion illegal. So we know more women are having babies. So even with unreported illegal abortions, live births are still going up.
But do you understand
So the
that
law
people when they know that abortion is illegal or that women have more difficulty receiving abortions, they're going to carry babies to term because they're out of fear of abortions? Why not? Why would you pretty much want to do fun places like Planned Parenthood, places that actively help women have safe abortions, and then it further prevents miscarriages in the future?
I'm sorry to pause this. Micah in the chat, he says, bye, I'm too pro-choice to be here. Come back, Micah. I'm happy. Like, seriously, I want to hear, like, in the chat, if you're pro-choice, I want to hear from you guys. Like, that's the whole reason I did this whole Jubilee thing. So anyways, don't leave, Micah, but we'll keep listening to this exchange.
Some of the work I'm trying to do now is work against this narrative that gives women so much fear about children. We are told to fear pregnancy, we're told to fear birth, we're told to fear being mothers, and our society also tells us to celebrate abortion. And I think that's a very anti-woman view. And I think we should flip the script on that and instead say, actually, our superpower as women is the ability to bring life into the world.
Our superpower of women is the power to choose. That's feminism. The power of choice. If you want to be a mother or you don't want to be a mother, that's feminism. If you want to stay home, you want to go to work.
The difference is when you're pregnant, you're already a mother. And we can't deny the scientific reality of that human life. That is a human life, a child, son, or daughter that has rights too.
If you force women to have pregnancies and you force women to basically change their entire life, we're not forcing the men to do that.
Well, I think we should force them to do that.
Okay, great. Well, have you met a man? You think they're going to do that? They're not going to do that. They're really not.
What you're getting at, which I think is a really good point, is that we have this sort of approach in our society when it comes to sex and relationships, where men and women, and a lot of times, I don't want to say men do this, women do this too, where we treat this very maybe casually. We have this all backwards. Instead of looking at sex and relationships as something really beautiful, something you commit to for life, you sacrifice for the other person, you love that other person, and then if you conceive a baby, you love that baby, you fight for that baby. I think that is the view we should be moving towards as a society, instead of sex being casual. If you get pregnant, just have an abortion, the man abandons the woman.
It's a very heterosexual view, because we're not including queer sex in this narrative, in which sometimes sex is
well, if the queer sex brings life into the world, either way, I think at the end of the day, we're still talking about human life.
That's great, but often, but in this regards, in this argument, we're not giving people sexual education. If you go in Planned Parenthood, they not only give abortions, they also provide STD testing. They allow men into Planned Parenthood, people without health insurance. We're talking about healthcare, right?
Yeah, so much to unpack here. And like, also, I want to pay attention to the chat. Just a couple thoughts on this one. It's so interesting because like this is I think one of the biggest disagreements between a pro-life position and a pro-abortion position. It's like, what is a woman's superpower? And I said the superpower of a woman is that she has the ability to bring life into the world. Men can't do that. Only women can. That is the difference, the sexual difference between men and women. Women can be mothers, men can be fathers, and not vice versa. So she says, Julia, in response, she says, no, the superpower of a woman is the power to choose whether or not to bring life into the world. And to some degree, she's correct in the sense that yes, you can choose as a woman to get married, you can choose to have sex and get pregnant, you can choose to not, you can choose to abstain and become a nun or just not have sex at all and be an abstinent person and not do that, not bring life into the world. But when you have sex and you conceive a baby, you brought life into the world. There's already life into the world, and that is a superpower. And then the question is, and the pro-abortion argument is, well, I have the right now to kill this life. And the pro position is, no, you don't have the right to kill your child. Just because you bring them into the world, you don't want them in the world anymore. You don't have the right to take them out of the world. So that is the key difference here. And in all the debate during this Jubilee discussion, I don't think that difference was ever really. The format is tough, right? Because literally people get voted off. We only have like a few minutes with people. We have to have this discussion. So I think that was not as fully fleshed out as maybe it could have been in a longer form debate. I will be doing a debate at Georgetown University next week with a pro-abortion professor over like an hour and a half. So I do the long form debates, but this one, again, hard to go very deep in such a short time frame. It was kind of crazy how she said the thing about queer sex. What about queer sex? It's like, well, queer sex. She's like, you're talking about heterosexuals.
Abortion debate.
Well, regardless, we're talking about bringing life into the world. So sex that brings life into the world. That's sex between a man and a woman. That is sex that can bring life into the world. So if you want to dismiss that as just heterosexual sex, you can do what you would like. But the reality is that is the sex that can bring life into the world. That's why we're even talking about this. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick look at the chat here. The chat's going. All right, Micah, I mentioned Micah earlier. Micah says, is pro-life mostly a Christian thing? No, it's not. You do not have to be Christian to be pro-life. In fact, I know a ton of pro-lifers who are atheists, pro-lifers. Develop skin eventually. What is it? Come on. What is it?
It's a mass of cells.
But what is it? It's a human embryo, right?
Well, yes.
That's developing
but it is a clump of cells.
But we already said we are clumps of cells. You're kind of using that pejoratively, like, oh, you're a clump of cells, you can be aborted, you can be miscarried, it doesn't matter, who cares? You're not a clump of cells. It's a little dehumanizing. You're being a little dehumanizing.
Yes, I am being dehumanizing because it is a clump of cells.
But we are clumps of cells. You acknowledge that.
Yeah.
So you're not wanting to dehumanize us, right? Why wouldn't you dehumanize us?
Because until you are actually outside of my body, there are no rights.
It's like
because if there were, my friend.
But the thing is, it's so composite. It's so crazy. It's like she's admitting. I mean, it took me a while to get her to admit it using the Socratic method that we got her there. She admitted that yes, it is a human embryo. It's a whole human. It's not just like skin cells. It's a clump of cells, yes, but it's also an embryo. She admits, well, yeah, I'm a clump of cells. You're a clump of cells. So like, and then she admitted, I am dehumanizing them. Like she literally said she was dehumanizing them. And then she goes just like again.
Very interesting collection of events with Lila Rose and PP Planned Parenthood in 2011. Wait, what? Timeline events. January 2011. What is this? This is like, is this schizo posting? 8 Planned Parenthood clinics report similar situations involving extreme encounters with clients within a 5-day span. Planned Parenthood sends letter to Eric Holder to investigate potential sex trafficking based on the visits in early January. Live action videos posted to YouTube and on live action website. New Jersey Senator Michael Doherty called on state and federal law enforcement officials to investigate an undercover video showing a Planned Parenthood manager advising a pimp how to hide his underage sex slaves from the law. Planned Parenthood released a statement which indicated it had fired the New Jersey clinic manager who appeared in the video. Planned Parenthood said in a statement that the full video showed its employee behaving in a repugnant manner that is inconsistent with our standards of care. The organization also claims live action videos are clearly edited. YouTube threatens to remove live action videos citing privacy violations. Following the nationwide attention given to the video footage showing a Planned Parenthood staff member at a New Jersey clinic helping alleged sex traffickers cover up their crimes, New Jersey Governor Chris Christie vetoed a bill funding Planned Parenthood. Live action president Leela Rose goes on a media blitz. Rose replied to Planned Parenthood's letter to Eric Holder. Rose claims the organization did not visit an Indiana clinic mentioned in the letter and requests an immediate and thorough investigation in Planned Parenthood of Indiana as well as all the other Planned Parenthood clinics. Republican Representative Mike Pence introduces Pence Amendment to House Resolution 1 to bar federal funding to Planned Parenthood, argues it's not an issue of abortion, rather it's an issue of who pays for abortions. Jerry Nadler calls Pence Amendment a bill of attainder, saying it was unconstitutional because the legislation targeted a specific group. Federal government votes 240 to 185 bars Planned Parenthood funding, states that this is a congressional attack on women and women's health care. Planned Parenthood launches Stand With Planned Parenthood campaign and the Truth Tour bus campaign to avoid a government shutdown on March 18th. House Appropriations Committee Chairman Hall Rogers introduces continuing resolution to fund federal government through April 8th. News site Salon.com calls to shut down the Planned Parenthood government shutdown. If here's a government shutdown looms, one point of disagreement is a $300 million cut for Planned Parenthood. Media begins toting the issue as an ideological one. Obama says, what we can't be doing is using last year's budget process to have arguments about abortion, to have arguments about the Environmental Protection Agency, to try to use this budget negotiation as a vehicle for every ideological or political difference between the two parties. That's what the legislature is for, to have those arguments, but not stuff it all into one budget bill. President Obama says he will not sign a budget agreement to keep the government running that cuts funding for Planned Parenthood and the EPA. Huffington Post runs headline, government shutdown threatened by Republicans over Planned Parenthood. White House announces government reaches budget agreement overnight, which includes federal funding of Planned Parenthood. Why did I read this? Just get to the part where she pretends to be a 13-year-old who got raped by her 27-year-old BF. Wait, what? Wait, stop. Wait, hold on. First of all, how old is she? Leela Rose, Wikipedia. Oh, she's my age. 36. 37, sorry. So in 2008, she would have been 20? If she was born in 88? Okay. President Leela Rose. Okay, in 2008, Live Action launched the Mona Lisa Project, which began as a hidden camera investigation at Planned Parenthood clinics because it believed the organization was violating statutory rape laws. What? Like raping people, or just like having abortions for young women was like counted as that? According to the Live Action website, the investigation also planned to reveal the inside story in the abortion industry and abuses. President Leela Rose posed as a 13-year-old, claiming to have been impregnated by her 27-year-old boyfriend. The clinic employee instructed her to claim the boyfriend was 14 years old to avoid mandatory statutory rape reporting laws. Other campaigns against Planned Parenthood include the Rosa Acuna Project, which focused on obtaining video footage of Planned Parenthood staff providing false medical and scientific information to patients. Is there no exemption for medical people? Oh, shit, that's actually such a tough one. Should medical personnel have an obligation to report statutory rape if they find out about it? On one end, you would say, well, obviously, if you come across this, they obviously should. But then on the other end, now if you're a minor who has some kind of sexual relationship with an older person, why would you ever go to any medical health person? You would just call the cops. Damn, that's a really tough one. I don't know what the actual answer is for that. Is there a statutory rape obligation to report? Should they have an obligation to report any crime? It deters from seeking healthcare that is hospital saving. The two I can kind of get on board with. I don't know if this is of all medical professionals or just like therapists or psychiatrists, is if somebody is an imminent danger to themselves or somebody else. Like if somebody comes in and they're like, just so you know, like I'm feeling like horrible, I'm gonna go kill my family, and they leave, you have an obligation to report that. Or if they say they're gonna kill themselves, if they seem like they're an imminent, they have the means and the desire to imminently kill themselves. I think medical care providers are mandatory reporters of everything. I feel like the last thing you would want is someone in a relationship with an older man being too afraid to get an abortion because their significant other will go to jail. Yeah, that seems like the worst thing, especially because this would be like your biggest at-risk group of people. Like imagine your 13 to 16-year-olds that get impregnated by their 30-year-old whatever boyfriend, and they're like, or you can even say closer in age, like 22-year-old boyfriend, and they're like, well, I love him, but I really want to get an abortion. And now they're like, yeah, I don't know. The clinic employee instructed her to claim her boyfriend was 14 years old, avoid mandatory sexual rape reporting laws, other campaigns against Planned Parenthood. Is there anything? I wonder what the follow-up to that is. Fuck, do I want to go into all this shit? Planned Parenthood videos were altered, analysis finds. Planned Parenthood on Thursday gave congressional leaders in a committee that is investigating allegations of criminality. This is 2015, though. Was this really about the Leela Rose stuff, or was this like the Project Veritas stuff? I feel like this was the Project Veritas stuff. Who? Leela? Lila? What did I say? Is it pronounced Leela or Lila? It's Lila. What am I? Have I been saying Leela? It's Lila. Lila? Leela? Leela Rose? Lila Rose? I don't know what the fuck. Whatever. Who? Lila? It's Lila. Like a lilac. Now I feel retarded. Fuck you. Okay. Live Action is an anti-abortion extremist organization. Jesus. In 2006, Rose and O'Keefe began undercover investigations into what she calls the abortion industry. In 2006, she would have been 17, 18 maybe? Jesus. The videos shown were heavily edited to portray Planned Parenthood employees as disobeying medical laws. Despite that not being the case, Rose was forced to take down the videos following a cease and desist from Planned Parenthood. The same year, live action was legal form as a 501c3. Here are the videos. Ugh, bro, do I want to get this? You know what? Maybe I do. Undercover investigation. 13 videos. Sex trafficking at Planned Parenthood. Oh, shit. Wait, is this Lila? Pretending to be 13?
My partner in crime. If they're minors, just tell them to put down that they're students. For the most part, they want as little
Oh man, we got
information
the
as
music and
possible.
everything. The video you're about to see was recorded undercover at a Planned Parenthood
of
abortion.
2011, undercover investigators walked into Planned Parenthood's
Is this
abortion
her?
clinic in Richmond, Virginia. They told the staffer that they manage a prostitution ring of 14 and 15-year-old girls.
Wow.
Will Planned Parenthood
Oh, shit.
comply with the law?
Oh,
Assure the pimp that they are trusted partners with the sex industry?
And we see people from, every walk of life. So,
wow, yeah.
and like all the girls at Paper Moon and like, various places around town.
Coach
Holy shit, that was crazy. What? Did you hear that? Oh my god.
pimp on how to circumvent parental consent laws for his underage sex slaves to get secret abortions.
The only thing it requires over 18 if they're a minor is an abortion, but there's also ways like judicial bypasses we can get around that if you guys ever need it.
Hi, you guys do STD testing?
Okay.
Okay, can we...
Prostitute.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I didn't hear I'm retarded. Can you repeat what they said? Not trolling. Yeah, and when she was in the office, she was talking to the lady and she was saying that there was a... Fuck, I need like a bag to do it. Wait. Does this work? Hold on, fuck. Fuck, I can't. I need like a plastic baggie. Fuck you. Okay, sorry. Back to the prostitute. Thank God they subtitle for us. Oh, and he's a black pimp. Oh no.
I don't know. It's kind of a complicated situation. Okay. But so like, I think I might have an STD. That's kind of like the first part of it. So I think I might need testing.
Right.
But it kind of goes. All right. So is this all confidential in here?
Yeah. It's a medical office. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Everything applies.
So let's assume for sake of conversation that I'm autistic. Am I to understand that you could not hear either? Correct. I have no idea what was said earlier.
Yeah, she's been trying to get me to come in here for like a while now. So yeah, I'm just let me see. Yeah, so I need the testing from you off the bat. But there's we're involved in sex work.
Okay.
So there's some other girls that we kind of manage that they kind of need help too.
Right.
But at least she's been trying to.
Yeah, it's hard to get in here for a while, because we got to keep them safe.
Yeah.
So,
of course.
Yeah.
And we see people from, every walk of life. So,
wow, yeah.
Yeah, and like all the girls at Paper Moon and like, various places around town. So,
that's good.
No judgment, no sharing of information, like, nothing here.
That's what we were worried about, the
Yeah.
health facility or the government, something like that. So the complicated part of it though is some of the girls, they're around like 14, 15, and some of the girls are from like out of state, out of country. They don't know about the facilities. They don't know how to get help. I don't even know how to do it. So like, what are your like
Are they
teen
illegally
services?
here or are they legally resident?
Some of them don't have like their residency yet or something like that. But like, how do you guys have teen service and stuff like that?
We can give them the same information. The only thing that requires a legal guardian is an abortion.
Okay.
You can get birth control testing, like anything without a parent. The only thing that requires over 18 if they're a minor is an abortion. But there's also ways like judicial bypasses we can get around that. If you guys ever need it, there is a way to avoid that.
How can we do that? Because if they need the help, then I don't know.
And the best thing for them to do is call here or walk in, the same way you're doing. There's also online appointment scheduling. If they just have questions, want to talk to someone, they can come in, or we can talk to them over the phone. Everything's confidential.
What was that? What did you say it was bypass?
Judicial bypass. If someone is a minor and they don't want their parents to they want their parents' insurance, so an abortion would show up. You fill out paperwork, and we help you kind of set it up, and then we have a specific confidential hotline that will call you at whatever number you give us and handle the whole thing. So for someone who's a minor, that's a really good option. We do them probably once or twice a month here.
Wow.
So we're pretty good at handling if someone doesn't want someone else to know or doesn't want a parent. Yeah.
Well, if they're saying it's a judicial bypass, it sounds like, I don't know what she's referring to exactly, but it sounds like there's like some process codified in law that allows you to do this. It's not like they're necessarily breaking the law, no?
The abortion, how would you set up the other thing?
Well, I mean, the judicial bypass, she has to come in for what we call a pre-op visit first. It's an ultrasound, blood work, paperwork to fill out. At that time, she'll start the judicial bypass process, and then we do some counseling with them as well. And then, like I said, that separate organization will call them on whatever number they give us and do the process, and then they come back for the actual abortion itself at a later date. So, if she's taking some tests at home, already knows she's pregnant, she should come in for her pre-op visit, because it is time sensitive. The state of Virginia only lets you go to 13 weeks and 6 days at the most. And at that point, you need to go to Maryland, D.C.
13 weeks and 6 days?
So we have looser laws in terms of how far you can do an abortion. So, if she's going to be in the state of Virginia with us, we have to make sure she's here, got the bypass in time to actually do it legally.
That would be good. What would you recommend is the best, like birth control and all that to get on?
It depends on the woman, really. I mean, young people are usually find it difficult to take a pill every day, same exact time.
That's true, especially when they don't know that much.
If someone is a little bit older or not looking to get pregnant in the next 5 to 10 years, we have IUDs, it's an intrauterine device. It's actually this thing right here. It's placed in the uterus and it has this like, zip up at the top, and it protects you for 5 to 10 years. There's also the NuvaRing, which is inserted vaginally, it protects you for a month at a time. So, those are options for people who want to go with pills. And then we do have the pills, but we have like 15 different kinds here.
Oh, wow.
So, pretty much everything. We have condoms here for free. So we kind of got it all.
No, that's a lot of information.
And a lot of this information is also on our website, because I know I'm just throwing a lot at you right now. If you want to visit our website, you can also book appointments through the website too.
That'd be great if we needed to, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, that's a lot of information. Alright, so, I guess we got a time zone stuff. We gotta go.
Yeah, to get back.
So
let me give you a card.
Yes.
Oh, perfect. I'm Kimberly. Thank you so much.
Okay. Epic. In January 2011, undercover investigators walked into Planned Parenthood's abortion clinic in Richmond, Virginia. They told the staff that they manage a prostitution ring of 14 and 15-year-old girls. Well, they didn't really say that. Will they comply with the law, assure the pimp they are trusted partners with the sex industry, coach the pimp on how to circumvent parental consent laws for his underage sex slaves to get secret abortions? Based. All right. This went to the Supreme Court and they had to pay $2 million. Wait, what? Supreme Court live action Planned Parenthood. Wait, a civil case? Or was it some... The company was CMP versus Planned Parenthood. The CMP released edited videos. The discussions made it appear as if Planned Parenthood intended to profit from fetal tissue, although the fully unedited videos instead show that Planned Parenthood requested only a fee to cover costs without any profit. A grand jury in Harris County, Texas took no action against Planned Parenthood, but indicated Delayden and a second CMP employee indicted them, on felony charges of tampering with governmental records and attempting to purchase human organs. Wait, what? No! While they were... What? Those charges were dropped 6 months later, though. Okay. But in March 2017, Delayden and the second CMP employee were charged with 15 felonies in California, one for each of the people whom they had filmed without consent, and one for criminal conspiracy to invade privacy. And then Planned Parenthood sued CMP and Delayden for fraud and invasion of privacy, asserting the videos were deceptively edited to create a false impression of wrongdoing. Oh, shit. Is that why I'm debating in Irvine? He's an anti-abortion activist who worked for Live Action. Oh, Lila's organization before founding the Irvine, California-based Center for Medical Progress. Is that why they work with the UCI school? Because they're nearby? Oh, shit. Attorney General Bond says here's felony conviction for criminal invasion of privacy. Oh, over the recording of those videos. January 20th, 2025. The debate is literally hosted by a college's pro-life group. Hell yes, that's what I want. That's what I need. Give me that brutal audience. I will read all this then. Fuck it. So here's a felony conviction. Okay, so it was a plea deal. Planned Parenthood hired Fusion GPS? Uh-oh. Don't tell Rob Noor. Oh, no. These are the guys who reached out to Steele for the dossier that Hillary Clinton... Oh, my God. How deep does this rabbit hole go? Injunction against further publication of videos. An injunction in July 15th. It seemed to be from publishing any more videos they'd obtained. Wait, new video? So they can they host the old one or? Fuck, I don't want to go too deep into this guy. Yeah, actually, I don't know if it's worth going into this guy at all. The Supreme Court rejected their case. Okay. Criminal charges. Okay. You know what? Never mind. Back up. Don't care about... Well, fuck, wait.
Good evening and welcome. My name is Leah Raymond. I'm a junior here at Georgetown, and I'm also co-directing the upcoming Cardinal O'Connor Conference on Life. It is my honor to welcome you all to our debate on abortion this evening.
Conference on
Before
Life.
we begin, just a few quick announcements. I would like to remind you of our speech and expression policy. Georgetown University is committed to standards promoting speech and expression that foster the exchange of ideas and opinions. While it is recognized that not everyone may share the same views as our speakers tonight, it is expected that everybody in attendance at this event respect the right of the speakers to share their perspectives and ideas by not causing a disruption to the event's activities. Throughout the duration of this event, you are allowed to use your cell phones to take photos, but we kindly ask you to refrain from any videoing of the events. The debate is being recorded in full and will be posted online. To that end, please be advised that the event is being recorded by the event organizers and portions of the audiovisual recording may be broadcast at a later time. Your entry into this area constitutes your consent to possibly being filmed, photographed, or video recorded. Okay. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming our moderators for the evening, Elizabeth Oliver and Max Wolfromovic.
Clapper.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you all for coming tonight to Georgetown University in this beautiful Fisher's Colloquium Room. My name is Elizabeth Oliver, and I serve as the president of Georgetown University Right to Life, as well as the co-director for this year's annual Cardinal O'Connor Conference on Life, the largest student-run pro-life conference in the nation, taking place this Saturday. So if you have not yet registered, there is still time. As a university club, we focus on speakers, service, and socials. Our members volunteer at local crisis pregnancy centers, like the Northwest Center, founded by Georgetown alumni in 1981, and we hold service
Wait, what college am I? I'm going to UCI, not Georgetown. Okay.
events like diaper drives to help support women and their children. Feel free to reach out to me or the other board members of Right to Life after the event to get more involved. Tonight, we are so pleased to host this debate titled, Should Abortion Be Legal? I, along with my fellow Georgetown colleague Max, will help moderate. Before we begin, I would like to thank Georgetown University for supporting our group in organizing this event, especially in such a short time frame. I'm deeply honored to now introduce the speaker of the pro-life position. Lila Rose is the founder and president of Live Action, a pro-life organization committed to revealing the truth about abortion and advocating for the rights of society's most vulnerable, the unborn. She established Live Action in 2003 at the age of 15, driven by a mission to expose the harsh realities of abortion. Her organization, Live Action, boasts the largest online presence in the pro-life movement, reaching 40 million per month and over 2.3 billion lifetime video views. Lila Rose was called Messenger-in-Chief of the Pro-Life Movement by Vice News and the face of the millennial anti-abortion movement by The Atlantic. She's the author of Fighting for Life, Becoming a Force for Change in a Wounded World, which you can buy at the table in the back after the event. And she hosts the Lila Rose podcast. Lila has devoted her life to ending abortion and making America a more welcoming place for families. She is truly an inspiration to young Americans, and especially to college students dedicated to strengthening the pro-life movement. Please join me in welcoming Lila Rose.
Damn.
And now, I would like to pass the microphone off to my colleague Max, who will introduce himself as well as our other esteemed speaker.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for coming. I want to start by giving a special thank you to Elizabeth, who, as my fellow moderator, did a ton of work with logistics. I'm just a talking head here. She did a ton of work behind the scenes, so please a quick round of applause for her. My name is Max Wolf-Marovic, and I'm a freshman here at Georgetown, originally from California. Before coming to Georgetown, I was a competitive high school debater, and while I'm still getting my bearings here, I've gotten involved with a few student organizations, namely the College Democrats, the Alexander Hamilton Society, and in particular, the Philadelphia Debate Society, Georgetown's foremost debate group focused on promoting free exchange of ideas and driving forward crucial conversations related to business and politics. I personally am pro-choice and have long been deeply interested in abortion discourse, particularly on the philosophical side. It's a privilege to get the chance to help moderate a discussion between such accomplished and intelligent people, and it's a personal honor to introduce our speaker on the pro-choice position. Dr. Mary Ann Franks is a distinguished legal scholar and advocate focused on civil rights, technology, and free speech. She serves as the Eugene L. and Barbara A. Bernard Professor in Intellectual Property, Technology, and Civil Rights Law at the George Washington University Law School, focusing on family law, First and Second Amendment law, law and technology, and criminal law. Dr. Franks is the president and legislative and tech policy director of the Cyber Civil Rights Initiative, the leading U.S.-based nonprofit organization dedicated to combating image-based sexual abuse, and has advised the federal government, state and federal lawmakers, and tech companies on privacy, free expression, and safety issues. She worked with lawmakers on what would later become the SHIELD Act, which passed the House in 2021 as part of the...
What did that sound like? She got a PhD to look at child porn? Is that what I just heard there? Dun. Play the Dokes meme.
The Violence Against Women Reauthorization Act. Dr. Franks is the author of the award-winning book, The Cult of the Constitution. Her second book, Fearless Speech, was published in October 2024. She holds a JD from Harvard Law School and a doctorate from Oxford University, where she studied as a Rhodes Scholar. She's an affiliate fellow with the Yale Law School Information Society Project, a fellow with the Center for the Defense of Academic Freedom, and is admitted to practice in the U.S. Supreme Court and the District of Columbia. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Franks.
I'll begin with our opening keynotes. Lila Rose will begin with 7 minutes, followed by a 7-minute keynote of Dr. Franks. Thank you.
Oh my God, it's one of those debates. How long is this? Or this was 8 months ago.
Thank you so much, Dr. Franks, and thank you so much to Max and Elizabeth and everyone here for joining this evening. The question we are addressing tonight is this: should abortion be legal? Or to put it more simply, should murder be legal? The word abortion is a euphemism, and it is surrounded by other euphemisms like choice or healthcare. But let us speak plainly and define our terms.
Okay.
Abortion is the intentional killing of an innocent human life prior to birth.
Wow.
It involves dismembering a baby limb by limb, suctioning a baby to death, starving them to death through chemical abortion, or lethally injecting poison into their hearts or heads. These are not medical procedures to restore health. They are acts of violence that end the lives of human beings that are living. And in America, we kill over 2,800 preborn children.
What is this? Wait, who is this? Who runs this organization now? We wanted to follow up on the post that we recently made about a security incident at TwitchCon San Diego. As many of you know, at the 2025 TwitchCon San Diego event, one of our valued creators, Emaru, was assaulted by an attendee during a meet and greet event. Although Twitch works very hard to try to keep TwitchCon attendees safe and to prevent incidents like this from happening, we failed to do so. We failed to do both things in this case. To keep Emaru safe and to prevent the assault from happening, we deeply regret the distress we caused for Emaru, our other creators, and the entire community. In recognition of Emaru's advocacy, Twitch will be making a donation to support nonprofit organizations working to prevent sexual violence. More details on that to follow soon. The Hassan Strat? What? Dono Drive.
every single day, nearly 1 million children every year. This is the greatest human rights crisis of our time. If the preborn are human beings, and it is obvious that they are, then abortion is not just a private choice, it is homicide. Let's begin with the most simple distillation of the case against abortion. This logical syllogism. Number one, it is always wrong to intentionally kill an innocent human being. Premise. Number two, another premise. Abortion intentionally kills an innocent human being. And therefore the conclusion. Abortion is wrong, and it should be illegal. In short, killing preborn human beings should be illegal for all the same reasons that killing born human beings should be illegal. The 14th Amendment to the Constitution is clear. It states, no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. The amendment prohibits states from denying the equal protection of the laws to, quote, any person, unquote. When it was ratified in 1868...
Why does she do this 14th Amendment argument? Like, you can do this. You can deny things. You just have to pass, like, a very high threshold to do it, right? Like, for instance, we have women's-only gyms, but there's, like, a reason why the state might have that. Or, like, there are cases where children don't have the same rights as adults do, but there are reasons for that, right? This is your rational basis review, your scrutiny review or whatever for laws. She really leans into it. I don't know who gave her this 14th Amendment argument, but she really leans into it.
The word person had a settled public meaning that included all human beings, including preborn children. At that time, 3/4 of the states had already criminalized abortion at all stages of pregnancy. The same Ohio legislature which ratified the 14th Amendment...
Wait, is that true? Hold on.
68, the word person had a denying the equal protection of...
Fuck, I should have read... Is Dobbs the abortion one? I don't remember the name of
the laws to, quote, any person, unquote. When it was ratified in 1868, the word person had a settled public meaning that included all human beings, including preborn children. At that time, 3/4 of the states had already criminalized abortion at all stages of pregnancy.
In 68 what? I just want to hear that. That's a legal argument. In
any person...
1868, 3/4 of states criminalized all stages of abortion. I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe it is. I have to look it up.
Unquote. When it was ratified in 1868, the word person had a settled public meaning that included all human beings, including preborn children. At that time, 3/4 of the states had already criminalized abortion at all stages of pregnancy. The same Ohio legislature which ratified the 14th Amendment declared that abortion at any stage was, quote, unquote, child murder. Their conclusion was unequivocal. Quote, let it be proclaimed to the world that the willful killing of a human being at any stage of its existence is murder, end quote. All adults do not want to use their body to birth. It involves dismembering a baby in our term. Abortion is a euphemism, and it...
I clicked the thing. Imagine quoting anything from Ohio. Big mistake.
Abortion at all stages of pregnancy. The same Ohio legislature which ratified the 14th Amendment declared that abortion at any stage was, quote, unquote, child murder. Their conclusion was unequivocal. Quote, let it be proclaimed to the world that the willful killing of a human being at any stage of its existence is murder, end quote. The structure of the argument is simple. The 14th Amendment's use of the word person guarantees due process and equal protection to all members of the human species.
Oh, maybe other people have cited this 14th Amendment thing? Just curious what the this quote. Oh, these are all the same arguments. In 1867, Ohio legislature reported that no opinion could be more erroneous than to think that to destroy the embryo before that period of quickening is not child murder. They further declared, let it be proclaimed to the world and let it be impressed upon the conscience of every woman in the land that the willful killing of a human being at any stage is murder. Bill, what bill is this? 5. Oh, man, we really like this guy's book. Who's Craddock, an anti-abortion pro-life author? Craddock, author, Ohio, abortion. Who the fuck is this dude? Oh, is he the same by FAP abortion? FAP? Oh, Josh Craddock, an anti-abortion legal scholar. Oh, this is his little legal article, 33 pages. Fuck, what was the quote? Let it be proclaimed to the world. I just want to know the source of that quote. and let it be impressed upon the conscience of every woman in the land that... By the way, I know that you all agree with me at this point because we're so based. By Jesse Sumter. He says that he wrote this article. I don't... Why are you quoting a book, quoting a person? Why not just quote the person? I don't like it when people do this. It pisses me off. That's okay. All right. Who knows? Okay. Is murder. 112. Ugh. What it means, like it's the same as the previous source, right? (1867) Ohio Senate, Appendix 233. Is that what this is what this is referring to, right? The fuck is this? Jesus Christ. The world. No? Proclaimed? Wait, what was the quote? They concluded the report, every of the world. The bill passed both houses of the Ohio legislature by April 1867. I just wanted that quote. Can I not have that quote? I just want the quote. This is for the oh no, this is the Dobbs decision too. It's citing the... And this is an amicus brief to the Dobbs decision. I'm fucking retarded. I don't know why. I'm just actually just deserve to fucking die. Okay. Jesus Christ. I'm literally clicking through to this. Wait, what is that citation? What does that mean? What is 1867 Ohio Senate J... What is that? Appendix 233? What is this? Find me that. Find me that quote. Not in this guy's fucking paper or political article. What is this? Ohio senators also means, would you say Ohio senator? That means state legislature, right? Because when you say senator from Ohio, that would mean the U.S. legislature, right? I guess those senates wouldn't be happy living today. I just want the source of the quote. Here. What's the quote here? Boom, boom, boom. Here's this. And then Control F, proclaimed. Let it be proclaimed to the world and let it be impressed upon the conscience of every woman in the land that the willful killing of a human being at any stage of its existence is murder. And the bill passed both houses of the Ohio. I'm just curious where that quote comes from. The committee repudiated the ridiculous distinction in the punishment of abortion before and after quickening. They asserted that no opinion could be more erroneous than to think that to destroy the embryo before the period of quickening is not child murder. They concluded their report. Let it be proclaimed to the world and let it be. I just curious. I just want to read. What is this report? 111, 109. It's journals. No, stop. Stop. Don't just Google the first thing in quotes and then link me. That's literally what I'm reading. SFB 7, motherfucker. Check for bills passed at the time. Well, this isn't going to be in the bill. This sounds like discussion they had in the bill. But it sounds like the discussion comes from whatever this, I don't know if this is appendix or whatever this is, this 1867 Ohio Senate, some like recorded like notes or fuck, they're quoting his paper. Quoting the 1867 Ohio Senate J Appendix 233. What is that? I just don't know what that is. You got to go to the Illinois library? Why Illinois? Ohio Senate Journal. Ohio Senate Journal. Journals. Ohio Senate. It's this meme.
Nice argument.
Good one. I need to go to 18. No, it's not. Is it not going to be online? That's where the copy is? It's somewhere in this bullshit? No, it has to be. Why would it be? It should be in Ohio. This is from the Ohio Senate. Appendix to the Journal of the Senate of the State of Ohio for the second session of the 52nd General Assembly and the fifth session under the new Constitution commencing Monday, January 5th, 1857. 1857? I thought it was 1867. Oh my God. Ohio Senate report. Oh, okay, hold on. Stop. 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 Close, 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 close. Wait, don't. Okay, this guy, let it be proclaimed to the world. Okay. Their Senate report elucidated the purposes of the statute, observing the alarming and increasing frequency of abortion by a class of quacks who make child murder a trade, pointing out that, quote, physicians have now arrived at the unanimous opinion that the fetus in utero is alive from the very moment of conception. The committee repudiated the ridiculous distinction in the punishment of abortion before and after quickening. They asserted that no opinion could be more erroneous than to think that to destroy the embryo before the period of the quickening is not child murder. They concluded their report, let it be proclaimed to the world and let it be impressed upon the conscience of every woman in the land that the willful killing of a human being at any stage of its existence is murder. The bill passed both houses in the Ohio legislature by April of 1860. Okay. Now, where is this in here? Proclaimed. Please work. Yes, okay. Okay. This is an additional report from the Select Committee to whom it was referred. SB number 285. What does that mean? Some kind of bill? Senate bill? The alarming and increasing frequency of the crimes which the bill reported by the Select Committee is calculated to arrest or at least to diminish, has induced us in a special report to give some data which have a bearing upon the subject, as well as some reasons why a more stringent law should be enacted. I should have read through. I feel like I read Dobbs a long time ago, but I didn't know any law or anything by then, so I just went in one ear and out the other. It has been ascertained by statistics carefully prepared that in one of the eastern states, the number of children born alive of Native American parentage is less than the deaths of the same class of persons, and that the small increase of population which the census shows is the result of immigration of the larger number of children born of foreign parentage. Your committee believe that if the facts could be ascertained, the statistics of Ohio would not show a much better state of things. It is doubtless within the observation of most of the members of this Senate that in our cities and villages, and to some extent in our farming townships, the more wealthy and intelligent class of married persons limit the number of their children to 1 or 2, and it is known to physicians, if not to the public at large, that this state of facts is in most cases the result of induced abortions. The physician, with the implied understanding that all secrets that come to his knowledge through his professional relations are forever sacred and never to be divulged, is called upon to treat the 1,000 diseases which are the direct result of this criminal practice, and is made the confessor of its unhappy victims. We are happy to say that regular physicians are not responsible for the state of things described. The American Medical Association, composed of delegates from all the states and medical colleges, appointed a committee to report upon this evil, and at its annual meeting in Boston in June 1865 awarded a gold medal to Professor Horatio Robinson Storer for an able essay upon this subject. From this essay, we have drawn many of the facts presented in this report. The Ohio Medical Society also, at its last meeting, made an appeal to this legislature to enact more stringent laws upon the subject. It is true, however, that in all of our cities and in many of our villages, there is a class of quacks who make child murder a trade, and we regret to add they are too well patronized and sustained to a considerable extent by public opinion. How crazy is it? This is 180 years ago, I guess, that the argument that he opens with here for why abortion is bad is because of native birth rates being too low. What is it? History repeats itself? Kind of crazy, huh? Jesus. The native-born Ohioans are being replaced by these goddamn immigrants. Oh, no. Can you link what you're reading? I think that this was partially relied upon in Dobbs, right? Or at the very least, this was cited by that one professor for his amicus curiae. Only a year ago, a professor of this infamous trade was convicted of a manslaughter through the death of one of his victims and sentenced to the penitentiary. But such was the demoralized state of public sentiment in that city that such influences were brought to bear upon our excellent governor as to secure his pardon, and in this statement we desire to cast no imputation upon the governor, while the facts as presented to him he could not well have decided otherwise. Your committee are of opinion that the prevalence of this crime in Ohio is due to a considerable extent to the ridiculous distinction which the law has made in the penalty it inflicts, depending upon whether the offense is committed before or after the period of quickening. Okay, wait, so who is... This is not a senator, like a state senator or anything. It sounds like this is a witness or an expert guy to testify. Like, maybe? But I'm just curious. Okay, sorry. What year is this? 1864? Your committee are of opinion that the prevalence of crime in Ohio is due to a considerable extent to the ridiculous nature of laws made. Okay, depending on whether the offense is committed before or after the period of the quickening is when the heartbeat started, they said way back then. What was the quickening pregnancy? Wait, feel fetal movement in her uterus. Okay. So 16 to 25 weeks. Why do we care what retards in 1867 thought? Well, because I believe that the Supreme Court relied upon what they called their original interpretation of abortion laws and everything way back then. And you heard Lila Rose say that 3/4 of states had abortion banned or whatever, but I don't know if that's the case. I think most of them had abortion banned after the fetus was felt, but I don't know 100%, and I haven't like looked in hardcore to all of this. Physicians have now arrived at the unanimous opinion that the fetus in utero is alive from the very moment of conception. Dr. Percival declares that to extinguish the first spark of life is a crime of the same nature, both against our Maker and society, as to destroy an infant, a child, or a man. The erroneous opinion has been entertained by the unthinking, and our law favored the idea that the life of the fetus commences only with quickening, and hence the conclusion that to destroy the embryo before that period is not child murder, but only a venial offense. Venial? No opinion could be more erroneous. Quickening is generally purely mechanical. The uterus, in consequence of its enlargement, rises from the cavity of the pelvis to that of the abdomen, hence the sensation of motion. The period of quickening is uncertain. Some women are not conscious of fetal motion during the whole period of pregnancy. Others are sensible of it much before the usual time. Physiological researches have demonstrated that it exists in the early stages of uterogestation, but it is too feeble to be perceived by the mother. The law now is settled, and it has arrived in most pithy and expressive language that quick with child is having conceived, but our statutes have made an unnatural and unscientific distinction. Let it be proclaimed to the world, and let it be impressed upon the conscience of every woman in the land, that the willful killing of a human being at any stage of its existence is murder. Criminal abortion in America, page 5. What the fuck is this? Why is this so normal? Why is this nested quote thing? Why does this show up so much? It actually drives me fucking crazy. I'm not going to hedge anymore. I think this is bad writing. This quote is not from, first of all, I don't even think it's from a Ohio legislature. I think that this is a report that they had from the select committee. It sounds like this is a person writing in. Basically, it wouldn't be an amicus brief or whatever, but it sounds like it's somebody else writing in. We trust the Senate will pardon us for having occupied so much of the time in consideration of this delegate. Like people writing in for their opinion. So not only is this not even from the legislature, it's not even from the guy writing. He's quoting from, it sounds like an anti-abortion essay, which is fine, I guess, but I don't like this. I don't like the quotes of the quote where like I quote like, oh, like it's literally this. Except not even, because this is a better way of doing it. This is actually like a good way. I respect this. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take is a Wayne Gretzky quote that Michael Scott is quoting. I appreciate that. He likes the quote and he said it, but he's also saying where it came from. That's good. I understand this better, as opposed to let it be proclaimed to the world. Let it be okay. The bill. Okay. This is not from. I don't even think this was from the committee. It sounds like something being written into the committee, if I can understand this correctly. And then it's not even the guy himself who is saying that. He's quoting from Horatio R. Storer. From an essay called On Criminal Abortion in America. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong necessarily with quoting this guy. I'm sure he's fine. I just don't like the Horatio R. Storer. Okay. I just don't like the I feel like the quoting is so disingenuous. It's not, I feel like. The quoting is disingenuous. They're trying to convey more authority than they actually really have here. Does this show up in the Dobbs Supreme Court decision? Bro, do you have any idea how fucking tedious it is to correctly quote everything when writing a thesis paper? What do you mean, fuck you? This guy is a legal professor publishing in the Harvard Journal of Law and Public Policy. This guy is This guy is being quoted by other people. This is a Harvard law guy, right? There's no bullshit. You should know where your quotes come from. It's your fucking job. I can do this. I can Google random quotes and stick them in a paper. You're the one that's supposed to be able to contextualize everything to make me, the layman, understand. Right? Listen to how much stronger you're selling. How much different does it sound? This is what the Ohio legislature thought, by the way, in 1867. And it's like, wow, they had that quote? Let it be proclaimed to the world and let it be impressed upon the conscience of every woman in the land that the willful killing of a human being at any stage of its existence is murder. Okay, damn, the Ohio State Legislature really thought that it was murder. Well, that wasn't actually by the legislature, the whole legislature. It was by a committee in the Senate. It's like, okay, well, that's a bit more narrow, but fine, the committee in the Senate. Well, actually, it wasn't even by the committee in the Senate. It was by a guy writing into the committee in the Senate to encourage them to pass a bill banning abortion. And it's like, okay, well, that's a lot more narrow. And then who was the guy writing? Okay, well, it wasn't actually by a guy writing in a brief to the select committee to present to the state legislature. It was actually an anti-abortion essay that was being quoted by that guy who was writing a brief into the state legislature, select committee, that like, okay, but that like, it's so much, but see, the problem is that like listen to how she's, like, this is what's happening on this, right? So how is she quoting it?
All human beings, including preborn children, protection of the laws. The amendment prohibits states from denying the equal protection of the laws to, quote, any person, unquote. When it was ratified in 1868, the word person had a settled public meaning that included all human beings, including preborn children. At that time, 3/4 of the states had already criminalized abortion at all stages of pregnancy. The same Ohio legislature, which ratified the 14th Amendment, declared that abortion at any stage was, quote, unquote, child murder. Their conclusion was unequivocal.
Their conclusion?
Quote, let it be proclaimed to the world that the willful killing of a human being at any stage of its existence is murder, end quote.
That wasn't the Ohio State Legislature, and it wasn't their statement on the bill. It sounds like it was an essay written in or a brief written in to a select committee of the Ohio State Legislature that was quoting from another guy who I think that was... It's Criminal Abortion in America, page 5. Is who that goes. I'm sorry. It's just I find this it's so much writing. Finkelstein did this a ton. It drove me crazy. Some of the Supreme Court justices do this when they quote things. They have quote or they quote a thing, but then when you go to the thing, it's just not proper, right? It's bad writing, or it's dishonest. I don't know. Sorry. Okay, let me read. I don't want to do this. Fuck this. Okay, where was I? When the impregnated ovum leaves the ovary and enters the womb, it becomes attached to that organ by a network of vessels through which it receives its nourishment from the mother, just as after birth it is nourished from its mother's breast and it had an independent existence as much in one case as the other. The erroneous opinion prevails very generally that a woman can throw off the product of conception, especially in the early stages, without moral guilt and without danger to herself. Oh, and then also because it seems to me that the argument is actually the exact opposite from what they're saying. It sounds like this guy's trying to argue against what the common knowledge is at the time. It seems like the common knowledge at the time is, oh, well, until the quickening, you can have an abortion. And this guy's arguing against that to try to convince this select committee, to try to convince the Ohio legislature to pass a different law, is what it sounds like. Maybe, unless I'm misunderstanding it. Let it be proclaimed to the world. Destiny, there's also kind of a byproduct of citation format. The original citation to Ohio is improper and is cited as if it's the words of the legislature, which it isn't. There's a different citation format they should have used. You're right to call it out. Well, no, I don't think it's a byproduct of the citation format. I think, like you said, the citation is improper. The citation should have been different. Okay. I don't even know what the fuck this is. No fact is established. Okay, hold on. That a woman can throw off the product of conception. She basically made a quote up that doesn't. No, the quote exists. It's just not. Let me just finish this. I'm missing something. Okay. The erroneous opinion prevails very generally that a woman can throw off the product of conception, especially in the very early stages, without moral guilt. the erroneous opinion prevails very generally that a woman can throw off the product of conception, especially in the very early stages, without moral guilt and without danger to herself. That is a dangerous and fatal conclusion. No fact is better established than one, that section something, a larger proportion of women die during or in consequence of an abortion than during or in consequence of childbed at the full term of pregnancy. 2, a very much larger proportion of women become confirmed invalids, perhaps for life. The reasons for this are apparent in every reflecting mind. During the whole period of uterogestation, nature is preparing the system of the mother for bringing into the world a living child. Certain changes are taking place which render the accouchement at the full time comparatively safe. Any interference with nature's law results in evils innumerable, among which are alarming and dangerous hemorrhages, inflammation of the womb and its appendages, displacement or prolapsus of the organ, which frequently continue for life and render it a burden instead of a blessing, and not infrequently death is the direct result of this interference with nature's laws. Who of us has not seen, within the circle of our observation, pale, sad, suffering invalids, with the light of life all gone from their countenances, their very life a burden, and their homes made desolate by one act in violation of nature's laws, committed perhaps without a knowledge of its consequences? But we have said that death is frequently the direct result of induced abortion. In 34 cases of criminal abortion reported by Tardian, where the history was known, 22 were followed by death as a consequence. We are aware that this is an unusual mortality, but we know that death is a very frequent result. Women frequently become sterile after one or more induced abortions, or, if they do conceive, the habit is formed and miscarriage takes place spontaneously. It is a melancholy fact that this crime is more frequent among the educated, the fashionable and wealthy, than among the poor and illiterate. The demands of society and fashionable life, the desire of freedom from care and home duties and responsibilities, and the absence of a proper understanding of the dangers and criminality of the act lead our otherwise amiable sisters to the commission of this crime. Do they realize that in avoiding the duties and responsibilities of married life, they are, in effect, living in a state of legalized prostitution? Wait, how is this argument not changed in like 200 years? This is all fucking weirdo. We need to have more babies from rich people. Women are whores that are abdicating their responsibilities. Children are like a punishment. The desire of freedom from care and home duty. Okay, in the absence of a proper understanding of the dangers of criminality. Okay, legalized prostitution. Shall we permit our broad and fertile prairies to be settled only by the children of aliens, not the mass migration? If not, we must, by proper legislation and by the diffusion of a correct public sentiment, endeavor to suppress a crime which has become so prevalent. We trust the Senate will pardon us for having occupied so much of its time in the consideration of this delicate subject. Its importance seemed to demand no less at our hands. We are aware of the difficulties attending all legislation on the subject, but we think the passage of the bills which we have the honor to submit will at least do something towards the correction of public sentiment and the suppression of the crime. Okay, maybe these three guys were senators on the committee at least. American political family. Tolan Jones, Henry West. Who the fuck are these guys? Ohio. Henry West. William Henry West. '66 to '68. Was this authored in '67 or? Because then he would have been the Ohio Attorney General. Well, it looks like he was never part of the. Just on the. No, okay, here we go. Member of the Ohio House of Representatives. Only until 1860, and then from 62 to 64, and then from 64 to 65. How do they cite it in the Supreme Court? Fuck. You said Dobbs has a similar quote. What do they say? Control F, Ohio. Wait, what did you say their quote was? Another Trump Republican is a child fucker? Bezed. Somebody said there was a similar quote in Dobbs. What was the quote? Whoever you were in chat, fuck you. I know you're out there. Okay. This is a waste of time rabbit hole. Jesus Christ.
The structure of the argument is simple. The 14th Amendment's use of the word person guarantees due process and equal protection to all members of the human species. The preborn are members of the human species from the moment of fertilization. Therefore, the 14th Amendment protects the preborn. Senator Jacob Howard, who sponsored the amendment in the Senate,
They
declared—
said page 81? Oh shit, you're right, they did. Wait. Also, wait, quick meme. What do we got, Benny boy?
Is evil, Candace Owens. I think that what Candace Owens is doing right now is evil. It is evil what
Evil?
she's doing right now.
She's being mean to
okay? And I
Jews?
say that again.
But what
Uh-oh.
like I didn't opine on whether it's evil or not, but my position is it's really none of my business. And
why is it? But I have a question. Why is it none of your business? I mean, you
because
comment on these things for a living.
I'm not mother of the internet.
No, but
What a weak ass loser fuck position. God, even Ben Shapiro realized how retarded the shit he's run into is.
Yeah, but if this were on the left and somebody were accusing Charlie Kirk of his wife having murdered him, I assume that you would be talking about it.
Is that what Candace is accusing Erica of?
Yes.
Of murdering her own husband?
Wow, very literal. Oh my God, she's doing the thing, the zoom in and then zoom out. Like you're very literal, very precise on something, and then you get like super vague and ambiguous, right? Well, isn't it kind of like this? Is she doing exactly that? Well, okay, not exactly that. But I mean, like, wouldn't you comment on this? I'm not the mom of the internet. The fuck? What the fuck are we even talking about?
She's accusing TPUSA insiders and other members of the right wing, including Seth Dillon, of being involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk, yes.
Okay. Like I said,
Don't know
I
anything
don't
about
take in that content, which is an honest statement. I don't have time.
And she hits Ben up with the ultimate conservative debate owner. Don't know anything about it. I'm just a fucking blondie bimbo fuck that doesn't know fuck all about anything going on. But actually, I'm not a blondie bimbo fuck. I don't want you to think that way. I'm actually very sharp and very intelligent, and I'm specifically avoiding answering anything about these things that I absolutely know so much about just because I'm here to gaslight the fuck out of you. Gatekeep, gaslight, girl boss.
In the murder of Charlie Kirk, yes.
Okay. like I said, I don't take in that content, which is an honest statement. I don't have time to watch
No,
Canada's
I
show.
believe you. I believe you. But the point that I'm making is that
what I
that
understand
friendship
Candace
should
to
not,
have
in
been
our
doing.
business, I think it's important. Listen,
No, and Candace
friendship
and I are
should
not
not
friends.
trump.
We don't even know each other.
I understand, but even with
I don't know you like that, Chief. Friendship, bro. I don't even know what friendship means.
Candace
friendship
and I are
should
not
not
friends.
trump.
We don't even know each other.
I understand, but even with Tucker, friendship should not trump our manifest requirement to speak out when people do and say things that are both detrimental to conservatism and morally wrong.
Okay, so I don't totally disagree, but I think the way of handling that, at least for me, is much different. So I saw things go south between you and.
Ooh. Make it personal.
What the fuck?
Uh-oh.
What is this bullshit? Bro!
Declared that the amendment's purpose was to disable a state from depriving not merely a citizen of the United States, but any person, whoever he may be, of life, liberty, and property without due process, and to ensure that even the lowest and, quote, most despised of the human race were guaranteed equal protection as persons. Even Justice Harry Blackmun, who wrote the majority opinion in Roe v. Wade, admitted this. He stated, quote, if this suggestion of fetal personhood is established, the appellant's case, of course, collapses, for the fetus's right to life would then be guaranteed specifically by the 14th Amendment. If we concede that the preborn are human beings, and the science is unequivocal that they are, then our laws permitting abortion are unconstitutional. They deny the preborn the equal protection of homicide laws and subject them to discriminatory, lethal treatment. To quote my esteemed debate partner, Dr. Franks, from her insightful book, The Cult of the Constitution, quote, the only rights any of us should have are the rights that all of us should have. If some of us are saved, if only some of us are saved, all of us are lost. Dr. Franks goes on to write, quote, the 14th Amendment makes clear that it is impermissible and illogical to read the Constitution selectively regarding which rights it protects and whose rights it protects. The 14th Amendment strikes me as the constitutional expression of the golden rule, end quote. Science affirms that life begins at fertilization. From the moment of conception, a new, unique, and whole human being exists. This is not a matter of opinion, but of observable fact. Keith Moore, professor of anatomy at the University of Toronto, writes in the textbook, The Developing Human Clinical-Oriented Embryology, quote, human life begins at fertilization, the process during which a male gamete or sperm unites with a female gamete or oocyte to form a single cell called...
Is it gamete? I thought it was gamete. More like gay meat, like my G-A-Y-M-E-A-T. Woo, yeah.
Zygote. This highly specialized totipotent cell marked the beginning of each of us as a unique individual, end quote. And then, quote, a zygote is the beginning of a new human being, end quote. Dr. Micheline Matthews-Roth of Harvard Medical School said in testimony to the United States Senate Judiciary Committee that, quote, it is scientifically correct to say that human life begins at conception, end quote. By 22 days, the baby's heart is beating. At 6 weeks from fertilization, brain activity can be recorded and bone formation begins. At the beginning of the 9th week from fertilization, the baby will have grown from a single cell into nearly 1 billion cells. She will suck her thumb and swallow, grasp an object, touch her face, sigh, and stretch. Around 20 weeks from fertilization, with a lot of help, babies have survived outside the womb. Scientifically, preborn children are human beings, and every human being is a human person. Every human being, regardless of size, level of development, or dependency, possesses inherent dignity. History has shown us the horrors of denying personhood to certain groups of human beings. Whether it was African Americans in the Dred Scott decision, or Jews during the Holocaust, or even women who were denied the right to vote, every time that society strips a group of humans of their personhood, the consequences are catastrophic. Abortion is the latest chapter in this long history of injustice. Should abortion be legal? No, it is clearly wrong, and it is a direct violation of the 14th Amendment's promise of equal protection under the law.
Oh my God, she loves that 14th Amendment thing.
Is not a private decision or an exercise of bodily autonomy. Bodily autonomy is very important, but it gives zero permission to kill innocent human beings. Furthermore, parents have natural obligations to their own children, and these obligations include the activity of the parents' bodies. In other words, children do in fact have rights to the bodies of their parents. If the parent
They do not.
cannot care for the child, they cannot kill or abandon the child, but must see that their parental obligations are safely transferred to another party. Tonight, I urge you to stand with the preborn, the most vulnerable members of our human family. To do otherwise is to betray our Constitution, our conscience, and our shared humanity. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Lila Rose, for your opening remarks, and we will now move to Dr. Frank's opening.
Lila, yeah.
I am less tall than Max is. Thank you, Max. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Lila. As you'll have heard from the introduction,
That little kid with brain cancer that Trump deputized and his dad who's running for Congress harassed a lady at a voting location. Wait, what? No, not the kid too.
Oh.
What? No. Don't ever harass me or my son ever again.
Oh.
She don't vote for me. She's got a nasty attitude.
You have a nasty one too. You was leaning on my car for what?
No. The way he comes out.
You have a nasty one too. You was leaning on my car for what?
Because you don't know how to drive? Is that what the
Because
problem is?
I don't know how to drive. You were stopped in the middle of a lane with no signals on. With no signals
You are a
on.
typical stereotypical black woman that nobody likes to deal with.
Okay.
Okay, you are a Jasmine Crockett type.
Okay.
And look at you.
What?
Look at you. Look
Yeah,
at
he
you.
said I'm Jasmine Crockett
You're a
type.
Jasmine Crockett type.
Got
All
it.
that nasty masculinity needs to go.
Got it.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Anything you want to say, that's fine. Anything you want to say to the
Anything
camera, go ahead.
else?
Go ahead. I don't really care.
Anything else?
Yeah.
This is insane. For anybody.
You
don't know me.
What's a Crockett type?
Got
All
it.
that nasty masculinity needs to go.
Got it.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Anything you want to say, that's fine. Anything you want to say to the camera,
Anything
go ahead.
else?
Go ahead. I don't really care.
Anything else?
Yeah.
This is insane. For anybody.
Yeah.
You don't know me.
How you
doing? How you doing?
What's going on? Where you going?
First of all,
Why is
who-
DJ bothered for?
Why
You know who
who?
that is?
I don't give a damn who he is.
You don't know who that is?
I don't give a damn who he is. I didn't ask who he was.
You don't need to be
That
bothered.
that don't mean
We're
nothing
not gonna
to
bother
me.
DJ. You need to go.
I'm not going nowhere. I came here
You're
to
being
vote.
asked to leave.
Am I being asked to leave by
Yeah.
who are you?
Yeah, you're being asked to leave right now.
Okay, so no, we'll wait on my dad to get here. I'm not bothering anybody. He came and leaned on my car because he almost hit my car, and I asked him not to do that. He said, "Actually, I didn't almost hit your car. I was doing something, so and so, but he didn't have any hazards on."
DJ's got a lot going on. He doesn't need this.
That doesn't have anything
You
to
gotta
do with me,
respect that.
though.
You gotta
You're gonna
respect the
respect
man.
me, so don't worry about it. My dad's on the way. I don't play that. There is no calming anything down. My daddy on the way. I don't play that. You're not gonna lean on my car and disrespect me.
Jesus. Christ. Okay, sorry.
Introduction. I am a law professor, and I'm also an advocate for women's rights. And a lot of what I've worked on for many years of my life, my work, my passion, has been focused on women and girls in particular, and about fighting for their rights to equality, particularly focused on the questions of sexual exploitation of women and girls, calling for social and legal reform when necessary to protect that. What you wouldn't know, there's no reason that you would know this, is that I am originally from Pine Bluff, Arkansas, a pretty small place in Arkansas. I was raised a Southern Baptist, and my entire family, my community, were all pro-life. I was raised in the pro-life tradition. I have close family members who are currently active leaders in the pro-life movement. And what might be most surprising is that for most of my life, I was also pro-life, or identified that way. And a lot of the things that Lila has said so eloquently just now, I would have fully agreed with only, let's say, a decade or so ago.
Uh-oh.
So what I'd like to share with you during these opening remarks is how that changed and why that changed, and how much my experience is becoming a legal scholar, learning about the law in detail, and my efforts to both recognize and articulate the ways in which women and girls are discriminated against really did shape my new understanding of the question of abortion. Because for the longest time, I thought that the really important question, the most significant moral legal question about abortion was whether or not embryos or fetuses were fully human, and if so, what would that mean for the law?
Oh no, she's going to do the whole ass bodily autonomy argument. She's not going to do that. She's not going to do that. She's not going to do that.
And the more I learned about legal rights, the more I learned about the Constitution, the more I learned about our legal history, the more I realized that the real question is actually what kind of law, what kind of obligations do we have as a society if we believe that women and girls are fully human? Let me explain what I mean.
Fuck.
Laws of self-defense, laws of property say that the right that we all have, each of us, all of us as individuals, have to protect ourselves against uses of our bodies or our homes, even in some cases, our rights to say no to those kinds of uses, the idea that we need to consent to those kinds of uses, that is something that is reinforced by so many different aspects of our law. You think about, for instance, the law of self-defense. It says if somebody is trying to hurt you and they can cause you serious bodily injury or death, you have the right to use equal force to stop them. And actually, it doesn't matter whether they're innocent, as long as the force is unlawful. If a child is pointing a gun at you, the child probably doesn't have any idea that it's posing the kind of threat that it is, but you are nonetheless entitled to save their life, even if you have to use deadly force. Now, we may not like that. That may make us uncomfortable. But that does reinforce the idea that, in fact, we have such a strong right to our own bodies, to our own life, to our own property in some cases. It's reflected, too, in the fact that if somebody wants to come inside your home, they have to be invited. And even if they're invited and they decide that they do something inside...
This seems more like a legal argument and not a moral argument like the one you went. No, I don't like, okay, this is why I don't like the self-defense argument, okay? Self-defense usually, now she provided a carve-out that can work in some extreme examples. Generally, when we speak about self-defense, okay, usually we're talking about moral agents that we're dealing with. So for instance, if a guy is choosing to kill me, if a guy is choosing to do something horrible, then we would say, oh, we have the right to defend ourselves against this. Now, you can make a carve out for people that might be engaged in some violent action, but they're unaware of this. So if a fat man is rolling down a mountain and he's going to crush you, and the only way to stop him is to shoot him with a bazooka and blow him up first before his body hits you, even though he's technically innocent and he's on his way, to you, you could blow him up with a rocket launcher and be okay, right? But if the guy is rolling towards you and you have the ability to just step out of the way and then he could land maybe injured but relatively unharmed on the ground, well, the argument for killing him recedes dramatically. The reason why I don't like the self-defense argument is because without there being a choice made by the fetus to attack the woman, which there's not, you need to make a really strong argument that the fetus leads to a decently high likelihood of at least severe injury, if not death. Otherwise, we're just arguing for killing children that are coming at us in a way that might be pretty inconvenient. Now, women get ultra triggered when you describe pregnancy as inconvenient, but I mean, that's really what we're talking about, right? Assuming there are no, like, you're not going to die, or it's not going to leave you like maimed or crippled or whatever. It's a severe inconvenience for sure, but an inconvenience nonetheless. And in most of the other cases, you're just never going to be able to make this similar argument with, you're never going to be able to make a similar argument with, you're just not going to make an argument with children like this. You're just not going to.
At your home that you don't like, you can tell them to leave. If they don't leave, you have the right to remove them by something inside your home inside your home. They have to be invited. And even if they're invited and they decide that they do something inside your home that you don't like, you can tell them to leave. If they don't leave, you have the right to remove them by force.
But like minimum levels of force. And I'm not even sure. I think you would have to call the cops. I don't know how that would impact my rent. Like, if a 25-year-old was in your house and they were doing bad things or whatever, and you were like, you need to leave, or there's somebody breaking in, then you would probably have the right to kill them, sure. But if it's like an 8-year-old that wandered in your house, it's an 8-year-old, and they don't know any better, and they're just being retarded. I don't know if you have the right to just murder the 8-year-old. At the very least, most people, I think, would agree there's a moral distinction here. I'm pretty sure in a lot of places there'd be some kind of legal distinction here. I'm pretty sure.
Now that can be even if they are innocent people. That can be if they just really want to hang out with you and you just want to say no. You still have that right. We can think about how, no matter what we consider other people to be, right? We don't really debate whether or not people who are trying to come into your house or a child that might need, for instance, a organ donation, they're people. There's no dispute over that. The question, though, is when are those people, any of those people, allowed to use your body or your property in a way that you have said no to? And the law says over and over again, you can't, you can't, you can't. Even if you are the only organ donor that can save a child's life, you cannot be forced to give up that organ. You can't even be forced to have your blood drawn against your consent. You can't even be forced, if you are a parent of a child that everybody agrees is a child and that you have a parental obligation, you can't be forced to give up your life for them. Now, I know many of you who are parents would say, but you would, right? You would want that to be the case. You would judge anybody who didn't, and that is entirely fair. That, however, is a completely different question from whether or not the law says you have to. Completely different question. What the law says, what the law reinforces, that even in tragic situations, even in situations where we wish that people would hold differently, we are allowed to say no to people who want to use our bodies without our consent. We have the right to say no. We have the right to say no, and we have the right to use force to make sure that they do not do that. So if we have that right, and women are full human beings that are supposed to have all of those rights, how can it be the case that in one particular circumstance, only women, only girls who are pregnant, they alone have got to just accept the fact that someone, something, however you want to call it, person, life, whatever you want to call it, is saying, I want use of your body, I want to put your health at risk, I can potentially pose a life-threatening threat to you, and all of that rights, all those rights that we would normally recognize in any other context suddenly go away, only for pregnant women and girls, that they are not allowed to say no. They alone are not allowed to say no. It is not particularly controversial, these other things I'm talking about, the fact that we are able to say, look, is it a tragic circumstance that someone might have to die or not get the organ that they wanted or not be able to use one's house in a way that could give them shelter? These things could be tragedies, but the alternative is to tell a person that they have no right to their own bodies, and to their own homes even. So if we actually thought that women were people, really thought that they were people with full rights, we would be struck by this, and we would be struck by the idea that this debate could be called, is abortion legal? Because that's like asking, should self-defense be legal? Should protection of your home be legal? And what I would want to suggest is that there's a reason why we are constantly thinking that we should put a special burden on women and girls and make them have to justify why it is that they should be able to exert the same rights that everyone else can in every other context. And I would suggest that that is not a healthy approach. So that for me, the real question here is not should abortion be legal? It is whether it should be legal for the state to force women and girls to give birth against their will. And my answer to that question is no.
I feel you can argue along these lines. I personally don't find it compelling, but you're so far behind if you can see that it's a child, because you're making an argument to just kill a baby, and you're on such a level of I feel like you're fighting from so far behind if you're conceding immediately. Yes, we're murdering a child, we're killing a child, but I have a really good reason for killing this child. You're so far behind at that point.
Thank you, Dr. Franks. We will now move on to the rebuttal period, which involves 5-minute speeches from each speaker.
I hate these. I bet this is my format too. Fuck me, dude.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Franks, for your remarks and for this discussion, this important discussion. I want to address a few of Dr. Franks' points, her key points. First of all, she talked about the law of self-defense as a justification for abortion. And I think that she described if someone is trying to hurt you intentionally, you have the right to fight back and defend yourself.
Oh, she said intentionally, but she did say even unintentionally. And to some extent, that is true, even unintentionally, that you still have a right to self-defense, even if they're doing unintentional things.
And the reality is that the child in the womb is not trying to hurt anyone intentionally. The child in the
and is she going to sidestep the entire unintentionality argument? Because even unintentional harm that somebody might be inflicting on you, you could rise to a level of self-defense.
womb is totally dependent on their parents, and ultimately the child has a right to live as well. So the child also has bodily rights, and the first bodily right that they have is to protect their body from lethal violence. So I don't think the law of self-defense applies here to the case of a child, because in this case the child has a right to life, and the child also has a right to the protection of their parents.
No one is talking about like the right to life. She's playing a clever game here. Right to life would be what, like a negative right, as in, you know, the government can't take away your right to life. But we're not really talking about like a negative right here, and that it's something that needs to be protected or conserved by the government. We're talking about a positive right to another person's body. So the right to life here is really the right to your body for sustenance. I would say there's a negative or a distinction here, a big one between this positive and negative right, but I don't know if they'll get into that. But
And the second point I have too, that is a very key difference here for why the case that Dr. Franks has made does not apply to the situation of abortion, is that, and she used examples of adults not having to give their kidneys to other people, even children. You don't have to draw blood without giving your consent, all of these key aspects of bodily autonomy. The reason that this does not apply in the case of the child in the womb is that children at large, including those in the womb and those outside of the womb, have a natural right to both nourishment and protection. And this natural right is first the responsibility of the parent of that child. And so as an example, you know, Dr. Franks might respond and say, well, if the parent doesn't want the child, the parent could drop the child off at a safe haven box or give the child up for adoption. In the case of pregnancy, you can't, you know, unless the baby's old enough to survive, you can't deliver the baby and provide that child, give that child up. But the response to this would be that the child's natural habitat is the womb. The child has a natural right to his or her mother's womb. The womb is actually designed to bring that child into existence and to
how weird could you get with this argument? Like, am I wrong, or did she just make like an argument for rape? Am I crazy on that? Like, imagine somebody just walks up to her and she's ripping her clothes. She's like, excuse me. And I'm like, sorry, my dick is going in you right now. And it's like, what the fuck? It's like, well, your vagina was literally made for a dick, right? I don't consent. It doesn't matter if you consent or not. That's literally what it's designed for. Is this, am I missing? I feel like this is just like isn't this like a positive argument for rape?
a safe haven box or give the child up for adoption. In the case of pregnancy, you can't, you know, unless the baby's old enough to survive, you can't deliver the baby and provide that child, give that child up. But the response to this would be that the child's natural habitat is the womb. The child has a natural right to his or her mother's womb. The womb is actually designed to bring that child into existence and to nourish that child. And so to say that the child doesn't have a natural right to his or her mother's womb is in fact false. And I'd invite you to consider a scenario where if the whole world of adults, people that have their own bodily autonomy, all agree together, we don't want to care for children because a toddler, we don't want to extend our bodies to provide nourishment to a toddler or to newborn children.
Or extend our vaginas for dicks. No? Is this not like a Handmaid's Tales argument or whatever the fuck?
Have the
throwback. Oh boy, what did I say here? Do I need to rewatch this debate? I don't even know if she's using any of these arguments anymore.
capacity to have consciousness. At the moment of conception,
No,
excuse me. At the moment of conception, I told you I'm gonna start treating you like a child.
Okay.
At the moment of conception, all of the parts are there, right? The genetic code is there.
That's not the parts. A blueprint is not a part. Wait, can we pause
Okay,
there?
so wait, let me finish my
Okay, pause my child.
let me finish my question.
Yes, ma'am.
So what part gets added in the womb
at between 0
let's see.
days
There's
and
the
20
brain,
weeks.
there's the heart,
Excuse
there's
me.
the spine.
Where does that part come from, Destiny?
From the blueprints. Do you think blueprints to a car are the same thing as a car?
You just said it doesn't matter. I said the child
A
in the
blueprint
womb
isn't going to magically become a car.
Well, but a one cell thing is not a thing with many cells.
You're acting as if. Can you sit up? Oh my gosh.
Destiny,
Look here, I'll
if you're
teach
gonna treat me like a kid, I'm gonna act like a kid.
Destiny, please sit up and have good manners.
Treat me like an adult.
No. Let's
we-
go back to the
okay,
coma.
hold on,
Let's go back to the
hold on,
coma.
hold on.
I answered my
Hold on.
question about the parts and the holes. We have the capacity.
She got real mad on that one. Good memes.
And so therefore we have the right to kill them because we have our bodily autonomy that we don't want to extend to provide for these children, using our bodies to care for the children, using our bodies to rock the children to sleep, using our bodies to go and collect nourishment for the child. It would still be wrong, even if the adults made the choice to say, I don't want to use my body to help these children, it would still be wrong to kill those children or to deliver them to a condition of neglect so that they would eventually die. That would still be wrong. And so it follows that adults at large, and certainly parents, have natural responsibilities to care for their children. The United Nations, in Article 3 on their treatise on the rights of children, specifically says, in all actions concerning children, whether undertaken by public or private social welfare institutions, courts of law, administrative authorities, or legislative bodies, the best interest of the child shall be a primary consideration. Children have rights too. And interestingly, Dr. Franks seemed to concede the point that we are talking about human beings, and it appeared that she may have conceded the point. I'm going to be asking her in cross-examination or welcome her to share this in her rebuttal. She even seemed to perhaps concede the point that children too are persons. And yet it seems that she has made this case, constructed a case to say that effectively they are second-class persons, that they are second-class citizens, and that their bodily autonomy rights, their right to protect themselves and be protected by the law from lethal violence. We're not just talking about being pregnant, for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 months. We're talking about entire, potentially 100 years of life, the lifespan of a person, maybe an average of 70 years of life, that they don't have the right to live that life and to receive the care that you and I, Dr. Franks, and everybody in this room was privileged to receive as children. Just think of it. If none of us here received that care, we would not be here. Any civil society, and I want to close with this, any civil society must care for its children and respect their natural rights, and that first right is life. Thank you.
Thank you, Lila Rose. And now we move on to 5 minutes from Dr. Franks for a rebuttal.
The invocation of natural rights is always an interesting one because usually what people mean by that is something like a religious sense of what they believe to be true about personhood, about rights or obligations. With all due respect to that, people are entitled to have those religious beliefs, but there is nothing like a consensus about those. There are multiple religions that actually believe that a child isn't a person until they take their first breath. That's a valid position to take. It is what some religions actually believe.
Okay, Petra Singer. All right.
There are a lot of religions and religious people who believe that until the moment of quickening, there is no soul in the fetus, and therefore it is not a person. In fact, that's what the Catholic Church believed for a really long time. Interestingly enough, they thought that the quickening happening later for girls than it did for boys, and that's an interesting question to ponder. If we're going to speak of natural rights, the danger of this is that we know throughout history there have been references to natural rights, to what God intends, to what we all know to be true. That has been used to defend every possible atrocity you can imagine. Natural rights don't mean anything in them and of themselves. There is no somehow persistent, transcendent truth out there that is simply true all the time, at all places, no matter what the context. That isn't something that is real. It is a subjective belief. And subjective beliefs are very valuable. But the entire point of law is that we don't get to impose our subjective beliefs on other people. We can be constrained from hurting other people, but we also have rights not to be hurt by other people. And I have to clarify that no, it's not the case that you're only allowed to engage in self-defense against someone who is not innocent or someone that is intending to hurt you. Yeah. If a reasonable person in your position would believe that there is a threat, you are entitled to use force, even if it's something tragic, like a child who has picked up a gun and doesn't know the kind of threat that they're posing. We do not make exceptions for this. It is not just against people who are not innocent. Sometimes innocent people will have to die because no one has a right, natural or otherwise, to life that is contingent upon extracting something from your body without consent. That is not a right. And even if we want to look to the Constitution as the great law, perhaps as some sort of divinely inspired law, I'm pretty fond of the 14th Amendment, as Lila has mentioned. I use it a lot in my first book. But note that the first thing the first 14th Amendment says is all persons born or naturalized in the United States, not gestated, not fetuses, persons born. There's a reason why we have a dividing line at birth for many concepts of personhood. Personhood is obviously a complex concept. It doesn't mean the same thing in every context. There's a reason why we don't count fetuses in the census. There's a reason why we don't think that they can be classified as dependents on your tax forms. That doesn't mean that there's no life there. It doesn't mean that we have to say there's no value there. But it matters what the context is. And again, the important context is any person, and I do want to clarify when we talk about adults, right, versus children. Children can get pregnant. Children do get pregnant. 10-year-olds get raped and get pregnant. So if we're going to talk about who's got rights where, what about the rights of the 10-year-old girl who's pregnant and whose body may very well not be able, probably won't be able to survive that pregnancy? We feel so sure in saying that, well, she is sort of a person. That fetus, though, more of a person. It is not about classifying fetuses and embryos and whatever else as second-class citizens. It's about insisting that women and girls are not second-class citizens. That once again, we cannot justify. There is no principle of justification that says women and girls alone, the ones who get pregnant, do not have the same rights as everyone else would have. Again, the right to eject somebody from your home using force if necessary. That's a right that we all have. And yet we're willing to say, no, someone has to welcome a bodily use that is intimate, that is permanent in some ways. Yes, the pregnancy will end at some point, but the impact will not necessarily. That we have to say that that person has got to accept all of those things, even though no man, no boy will ever have to be asked to do that. And that in any other context, we would not agree that they do not have that right to say no. I think that the only way, once again, that we can insist that that kind of exceptional treatment is something we can reserve for pregnant women and girls has got to stem from the belief that women and girls are not full human beings. And because I believe that women and girls are full human beings, that is a proposition that I have to reject.
It's about as well as you can do that argument, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Franks, for that rebuttal. We will now be moving into a period of cross-examination, where Dr. Franks will ask Lila for 6 minutes on a cross-examination section by asking questions, and Lila will respond. And then we'll have a period where Lila will ask Dr. Franks questions for 6 minutes, and Dr. Franks will respond.
My first question is hypothetical. Imagine that a mother is the only viable organ donor for her sick toddler. But she's pregnant, and if she continues her pregnancy, she won't be able to donate this organ, and it means that the child is going to die if they don't get this organ. If this woman in this position continues the pregnancy and the toddler dies, do you believe that the mother in this situation has committed murder? No.
Wait, no, I don't like this hypothetical. Wait.
She won't be the only viable organ donor for her sick toddler. But she's pregnant, and if she continues her pregnancy, she won't be able to donate this organ, and it means that the child is going to die if they don't get this organ. If this woman in this position continues the pregnancy and the toddler dies, do you believe that the mother in this situation has committed murder? No.
Am I misunderstanding? So, like, if the mother were to donate the organ, then I'm guessing they'd have to terminate the pregnancy. The pregnancy probably wouldn't be viable. But, like,
If she ends the pregnancy to provide the organ in order to save her toddler's life, do you believe that she's committed murder?
I think if she terminated the pregnancy with full knowledge that the child that she was ending the life of was a human being, I think that it would certainly be an act of homicide. Would it be an act of murder? I think you could say there's a case of duress and stress in that situation that should be taken into account because she really wanted to save the life of her toddler. But if you, with full knowledge, end the life of your unborn child, that is an act of homicide, yes.
In 2023, the executive director of Cincinnati Right to Life organization argued that raped 10-year-olds are capable and should carry their attackers' children.
Isn't homicide murder? Homicide is just homicide is just killing of a human, I believe, right?
Executive director of Cincinnati Right to Life organization argued that raped 10-year-olds are capable and should carry their attackers' children to term. This is a quote from her. I know that a 10-year-old might not understand pregnancy, but I also know that a 10-year-old understands life and playing with dolls. I know that when my daughter was 10 years old, she cried and begged for a little sister or a baby. And while a pregnancy might have been difficult on a 10-year-old body, a woman's body is designed to carry life. That is a biological fact. Do you agree with this statement?
I think that a 10-year-old child who's been the victim of sexual assault is an absolute victim, and it's absolutely horrific. She deserves care and support and to be removed from anywhere close to her abuser. He needs to be thrown behind bars. But I do not think the solution to the trauma and the violence of rape is to commit a second trauma and an act of legal violence against now an innocent third party if a baby is conceived. We don't give the death penalty in this country to rapists. It's decided by our Supreme Court to be unconstitutional. I don't see how it can be just to give the death penalty to an innocent unborn child for a crime that, of course, they did not commit.
Jesus.
If life begins at conception, is the removal of an ectopic pregnancy murder?
It is not. Would you like me to explain why?
Yes, please.
Some religious people, some pro-life people try to get around the ectopic pregnancy argument by saying that life doesn't begin at the moment of conception, it begins at the moment of implantation. So once you've conceived and you've nestled in your little uterus home, I don't know how she escapes this, other than saying that it's going to die either way.
In an ectopic pregnancy, the child is developing in a hostile environment. He or she is not developing in the womb, and he or she has already died by the time there may be an ectopic pregnancy removal, or is going to die, and the mother will likely die as well. So removing that child, the intent of that act is not to end the life of that child. It is to remove that child from a hostile environment for that child and to save the life of the mother. I sincerely hope that if we invest the resources we should in research to determine a way to save that child's life and the mother's life, I would love to see that medical advancement happen.
And just if I could get clarification, you mentioned that child is going to die. So if a fetus or an embryo, a fetus is likely to die, is likely not to survive, do you believe that it's acceptable in those situations, apart from an ectopic pregnancy, to terminate those pregnancies?
If you're referring to a child that is developing not an ectopic pregnancy developing in the womb, and they may die, you're saying, because of a medical disability, or what you're referring to, some sort of terminal illness? Just to be clear about your question.
To a situation where the fetus has been assessed to be non-viable, not because of the timing of pregnancy, but because of some sort of fetal abnormality.
But in this scenario, to be clear, the child is still alive and growing. It's not dead already.
I'm afraid that's not a question that I can answer.
I think it's a crucial one, and I would answer if the child has already passed away, because, as you said, they have some severe abnormality that would lead to its death, and it has passed away, then I think it's completely licit to remove that child. If the child is still living and growing, and they're in their mother's womb where they belong, I think it's wrong to choose when the death date is for that child. That child deserves a right to life, and even if that child will live for a few months longer, I mean, sometimes these babies with severe disabilities live for years, I think they deserve to have a natural lifespan and not have it cut short by an act of lethal violence.
Would you support a law that would require parents to be organ donors for their children?
I would not.
Can you explain why?
Why?
Of course. Well, I think it would be a very...
Not the natural environment. This teleological, whatever bullshit, the purpose of the body. How do you... Never mind.
Good thing for parents to be organ donors for their child, and if I had the opportunity, I would be an organ donor
That
for
wasn't
my
the
child.
question.
Organ donation is not something that always works. Organ donation is something that is an elective, surgery that some people choose to undergo to save the life of a loved one.
This is not at all what we're talking about. What?
And it is an unusual, abnormal circumstance because of something that severely went wrong, a disease or a disability that somebody is undergoing. And so while I think it is very noble for somebody to donate an organ, I don't think we should have laws requiring it. Being in your mother's womb is not a matter of taking your mother's, receiving your mother's kidney. You're in the natural habitat where we all began our lives, and you have a natural right to continue to grow and not be killed. Organ donation involves a child that, in your scenario, that might receive a donation and might be able to live longer. An act of abortion is active killing. So I would not be okay with a parent who had a child who needed an organ donation going and killing their child, but I would not require the parent to donate the organ.
You would be okay with the parent letting their child die because of the lack of an organ?
I would, if I was talking to the parent personally, I would say if there's a way to, get them on an organ donation list, I would.
That was a vague. She shouldn't have said, "Would you be okay with it?" You say you don't want to pass a law against it.
Really recommend that. I think that's one of the beautiful things that we have in this country is the organ donation lists from those that can donate their organs because perhaps they've undergone brain death, but they can then donate the organs even though they themselves have passed away. That's typically how organ donation is done in this country.
Thank you both for that period of questioning and answer. And now we'll begin with Lila, who will question Dr. Franks. Again, 6 minutes. Thank you.
Dr. Franks, is a child a person?
Is a child a person? Yes, in most situations, I would say yes.
When is a child not a person?
When they're dead?
If by child someone is referring to what they believe for personal, moral, religious reasons, let's say a zygote or a fetus or an embryo, I would say in some situations that is not a person.
To be clear, I'm defining child as a young offspring of two members of the human species. So the law of biogenesis, a member of the human species, that's a very young member of the human species. So we're talking about both unborn and very young born children. Are they persons?
I would make a distinction between the unborn
Using narrow, is it etymology? Is that what you said? Etymological arguments is the most boring fucking way to try to debate. Ugh.
Born.
And what is the scientific case for making the distinction that the unborn human is not a person, but the born human, minutes after birth, is a person?
Scientifically, I don't think that is the right question. The question of whether or not someone is a person is a philosophical question. Science can tell us things descriptively. They can tell us, is this a being that has brain waves? It can tell us whether or not certain aspects of the body have developed. It cannot actually answer the question of whether or not a being is a person.
Let me clarify then. That's fair. Let me clarify. Are all members of the human species, are all humans persons?
Ones that are born, yes.
Okay, so you're saying that at birth you become a person philosophically in your view?
Like are members of the human persons, like a corpse, you would argue is a member of the human species, right? Like this is a corpse, it's a member of the, but it's like they're dead, right? Like this mummy is a member of the human species, or is like these types of like grammatical, syntactical arguments. Like sometimes it's valid, but to try to make these arguments of like this is what a word means, or like in the definition of the word, I just think it's super unsatisfying.
What are you basing that on?
I'm mostly responding legally. Philosophically, I may, or as a matter of personal opinion, I may have different views, but as a legal matter, yes.
So we build our laws on certain moral philosophies, is that correct?
We build on them, yes.
So what is the moral philosophy for what you're defending as the correct legal position to deprive children before birth of all their rights, including their bodily autonomy to have their bodies protected from lethal violence?
The answer that I've given in my opening statement and in my rebuttal is that the person that is pregnant has rights, and that there aren't any rights that an unborn, whether we want to call them a person or not, has that can override those.
So to be clear, I'm not denying that persons that are born, women included, have rights, but I'm asking if the child before birth, what is the philosophical framework for saying that the child minutes before birth doesn't have a right to life legally?
The philosophical argument would be that the alternative to say that this is
I really think she should make the difference, the right? The positive or negative distinction. She's saying right to life. And ordinarily that right to life, I think, is like a negative right, meaning it's just a right that the government is protecting for you, but it's not something they're giving to you. Whereas positive rights are things that the government gives you. So like negative right to not be arrested and held in jail without charges, right? That's like a negative right, freedom or whatever, right? But a positive right would be like having an attorney provided for you to make sure that you have some kind of public defender. That's like a positive right. You're guaranteed something. When you talk about the right to life, we're not talking about the negative right for a person to live. You're talking about you're extending to them the positive right to use somebody else's body, which is overriding their negative right to bodily autonomy, right? That's what we're talking about. She's playing with those words. If this lady's a legal person, I feel like or a legal philosophy person, I feel like it's a good distinction to make. Maybe, unless I'm missing something.
Being with full human rights would mean that you could override the actual person that everyone does agree is a person with rights, that you could override theirs, and that is not a sustainable or intelligible position.
If a person doesn't want to care for their newborn, do they have the right to leave their newborn to die and not use their body to care for that newborn?
Given that the newborn is born, no, they would not have that right.
Why?
Because that is a person who has been born.
Again, I want to understand your distinction about why birth, it sounds very arbitrary, why birth is the place that you would suddenly assign personhood rights. I want to just read you a quote from Harry Blackman again and ask your position on this. He says, this is the justice who wrote the majority opinion in Roe v. Wade. If this suggestion of fetal personhood is established, the appellant's case, of course, collapses, for the fetus's right to life would then be guaranteed specifically by the 14th Amendment.
For what it's worth, I think Justice Blackman wasn't a very good justice. So if we want to start criticizing the Roe decision, I would be very much critical of the Roe decision. But to the extent that he is saying, if this were proven, this would be the case, that is a big if, and the if has not been answered because the personhood question can't be answered in a scientific way because it is a philosophical and moral question. And again, if that were the conclusion that one had, that it did have all of these rights and that they were rights that overrode what you were calling arbitrary, I think the fact that this is a person who is inside another person is not in fact arbitrary, and that is a limit that makes sense.
Does the preborn human have any rights at all?
Does the preborn human... No. Rights, no.
No rights. So it would be illicit in your view to have to end the life of a preborn child at, say, 7 months for any reason?
I would not call it ending the life. Terminate a pregnancy at 7 months, yes.
Is it ending a life? Is terminating a pregnancy of a 7-month-old
It is ending
living
a
fetus ending a life?
7-month pregnancy.
Is there a life that you have to end in order to end the pregnancy?
I would not say so.
So you're saying that the unborn human is not alive?
I would say that for the purposes of whether or not you are allowed to terminate a pregnancy and how that needs to be understood legally, the word life here would not be relevant.
Why is the word life not relevant when you're talking about lethal violence against a developing human?
Well, I'm not talking about lethal violence.
One thing, if you really want to do this, we got to get really hardcore. These are going to be ontological things. You really need to define, what do we mean when we say life, when we say person, when we say these things? Like these are really difficult questions, and people assume they know way more about this than they actually do. Like even how much does your memory impact who you are as a person? I would argue it's a huge component of who you are as a person, but you don't really think about like if you lose your memory, you're a different person. But I mean, there are good hypotheticals to test this. Like there's a lot of, like if you've never been conscious before, who are you even? Who are you referring to? You're not even referring to a person, you're referring to a body. You're not even referring to like a thing. If you've never had your first awakening before, like you really need to get into this before you start saying like, oh, life or a child or whatever, or something more we're talking about here, we're getting at here.
Violence against a developing human, which is kind of my point.
So in your view, the act of sectioning a developing living human to death is not violent?
What I said is that if a fetus is not born, they are not a person, they are not a human life in that sense, no matter what the method might be. Ooh, I just got cut.
And in the scenario where you're talking about, you're making your case on bodily autonomy, in this scenario where all adults do not want to use their bodies, they choose not to use their bodies to care for a newborn, does that newborn have the right to the bodily care of an adult?
The bodily care of an adult, not to the extent that you can use an organ or be inside someone's body without consent, no.
Do they have to use their arms, their physical arms, and their hearts, the organ of their heart and lungs that are enabling them to move their arms, to go and collect food for that newborn?
This is a fundamentally different thing. That one guy tried to make this argument. This is a fundamentally different thing than entitling somebody to their body, and it's reflected in our laws as well, right?
Could you repeat that?
Does an adult have to use their
She's getting it. You have to work.
Physical arms, which are mobilized because of the beating of their heart and the breathing of their lungs, to go and collect food for a newborn?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
She's asking if she has to work.
Does a person have to use their body to go and collect food for a newborn? Does an adult have the responsibility to do that?
To work.
Does an adult have a responsibility to go and get
use their
food?
Body?
Not to endanger their body, no. They're not required to sacrifice their life or their health to get food for their newborn.
So are you saying abortions are only licit in the case that the person is sacrificing their body up till death?
A person who has said, I do not want to have this pregnancy, is allowed to say that they no longer want that pregnancy.
What if somebody doesn't want to use their arms and their legs to go collect food for a newborn? They don't want to use their body to go collect food for a newborn. Do they have the right to not do that?
Again, the distinction that I'm making is that you cannot use someone's body. Another being cannot be inserted into, nor could we
They would be
extract from
using their
someone's
body in this scenario to collect food for the newborn.
Not in the way that a pregnancy is, no.
I think we'll have to end that period there. Thank you both for that period of cross-examination. You may now both take your seats if you like. We'll move now into a 10-minute period of open dialogue where you can just speak freely, and we'll begin with a question from the moderators. So just so that the audience has a sense of what your ideal world looks like, would either of you care to sketch out the ideal legal framework surrounding abortion? For Dr. Franks, that means would you support any limits on legal abortion? For Lila Rose, does that mean that you would you support any exceptions to a kind of abortion ban? And feel free to break down federal versus state, just to give people a sense of where you stand on the legal issue, and then feel free to get back into personhood or wherever the discussion might take you. Thank you.
Do you want me to start or?
I want yo mama. Okay, listen, I love you guys. I'm gonna go out to eat. I'm so sorry. Be careful. World connections first, because I love connecting to you guys. Hula hoop, eggplant, salsa verde, bagel, swing state, relish. Oh my god, purple. Easy. Animal print, polka dot, washer, Barney the dinosaur, pesto, houndstooth, inner tube, chimichurri, herringbone, and people eater. Purple. Oh my god, I bet it's gonna be the hardest thing too. Oh my god, and it's the purple category. Toppings for shit: pesto, relish, salsa verde, and is chimichurri a thing? Do you maybe? Oh my god, I'm fucking a genius. I'm so smart. Things that are circular and spin around: washer, hula hoop, inner tube, and herringbone. Oh, bagel. Fuck. Things with a hole or whatever that are, you know, animal print. And these are, I don't even know, something cringe. Textile patterns. Do you agree that there's a meaningful distinction between using your body for a baby in the womb versus using your body to support a born child? I'm not really convinced they're different. If you were dating somebody and there was a guy that was sore on his neck, would you be okay with her maybe just rubbing his neck? And would that feel different to you than her sucking on his neck? Or fucking his neck? I just can't really do that. I don't know. I think there are meaningful differences between permitting access into your body and like. I think these are meaningfully different things. Like they're like a kind of. It's like a different thing in kind. Okay, be careful. Love you guys. Don't die. And stay safe, okay? Always.